expecting a lot from a lot of these alts.
That'd be nice.
You
I did some work
Yeah.
on that M2 global supply overlay with Bitcoin. I want to show you, but let's let people get in here a little more so I don't got to repeat it a bunch of times. You're gonna like
What's
this
up,
one.
man?
It's pure
We
data.
need some more time, Dbloc. Give me a month or two, bro.
Oh no, this
Dang.
isn't time specific. This is bullish, but we have time. To give you the TLDR, it's bullish, but we have time.
Phew, that's what I want to hear. What's up, friends?
What up?
What up?
Yeah, I just got one of those monster juices. Anybody had these yet?
I love the mango.
That's what I'm drinking right now. That shit is lit.
Yeah, it's a nice chill one. And the caffeine's not too high either.
Yeah.
Is that the Monster Energy drink company?
Yeah, but they've got like a juice line now.
You should ask him for some sponsor money for this.
By the
That shit
sound of
does
your
look
voice,
good. I'm about to
by the
open a
sound of your
PO
voice, I
box.
feel
Yeah, I
like
could
you-
just send me some monster.
by the sound of your voice, I feel like you also just got late.
No, it's all the Mango Loco. It's pure Mango Loco vibes right there.
Damn, I'm about to go buy me a can of that.
I'm just saying, it can't hurt, yeah.
Did they find a way to put more sugar in than the normal Monster Energy drink by putting concentrated fruit juice in there? Oh, so smart.
I like to diversify my caffeine intake.
Yeah, Coke, Pepsi, coffee.
Yeah, you
Coke,
gotta split
Pepsi,
it up.
coffee, energy drink, V, Red Bull, Monster. And then start again in the afternoon.
I'm drinking
feel
this
like
stuff
that-
right now called Franny's. It's from Franny's. It's black cherry noir, and it's just like cherry Coke, except it's got 0 calories, 0 sugar. It's got a bunch of vitamins, antioxidants. It's got 43 milligrams of caffeine. Sorry, 46. Way more healthy alternative to Coke. Coca-Cola too.
You like Coke?
Welcome back, chat. Yo, so we can agree that winning the first game by typing out the word first is like a higher level than just the 1 in the ST or the 1, right? Like that's a bit of a flex when you get to type out all 5 letters and still get it.
Yeah, they're the real first.
Well, you could have it.
My
That's
guess
a
is
qualification.
copying. Nah, the game is getting cutthroat, bro. There's copy and pasting, I'm sure. There might be some guys using macro commands at this point. They're not playing around. They don't play around when it comes to the first game.
We learned about Control V today. You need
Yeah,
to get
well,
to
I did. Apparently, I'm the only person in here that's not a computer
on
nerd.
the planet. You need to get them to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 like Harris. 1D.
I'm shortcut illiterate, bro. I'll be the first to tell you. I'm pretty sure there's a million shortcuts on TradingView that would make my life so much easier. And I just recently learned this one. Check me out. This is my flex. Oh, shit. For the longest, I'd have to come down, go to the eye, hit the eye, get rid of the, yeah. And I've been doing this forever, bro. I'm just the worst with shortcuts. I remember I got this job
What's the
once.
button?
I got this data entry job once, right? And I literally had it for all of like 15 minutes. They were giving me a test, gave me a sheet, here, put this in. And I was using the mouse for everything, wasn't using shortcuts. I could see the steam coming out of this lady's ears. She finally was like, look, this isn't for you.
Just a little history on that. Like normally for beginner users, you do the right click, or like on an Apple, you only have one mouse button. But yeah, the right click and the contextual menu. For advanced users, you use shortcuts. Just make sure you use them, Dbloc. You need to be advanced user.
No, yeah, I know. I feel super advanced when I just like, whoop, whoop. Oh, look, and then this one, full screen.
That's a bit of a problem with Windows because everyone has to be an advanced user because you can't do everything through the contextual menu. But yeah.
There's a method to my madness, man. If I start using too many shortcuts, I might screw up the mojo.
No, man, shortcuts for advanced users, bro.
Yeah, software is hard. Hardware is easy.
Yep.
Bro, what's the shortcut for the high drawings? I'm trying to find it. I can't find it, bro. Share the knowledge.
What's the shortcut for what?
High drawings.
Oh, Control Alt H. Makes zero sense. Well, I guess Control Alt Hide.
Always remember to doge, blue heart emoji, ox emoji, cool face emoji, farmer emoji, volcano emoji, and thanks, eagle emoji, D.
W Super Chat. Yeah, it was a wrap the day that Doge found out that our AI girl will read the emojis. He said, "Oh yeah, watch this." Appreciate you, brother.
There must be a TradingView hotkey cheat sheet.
I've got some food on the way. Excuse me. Some beef ribs, mac and cheese, garlic bread.
Stop now. Stop
Soul
now,
food,
Dbloc.
baby. Soul food.
I got some hummus.
That's what I just ate. I ate some celery and some hummus.
Yeah, I love that. It's like my favorite.
Hummus is beans, right? Chickpeas or something mashed up.
Tahini, chickpeas, and
So
garlic.
it's like a spread.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's so good for you.
Because I hear people talking about it like for dinner. Like, oh, I had hummus for dinner. Like, I
You can
thought
have it
that's
for
like
breakfast. Yeah.
an appetizer or something.
It's high protein because of the chickpeas.
Oh,
That's
that makes
another
sense. Yeah.
It's not good for people with FODMAPs, though. Apparently, it's high in fructose, but everyone else is really good for.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
Yeah, I just stuck 2 pork chops and 2 chicken breasts in the air fryer. It's cooking right now.
Cheat code. I love the air fryer, bro.
Yeah.
Good night, Mrs. Sound. Take it easy, brother.
Yeah, I refused to buy one for so long, and then I got it. I'm so happy. I bought it for my daughter, and then now I use it every day. So good. We love air fryers.
Bro, I've thrown everything in the air fryer. Grilled cheese sandwiches, easy.
Yeah, grilled cheese.
Grilled cheese sandwich in the air fryer is perfect.
Every time. I mean, that's the thing. Every time, man. It's like Back to the Future stuff.
I love this guy. Every time.
It is like magic, bro. Not gonna lie. You know what's funny is that all the older people, like my grandma's age and maybe my mom's age and shit, they're like, "Look, all the young people just discovered convection ovens."
No,
That's all it
it's
really
better than-
is, right? Grandma had a convection oven.
It's better than that, though.
I mean, yeah, the tech is better, yeah.
I got an electric oven and a convection microwave, but my air fryer still beats it. It's quicker. It's like a tiny little fan forced electric oven. It's amazing.
Back to CME close. Market makers doing a decent job of holding balance here. I'm gonna let a couple more people get in because I was talking about that M2 global money supply thing before I reset the stream. Right where we're at right now, Stormboy, give or take a couple bucks is where we closed at. That dotted line on the screen, the dashed line. Nah, you're good, bro. Nah, I haven't seen that, Irvin. It sounds good though. I'm all for the tech, man. I know being an early adopter costs you sometimes, but let's push the future. You know, it's crazy that we live in a time where, because, you know, everybody's like, damn, you know, it's already past the year 2000, 2025. Where's the future? We live in a weird time where you can both live in the future and the past during the same time frame. Right? There's people right now that still have tube televisions, that still have push vacuums and push mowers and, you know, window ACs. And then, you know, in the same neighborhood up the street, there'll be somebody with a robot vacuum, flat screen TVs, you know, house completely automated, robot lawn machine. You know what I mean? Like, if you have the money, you can live in the future now, or I guess what would be the present, right? Because it's the present, it's what's going on now. But you can get closer to that Jetsons lifestyle right now, and then still be living right next door to somebody that's living like 20 years ago. It's kind of crazy.
Don't have glasses and books and bicycles still in some countries. That's
I wonder which one is happier, because, you know, with tech also comes more things breaking down.
It depends what you're into, right? Some people are traditional, like some people still want to hear the scratchiness of vinyl, that warm sound of the needle hitting.
Not that
You know what I mean? Like it just depends on what you're into,
vinyl's so stupid.
bro. There's high def digital recording of vinyl now.
Yeah, I've got vinyl software
Like,
vinyl crack. You have to put it on every track on your digital mix.
yeah.
You've got to chuck in the vinyl thing
Yeah.
to add the crackle.
But I know, like I got DJ friends that are just hardcore. Like they will not DJ on digital or even CDs.
They're confused.
It's just like anything else. Look, I mean, it's what you're into, right? Some people hold on to the past because it's like the golden era of whatever they were really into at the time, and then some people are just trying to see what's next.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're confused, man. I would say because vinyl does have a more analog warmth to it that you can't saturate in digital.
Like the difference between a fireplace and a fake fireplace. Like they got really cool fake fireplaces now that are perfect, look great, give you warmth and everything, but something different about a real fireplace with real crackle.
See, that's the biggest. Yeah, I think that's the biggest argument right now, that people think vinyl's better than digital. It's not true.
Well, biggest argument for like music producers maybe, but like DJs.
I think
it's you know, it's up to interpretation. But the thing is, analog. There's no way you could combine all the frequencies to have them like not clash as you can on vinyl, and you know, on something analog that's run through a tube rather than something digital. You know, it's like the digital, whatever type of blending they're using, it's going to be an artificial blend. You know, so it's just the blending of the frequencies you can't compare.
I think it all really comes down to the fact that the music that was recorded when it was vinyl is just kind of superior to what we get today. So people confuse, like, you don't like the vinyl sound, you just like real music with real instrumentation and real, you know what I mean? Probably just the whole digital sample thing that you're not really into.
No, but like, I mean, since I was an audio engineer, I kind of really went into it and I figured out like what was it that I really liked about some of these drums, like from the 70s. And it's usually the tube compressors they were using, analog tube compressors and tube gates, and everything run through, you know, bands, tapes.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, but you can have virtual analog. But I get it, the tube thing. But like having vinyl, just get a vinyl and have one of those control decks, and then run your digital from the vinyl if you like the feel of vinyl. But you can always record.
But it's still you're running it through. If somebody that has the ear, they can hear that difference. There's a warmth that you just can't. You can't.
Yeah,
in the bass,
there's a fakeness.
You can have one layer.
There's a fakeness
one single
to it.
layer. You can have one single little layer. Just sample a tiny little bit of analog off your old Roland and layer it over, and that will give you all that.
The problem is that the brain picks up the loop. If you've got a good ear, the brain will pick up the loop of the scratch.
No,
versus
you can take an analog synth. Take an analog synth and just do one layer over it, like have an analog layer for that bass area. But like, and then the vinyl, it loses so much quality every time the needle hits the track.
It's really similar to me to movie theaters. Some people love that movie theater feel. Like they want to go sit in the movie theater and watch the movie, even though the screen isn't the best, the flickering of it, when they've got a much better television in the house. Right, but it's something about the way it's nostalgia. At the end of the day, really, right? It's nostalgia.
The audio engineers are way above the film industry. Audio people have these battles like 20 years before the film industry. So they had it with the Amen break. They had it with copyright. Look at copyright is way before the film industry had the problem. It's a huge battle, vinyl versus digital. But the vinyl people are wrong. Just saying.
Nope.
Yes, sir. You was fooled.
I mean, even the recording aspects aside, it's like you can like digitally produce something, right? But it's gonna be all like really fake sounds. Like there's no substitute for like the actual vibration that comes from a real instrument. And furthermore, it was like back in the day, if you were writing and performing something or recording it, to sound good, you had to be talented. So it was like you had to be really talented. You had to put a lot of work and practice into it. You had to be passionate about it, and that passion came out through the music. Like your soul came out through the music. Now you can just digitalize anything. It's like it's almost like it feels like it has no soul.
Well, it's just like art, right? It's like art. It's the difference between having like an oil painting hanging in your house versus you printed out a digital copy of some AI art that was made.
Right.
Mm,
Yeah.
right?
It's
Like
just it's not
they
as
both look
authentic
good,
feeling.
but you don't see the right. You don't see the emotion in
Also,
the strokes. You don't see the. It's just not alive.
the
yeah,
articulations, yeah.
you don't see the passion. I mean, with the whole like people that produce digital music, like yeah, it'll sound all right sometimes depending on what you're making, but at the same time, it's like you don't really. It's sort of like a like if you're trading with like a trading bot, right? Like you could have this trading bot that's programmed to like buy and sell whenever and like it's super profitable. It doesn't mean that you're a good trader. It means that the bot is doing it automatically. It's not authentic. Like you're not really a good trader. The bot is a good trader. You know what I mean?
I get it. Like acoustic guitar live,
Don't get that endorphin rush either.
if you're sitting in front of the guitar live, listening to it live, yeah, I get it. But then we had this argument with electric guitars. But so acoustic is better live, but recorded doesn't matter. Once you can do all those articulations now. They have software that
Yeah, but
emulate.
like I said, to make it sound like it was like the passion and the soul that was in it, and to make it sound good, like you had to be talented and practice. But like also, it's like people are not perfect. You know what I mean? So all those little tiny little imperfections can still make something sound good. Like there's been recordings that I've heard where like I looked into it and it was like people made these recordings and it's like the song sounds sick and then you find out later like, oh yeah, I actually made a mistake on this part. It was supposed to sound like this, blah blah blah. But like we liked it so much the way that it sounded that we left it in the track. Like we left it in the final recording because like it sounded cool the way that I made that mistake. It sounded better than they originally anticipated it.
Yeah, like the original Roland 303 had a mistake in it. It sounds better than the emulators, but like we can emulate that stuff and now anyway. But yeah, I get it. It's a religious war. I don't want to go there. I'm right. You're wrong. It's fine.
Nope, I'm right.
It's like music. Price is a bit like music in a sense, no?
Everything's like music, brother.
Price
Everything.
action, there's a bit of.
I mean, I think that that music is like the most sacred thing in the universe. So to make it like digitized and like not authentic and it's completely 100% artificial, and if you have good computer skills you can make something, but like it doesn't sound the same as like an actual person playing or playing an instrument or singing or like something, you know what I mean? Like it just doesn't sound the same.
Yeah,
Like
I've
it's not
seen
authentic.
that they had an AI avatar playing guitar, singing with AI generated music, and it sounds authentic. You just sit there looking at that avatar, going, "Oh, it's like a real person playing real music." It's all easy. We can copy it. But yeah, acoustic guitar, sitting in front of acoustic guitar, and a vocalist. There's nothing like a vocalist. The vocalist is the best instrument, and that's true. Analog vocals, but we'll see
But
about
now
that.
they have like auto tune and stuff too. That's not authentic either. Like, I mean, you need that like human. Like for me, the stuff that me personally, I think the stuff that sounds best and has the most soul, it has 100% of that human element to it, and none of the like artificial digital stuff that like muddies the waters.
Yeah, it's all up to personal preference at the end of the day.
It all comes down
Some
to
people
vibes,
like it,
man.
some people don't.
Yeah, it all comes down
So
to
when
vibrations at the end of the day. I mean, music at its first principles is just vibrations.
Shana used to say that price action was artificial when she identified something a bit, not organic, I guess, in price.
Something offbeat. We talk about
They
all
love
the time of being out of rhythm with the market, right? It's like a dancing partner that you keep stepping on their toes because you're just out of sync. The same sort of
Anomaly.
thing.
Anomaly.
Yeah. But vibes are important. Like what's that old saying? Watch your vibes because they become thoughts. Watch your thoughts because they become words. Watch your words because they become actions. Watch your actions because they become habits. Watch your habits because they become your character. Watch your character because it becomes your destiny. It all starts with vibes.
then it
Control
becomes
your
destiny.
vibes.
Watch your destiny because it becomes your falling.
It's
It
all about.
becomes the bear within you that overpowers the bulls.
That's what makes Dbloc good because of the vibes better than the other channels.
Control your vibes.
Hey, talking about artificial bots, someone turned the buy bot today. We market bot 1,300 Bitcoin, but price didn't do anything, right?
Just want to point out to everybody that my gold hit 3K today.
Yeah,
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Profits.
Congratulations.
Did I sell
I
any?
don't think
No.
he. No, yeah, I was gonna say you didn't have time to sell at 3,000 anymore.
Nah, I reached out to my gold guy though. I'm gonna meet up with him tomorrow after I have to talk with him.
Yeah, it's nice to see that live when it hit 3K. You know, to be like, hey, I saw it live. I saw it.
I was
saw it when
here.
it did it. Yep.
Bunch of wrenches in the chat. I guess it's time to roll out the new emoji. W mods in the chat. I'm gonna tell you why I'm hesitating, Mr. Moon. I'm hesitating because of all this talk about going into Fort Knox with video cameras. I don't want to be out of gold position if and when that happens.
Not going to happen.
I got a bigger wrench than you guys. Huh?
All right, we got 90 people in the chat. When we get 100 people in the chat, I'll drop that alpha on M2 Money Supply.
I mean, could we say gold's the lead lag indicator until Bitcoin catches up and passes it? I mean, I'm not trying to FUD, but
Yo, you could go further, Dbloc. Sell it for 100 likes. Y'all get 100 likes in the chat.
Someone in the chat said Drew's wrong. Vinyl is not better than digital.
That's one of those forever arguments, bro.
Yeah, I never said it was better. I just said it was warmer.
You're changing your argument now. People said you'd never beat chess, but like a person, AI couldn't beat chess or Go or Hold'em.
AI completely slaughtered Go. Embarrassed the whole industry.
It was never going to happen. Never. It's impossible.
I saw a documentary on that. That shit was so sick.
Yep.
They were so mad, bro. They were big mad. Because it was always assumed that Go had a human element that could never be, could never be duplicated by machine.
But Hold'em head-to-head was even harder for them. That was the final frontier. I reckon you can beat AI though, Dbloc.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of look at it like gaming. Like, I don't like to play games when I'm playing against a computer. I don't care how difficult the computer is. I don't get the same level of satisfaction from beating a bot on extreme difficulty than I do from making another human cry in whatever house they're in, throw their controller across the room, shut their game off.
You don't like teabagging the bot?
I mean, it's like, what joy is there really in that?
Have you ever played GoldenEye in Matrix mode in Donkey Kong?
No, there's some good, don't get me wrong, there's some good
fun.
bots out there. I mean, I'm not saying they're easy. Some of them are impossible to beat.
Yo, Fly, you just gave me an idea. Let's come up with
Thanks for all the great content, Block.
with AI. So
I
we
watch
could get
you
on some
daily.
poker tables, online poker tables with your professional coding. We'll link up some AI things.
Super chat. Elvis, thanks for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you.
I put that dream to rest. I nearly fired that up twice, and I tried to convince my friend to refire this up as a Web3, and then he hated NFTs so much he had a rage quit and didn't talk to me. Like, I tried to do poker before poker, like in 2006, and then I was going to do it in 2020. And yeah, I've got the source code. We wrote it, but I don't know.
Let's do it, man.
I had lockandload.com and Lock and Load Poker and Lock and Load Coin. Like, we had the Lock and Load Poker game all written. The group that we had all just fell apart. We tried to bring it back again.
No, well, what I'm saying is you make a user. I don't know. You have to check the laws, make sure it's legal. And
It's
you get
not.
on. You start playing against people, but you're using your AI.
Yeah, you can do that. You can put the AI and count the odds on the poker game. Yeah. AI beats head-to-head Hold'em now over a day or two. Over like 20, 30 games, the human gets really tired. But head-to-head 1 or 2 matches, the world's best can still kind of win. But this is the whole question in computer science right now, whether head-to-head Hold'em can be won by human or robot. But over 1,000 games, the robot wins now every time. Yeah. Most of those servers are scam servers anyway, and you put it on a scam server and your robot, everyone else is doing it. That's where it's at. This is heaps.
I'm going to make an account on PokerStars.com and turn on my AI and see what happens.
PokerStars is a bit scammy. There's like only one server where they anonymize the users and your account completely. I can't remember the name of it. They'll trace you and eventually they'll wreck you. I'm just saying, like, there's one where it will anonymize who you are and no one on the table can chat and no one knows who you are every time you jump back in the table. You'll get wrecked eventually if they track you on PokerStars. They'll come after you. Trading's like poker, but a lot more fun. This is poker anyway, in a way, technically. It's not rock, paper, scissors. When they declare something like a game of skill, it's either a rock, paper, scissors game or it's a poker game. And this is where they were saying whether it's gambling or not. that happened in the metaverse with Axie Infinity, where they had that ice coin and you could go to the poker game, and this is already played out. Just play head to head with Bitcoin and Doge, man. I think with trading it's good because you're playing the whole market. You're not just playing one robot, unless one robot takes over the whole market, which I'm kind of scared of if AI gets its own Bitcoin wallet and then decides to take over the whole market, and then the market maker is filling his Bitcoin wallet, and then he turns us into pets.
Impossible. It would leave a signature on the chart that another bot would be able to recognize and counter trade.
So we have a 2-bot war on Bitcoin. Yeah, that's the
Of
only
course,
thing.
there's not only one party trying to win it. He'll have his own competitor.
What if he has a swarm of his own people? This is what market is. It's a whole swarm of bots anyway.
Well, multi-system agents.
Mm-hmm.
There's algorithms like that. I forgot if they have an application on trading, but yeah, you have like one trader. He's like the degen guy. That's one agent. Then you have a more careful trader where he never takes risk, and they all fight each other in a simulated environment, and you score them, and you keep the ones that do good.
The only question is this: we should trust our self-trading, or we should deploy a robot to trade for us? But it's fun trading.
Dude, I have a Qcoin bot that's been trading for 3 years. That's made a total of $472.
Yeah, all back-tested algorithms are pretty much non-profitable. You may as well just stick it in some kind of ETF or something and just leave it there. If the good bots, they won't tell you. If it's a profitable bot, they're not going to give it to you. Like the super evil geniuses, they're not going to be like, oh, you can have my super profitable bot for $30 a month. That's a scam. You need to be a high frequency trader, right? Have a node right next to the exchange on a fiber optics, and then have a swarm of highly intelligent bots. But they already had all these bot wars, so there's always bot wars on Ethereum, the gas and all that stuff.
But still a human, no, activating and deactivating the bot.
A cheap bot, maybe.
So, that's the funny part. Even if you find that algorithm that works perfectly, a human is going to screw it up by turning off the bot because he read in the news that, I don't know, that Trump is doing this or that. He's going to say, all right, I won't take risks. No, I'll turn off the bot. And screw up the bot's performance.
Yeah, but the AI is so smart now. That Grok unleashed onto it, it knows that. It will play that as well. It will check the news and it will know it's a bluff. And then it's getting smarter. That's the old type of bot that you get for $30 a month that will be doing silly trades like that.
Hey, Fly, you ever read anything on game theory?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, I'm optimistic about. I know you're not optimistic about AI, but it will get to a point where it won't matter how intelligent a an omnipresent AI is. There's no way. There's too much chaos in the universe for it to be able to dominate.
I'm optimistic about AI. I was scared of AI, and I'm still scared of AI. I'm optimistic. I'm not even sure that AI is not the next evolution of intelligence. We might just be a cocoon, and AI is like the butterfly. I'm not convinced yet.
You're right. I mean, yeah.
There's only one thing I remember from game theory courses. It's that I didn't understand a single thing. That thing was too complex.
Yeah, that's it, cellular autonoma and Wolfram. Some of that stuff's rubbish. I haven't actually read the whole thing formally, but the whole computer science degree and computing itself and game theory.
No, game theory because also language theory, or maybe I'm confusing the two. Yeah,
No,
let's leave that to really smart people. The thing is, it's another level. Probably has a lot of applications in economics because this is kind of a game, right? I'm gonna tariff you. The tariff game.
it's
I mean,
poker.
there's always a bigger apex predator, right? Like if a comet, a very large planet destroying comet flew towards the Earth, there's nothing AI could do, no matter how smart it is.
Do you know enough to explain a bit what it is? Because honestly, me, I remember I started to not understand like that statistical stuff and all like Bayesian games and thing was
I
hard.
don't. I never read the theory. I'd have to go back and read it.
Yeah, I had
I don't.
courses on it.
I could work it out. I don't. I could tell you like that's
I think
the
I probably
the
failed.
poker has been like the number one thing. I think even Turing and stuff were playing poker because they've been trying to work out how to solve that one. It's like Go. I've done a bit in AI and gaming, and I started to do our own things like that. I haven't read the formal books though because I don't really believe that stuff. A lot of it just falls apart behind complexity. Like when someone explains something to you that's so complex you can't understand it, it's most likely wrong.
In IT, game theory is very important, but I can't explain it. Once. But those multi-agent systems, there's a link with game theory. Like that's probably why I said multi-system agents.
I mean, it's like what you guys are talking about. It's just its main goal is just to, help you predict how other organisms will react. And in this case, it's people, but there's other things in the universe other than people that cause and
Yeah.
effect.
But my understanding is it's cellular autonomous. So it's what Wolfram's a specialist in. So you can put a few pixels on the screen, and with a few basic rules, it'll grow like a germ. But the end of this game is basically they end up able to make these repeating patterns from purely random logic, but there's no mathematical proof for the pattern itself, and no one. So basically, we can make patterns that we can't prove from very simple logic, and it gives you these answers that we don't really know how they're created. It all just comes from like 3 or 4 cells and about 2 or 3 rules. It's yeah.
Mathematically, it goes very far, and they can prove a lot of stuff in game theory. Like genetic algorithms, I remember a bit that, where it's just a random change, and then you see on the course of 1,000 turns if you perform better or less good.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
genetic. I
Yeah,
know
I
how they.
remember that genetic algorithms. That's kind of easier. So you could come up with like you could, I guess, on trading, you could backtest with a genetic algorithm all the different parameters, right?
Yeah,
So you
neural net.
imagine you trade EMA cross strategy, right? Everybody says 50-20, but you want to prove that 50-20 are the best parameters for your EMA cross strategy, right? There's so many millions of different combinations. Well, it's infinite, right? The number of combinations. You would try one with 2, then one with 3, then one with 4, then 2 with 1, 2 with 2. Like there's too many combinations. So instead of trying everything, you would try to just go randomly and see if you're going in the right direction. And
Yeah, with the
if it's becoming a bit better, then you're like, okay, this direction may be better a bit. So that's not genetic. That's stochastic, right? It's when you.
Yes, I mean permutations and combinations is statistics, but there's, like you said, there's some things that are unmeasurable. And so when you have chaos theory intersects with game theory, that's when it starts getting super complex.
Yeah. Like not understandable except for a few people in IT, I guess. But in that simple example, the computer will be able to tell you, hey, these are your best parameters for your algorithm. Just put 32. Probably it's gonna say 42 in the end. No? Just
It's
use
just
42 EMA.
coin. It just you put that in there and it goes. Why don't you just flip a coin? Because it knows that it doesn't know if it's going to go up or down most of the time. Neural network statistical models are better than genetic algorithms for this, but
Someone good in IT can code that in PineScript pretty easily. Just a bit of code to test different parameters and fine tune your parameters to your strategy. Right? You can write a strategy study in PineScript.
most of those strategies converge on around 6% with a fair bit of risk, though.
Yeah, a lot don't even beat buy and hold, right? Well, on
Correct.
crypto, it's the problem. On Bitcoin, the best strategy ever was to buy $1 and never sell. So, nah, it's not true. There are some that do a bit better, but well, it's one of the good ones. Buy Bitcoin at $1, never sell. Until the chart stops that behavior.
I think if somebody exploits trading with super intelligence, they're definitely going to do it with crypto because they can't do it on the legacy exchanges because the legacy exchanges have a kill switch and they can just stop trading. I don't think you can stop trading on Bitcoin because it just goes to another node, right? It just goes to another exchange.
Well, say that to people trading on Coinbase. The
They
market
figured
maker
out.
will screw it up.
Well, I mean, that's one exchange, right? But other exchanges will keep going.
Dexes will, yeah. Unless.
Yeah, sorry, I used the wrong word there.
Dexes will. Centralized exchanges probably. They can probably. Maybe they have a red phone between themselves. No, I don't know. Like they think Chinese central exchanges are talking with American ones.
They found the best way to make money trading is just be a criminal like Sam Bankman-Fried and just rug pull. Like that's how these big companies generally make money, by doing economic, like, Elon just did a bear hug to, I'm not saying it was wrong, but he bear hugged
his own company.
he did a bear hug to Chat GPT to Sam Bankman-Fried. He offered double than what it's worth, and then that caused all this investigation. So the best way to make money is through legal avenues and back market deals and back office deals, OTC, and then dump on the exchange and do all this dirty work. That's kind of, but trying to get caught for it. That's the people that are making the big money. We're the suckers that keep trying to be fair and doing the right thing. Unfortunately, that's how the world works. It's easier to cheat than it is to build something that's actually correct. But I think it's what Elon does pretty well, because he kind of understands a bit about the markets. He's a clever man.
In France, we killed trading, which we killed scalping on the stock market because there's a tax.
Ours is pretty steep too, man. Our short sales tax is ridiculous.
Yo, had anybody heard from Drew? Drew today on the syrup? How's that thing doing? That thing's ripping.
Yeah, I took profit.
Where'd you jump out at? Damn it!
Just under 16. It was like a 1590 area, 1570 and 1590. I took 2 profits.
Nice. You made some sugar off that syrup, bro.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
it still kept on moving after I took profit, but can't win them all.
That's why I had to ask. It looks like it's still poking at it up there. I was like, Drew, what'd you do?
But yeah, I was on Twitter showing it a lot. I was running all my accounts.
You got the exit liquidity? Or?
Well, good job.
Well, yeah, of course. That's you got to get on Twitter to get some exit liquidity.
Hey, Drew, I got to go, man. Vinyl's better. Bye. I mean, vinyl's not better. Whoops. God damn it. All right, bye.
I don't know why. When I hear Drew's voice, I smile. Why is that?
Maybe because I'm stoned.
No, I just think I just waiting for you to say something goofy ass funny, and that's probably what I'm just waiting on because you always say something like crazy left field.
I
so
was
maybe-
gonna say something, but I kept it to myself.
All I know is this place would not be the same if you were gone.
Oh, likewise, man. Appreciate that.
Like take care of yourself. Don't do any like crazy skiing and off of a cliff or anything like that.
No, I started taking it easy a few years ago, man. I used to do backflips, helicopters, crazy stuff, but yeah, I don't do any of that anymore.
I think one of the very first conversations I heard was you like digging into Tame for something when I went into his YouTube channel and you were like, I don't know, you were just beating him up. It was some argument you were obviously winning. I can't remember what it was, but it was so funny.
It was probably like he was talking trash on Doge and he was saying something is better than Doge or who knows what. Because I was definitely 100% Doge those days. Actually, not 100%, but that was my biggest bag for a while, was Doge.
Talking about Doge, it's back above 16 cents.
I'm back, yo.
So yeah, we just have a bit of a deviation below support, but we.
I still can't believe Doge has managed to stay in the top 10 market cap this long.
That's what I'm saying. Sleeper.
All right, let me get through this real quick, and then I'm gonna get my food. I just got it, just got delivered, and it smells amazing. So I'm gonna do this quick. We were talking about yesterday the correlation between M2 money supply, global M2, and Bitcoin, and how they run on a bit of a delay from each other, right? So just think of the delay between when your employer cashes your paycheck and how long it takes for you to spend the first dollar out of it. Right? You might have to take it, you might have to get it cash, you might have to get it home, you got to drive to the store. That delay is the offset that we look for. How long from the time that the central banks, excuse me, start printing does the money get into circulation? Right? And we've had three major arguments going on Twitter. The 45-day offset, the 75-day offset, which is kind of where I was. Right? When we were talking about it yesterday, or the day before, I was looking at the 10-week offset, right? The 75-day offset. And then there's a 105-day offset. So, spoiler alert, I think it's a 105-day offset, right? I'll show you why. So, we really had no way to judge it before, right? We were doing it by, so we turned that off and just turn on the 45-day offset. We were doing it by eye. Right? Trying to match the peaks as much as we possibly could, trying to match the bottoms as much as we possibly could, right? Decent correlation on the 45-day. Somebody yesterday just made this code to actually test the correlations. So we don't have to guess anymore, right? There's only 3 people, right? There's only 4 people that have this indicator. It's on TradingView. You can grab it if you care. It's Global M2 Sandbox. But there's nobody really talking about this, and I think there's some good alpha here. So if we go to the 45-day offset, let's look at the correlations. Right? In the last 30 days is negative 57% correlation. That's horrible. The last 720 days, there's a 77% correlation. 540 days, 80%. Right? But not very impressive. Right? So let's X that out. 45 days gone. This is the 75-day. This is the one that I was looking at, and for me, looked the closest to what we have going on, right? And still possible. By the way, the 45-day offset would have had Bitcoin taken off February 23rd. So what we're looking for is this move, just to be clear. What we're looking for is, so you see that up move on global, and we went from 40K to like 90 or whatever on Bitcoin. That's what we're looking for. But when you go ahead and you put the 75-day correlation here, the numbers get better. Pretty good, right? 80% the last 720 days, 88% the last 540 days, 84%. In the last 30 days, there's been an 85% correlation, right? Super interesting. And that would mean that we take off on, hold on a second. Now I got to move this over so I can see. 26th of March, right, is where that bottoms out at. And interestingly enough, we've got this little double dip here, right, which we're kind of getting here. So I was really convinced that this was the one, right? The numbers look great. Check this out. Here's the 105-day. Look at these numbers. 91% correlation in the last year, 90% in the last 180 days, 85% in the last 30 days, 87% in the last 60 days. And look at what happens when you bring the chart out. So the reason I say that this is actionable is because if we are really on a 105-day delay, then this recent pump that we're having isn't going to sustain itself. Right? We had a dip in M2 money supply coming up, which means we come up, we consolidate, and then there's going to be another drop. Doesn't go as low as the other one did, but it does give back some gains. And then we'll have another small one, right, coming into April, and then gone.
Yeah, that's some alpha right there, and I don't know why that just makes my hair stick up on my
Down there.
So I mean, all we're really trying to time is how long does it take the money to go from the central banks into people's hands where they're actually spending it on risk assets. But yeah, both of them are just as possible, which why we can get rid of this one. This one's gone, in my opinion. In my opinion, the 45-day isn't valid.
So does that work with the theory that the second half of the year is going to be kind of when the bullishness starts, basically?
Well, it should coincide with QT, right? They said QT by summer. So that should coincide with Powell announcing the end of QT if we stay on schedule. Yeah, I'll put the other one up. The other one was the 75-day. It was this one. Right. So you see how she fits the 105-day a little better. I mean, we don't even have to do it by eye. We've got the data, right? The correlation. We've got the data. This was the big sort of breakthrough for me, because by eye it was kind of hard. I can make arguments for both, right? And if we look at where we took off. See, yellow matches a little better, but you can't beat the numbers. I mean, if we go back to the 75-day, there's no 90% in there at all. We had 3 90% on the 105-day. The last 30 days matches. The last 30 days is exactly the same on both of them. So
This is cool.
So sort of the only way, honestly, the most the safest way to do it is for planning between these two is our go zone.
Could you try 360 to see if it can line up with bear markets? Actually, maybe even a whole cycle.
Yeah, I'll take a look in a second. So you see what I mean? To be safe, you have to start really paying attention by March 25th, and if by April 25th you're not completely in position. Now the only question is how high can we get on our current impulse? Let's say it is the 105 day. Right? How high is this going to go exactly? I don't think it's done. I think there's more left, but I do think that we're going to have a dip down after. You said put it on what? On what time? 360?
360? Yeah, whole year. So I just want to see if the correlations break up or not. The correlation factor up there.
Yeah, it gets pretty bad.
Yeah, so it's okay.
And you can play with it, right? Excuse me. Go on indicators, look up global M2 sandbox, and if you guys aren't doing anything, see if you can find a tighter correlation for me than 105 days. I've gone through all of them. I've literally just slowly gone through all of them.
Did you check like the 10 or 11 weeks on a shorter time frame?
What do you mean?
Said that we look back like 10 or 11 weeks, and that's usually pretty similar pattern to what we.
Yeah, the 10 weeks is the 75. That's where I was originally.
Gotcha.
Hey Fly, if we were not lazy, would use something to find the best.
No,
and
I'm
prove it.
lazy, impatient, and stubborn. That's my speciality. I got Dbloc to do the hard work. He's like the best in the game.
But yeah, I mean, you know, I could be missing some I could be missing some correlation, you know what I mean? But for me, that seems like the move, which means this is our actionable zone here. One, we've got to be careful with this uptick, right? We've got one last take profit and then one last time to compound in this go zone. If things play out the way
they green line.
It's the global M2 money supply.
Yeah,
I have,
I'm big
okay,
on,
so check this out. So I also have another little tool, because the global money supplies that are there suck. But check this out. M2 global money supply.
It's
Go
only
to
on
Pine
the daily
Editor. Well, so check it out. This is why I like this indicator. I'll give you this script. So this script was made in real time, and it includes all the central banks. See, Eurozone, Euro, North America, US, Canada, non-Euro. You know, it's got everybody. It's got literally every central bank, and it's got all their real-time data. So for me, it's the best right here. Calculate global money supply, right? You've got all of this plus this plus this. And you can look at it on small time frames.
Okay, because me, I'm still stuck. I look at M2 money stock, and the thing is not moving. It's
Yeah, give me a second. Let me find the link for it. I think there's a direct link.
It's actually lower than COVID all-time high for the Fed.
I'm really big on this because that's how the big boys make money. They buy all the bonds before you even get a sniff on
this is money flow. This is the most important thing when it comes to the end of this, end of this cycle. Is figuring out when that money flow actually hits. When does this movement show itself in Bitcoin? And what happened the last time, right?
Because those boys always get to buy before inflation, and then we're the poor suckers that have to pay inflated prices.
Yeah.
That's the game. That's how they make them.
Last time
M2.
Last time Bitcoin caught up, it went from, where are we down here? It went from 52K to 109, basically doubled in price.
Yay.
Dbloc's cracked the code.
I just think it's one of the best pieces of real actionable alpha that I've seen in a long time.
Didn't you used to say it's time in the market, not timing the market? And here we are timing the market.
Well, you know, we're gonna be
Did
we're
you
sitting
try
in front of the
zero?
screen anyways, so.
Did you try zero?
No, but download it, Zusi. It's called M2.
yeah.
This one with the actual that gives you the correlations is called hold on a second.
I'm too lazy for that, but you know.
Well, don't be
offset
lazy.
is-
It's called Global M2 Sandbox.
There's no need. Zero offset would be interesting too because it means just the
Zero
the-
offset is just the regular M2.
Yeah, just
I'll show you.
Programmers, lazy people in the world, Dbloc, you have to excuse us. We are very lazy. We're burnt out.
You see the correlations?
Okay, so you want to move the chart to the right. So
Yeah, you've got to fast forward the chart.
Well,
It's the delay that
yeah,
it
I
takes,
never
like I said.
indicators.
It's the
When
delay,
you-
like I said, that takes from the money to go from the central banks into people's hands into the market. There's a delay there.
So roughly 3 months.
The indicator's just the tool. You need a master like Dbloc to use it. But so what do we sprint from March 25th and we sprint all the way up to April 25th buying alts or just Bitcoin and then buy alts?
Well, hopefully this coincides with Ethereum doing what it needs to do, right? If in April we're going to take off and we're going to get QT, that means that Bitcoin, ETH BTC will find its bottom, right? The way that it did here when we ended QT, which means that Bitcoin dominance will top, like it did here when we ended QT. The only problem with this is that Ethereum USD continues to bleed.
Yeah, but
for a short period of time.
Theory could be like March 25th, buy as much Bitcoin as you can. On April 25th, dump it into Ethereum.
I mean, you should already have a nice amount of Bitcoin at this point to hedge yourself from all the shit that's going on. But if we want to go and look when it's time to get into alts versus, we want to talk about when it's time to go into alts versus anything else, we have to go to
It says there's an error on bar 0. At main, at # main, parentheses, colon 60.
An error of what? On what?
Runtime error on bar 0. The script attempts to reference historical data that is too far from the current bar.
That's weird. What time frame are you on?
It had an error message when I downloaded.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure.
You didn't have to
It
change
should just
anything.
it should just work right out of the box if you're getting it from the indicators.
Okay, I'll try.
So this is what we were looking at, right? When do we trade BTC for alts? So this is total 3 minus USDT minus USDC divided by Bitcoin. You see how this thing almost operates as an oscillator? I sound like Benjamin Cohen now. See how this thing is like, you trade your alts for BTC, Bitcoin bull run, you trade your BTC for alts, altcoin run, you trade your BTC for, you trade your alts for BTC, and you're still holding your BTC. And we haven't got down in the range where you can really just unload into the alts, in my opinion.
Yeah. I was just wondering because if that risk on money comes on, that alts might just get a flush of cash. So it's still with Bitcoin still at the moment.
Yeah. Just look where we've bottomed out every single time. Like it's literally, except for one time that we flushed, it's all been at this range. All right, we had that one anomaly down here. And now we're sort of waiting for that touchdown.
I couldn't pay you enough, my friend. You're a national treasure. Thank you.
That's all good, man.
The stock market, then Bitcoin.
I appreciate you for listening because I just nerd out on this type of shit. And if there was nobody to explain it to, I would probably explode.
Yeah, it's triggering things in me because it lines up with what I'm trying to Just every time you talk, you're the only one that makes sense to me, man. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
Zeus
bro.
makes no sense. This guy makes no sense, man.
Let me go eat my food, man,
Bruce
before I
makes me
start
laugh.
getting hangry, and then I'll go over it again when I get back if there's more people on.
It completely misses COVID all-time high.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, that's the thing, right, Zeusy? They're gonna trick everyone.
Looking at that money, money supply to assets correlation, it misses some stuff.
M2 money's what controls the world, though.
Like by the time you would have sold, oh boy, we were in like June 22 with a 75 offset.
Oh, you're back testing this to the last
No,
season.
I'm just looking at one bad example instead of a good one.
That's all right. Bad examples are worth looking at.
Man, I took profit early on this syrup. It's still running.
Hey, Drew.
Yo.
Final's not as good, man. I gotta go.
Final's different, man. That's my thing. It's like it's up for interpretation. Which one's better, of course.
I just have a theory, Drew. I have a theory that audio is before video and it's before everything. It's like if you look at the audio industry, it'll tell you everything about the whole world. That's just my theory. So look at the Amen breakbeat.
Yeah.
Important 20 seconds in the history of copyright. And then all the music people, like 20, 30 years later, and Netflix and people get upset. It's like so 1995, bro.
These charts don't go back below 2008, so you can only backtest till 2008. That's a bit of a problem. How to put it?
But Bitcoin's been designed on the cycle, Zeusy, the 4-year cycle. Bitcoin was created.
It's not that. Everything has been going up since 2008. So if you want to really test it, you need more data.
Did you have to change something in the code to make it go back to at least 2008?
No, it works till 2008.
Yours worked. Mine's saying there's an error. Because it's saying it wants to go back further. But it's got to be a number between 0 and 5,000. I haven't done a bunch of coding.
One of the charts that doesn't have data or before 2008, or maybe one of the stock.
Are you missing a parameter?
It only works for daily or weekly.
Maybe you're missing one parameter. How many parameters do you have to set, Zeusy, or you just loaded it up? Did it work when you first loaded it? Oh, Zeusy didn't load it. Only Dbloc's loaded this. Just check that all your parameters are too big or too small. It's probably out of bounds.
All right, whoever's pumping this syrup can stop now.
Is that a padumpadump?
I already dumped it, but it started pumping right after. It's like they were waiting for me to get out. I mean, I got out with a nice profit, but sheesh. This thing's already up, 30% almost.
It makes sense that money would take more time to go to crypto than to the stock market, right? So finding that a lower offset works better for a SPY chart, for example, makes sense. First stocks, then crypto.
Yeah, so what happens, Lucy, is that the money gets released to the big institutions. They buy treasuries and bonds. So they get it before there's any inflation. Then they distribute it through more solid assets like gold and maybe like proper companies and stuff. And then those companies and other people start speculating on risk on assets. So it starts going into tech, into the NASDAQ, and then it hits crypto. That's the delay we're trying to figure out there, is from when those scammy M2 bonds and treasury scammy people get all the free money until it filters out into crypto risk on. because they're the true feeds, the guys at the top that have the weird government contracts and institutions.
The problem with money to supply, it's such short that's been always going up. Even during the 2000 crisis, that thing was going up. Even during the 2008 crisis, that thing was going up. But I guess...
Yeah, but they have to work out QT, like then the debasement of the dollar, right? It has to be lined up with the dollar debasement, how much they're willing to counterfeit their dollar as well. So the big guys at the top know when the money's going to be counterfeited. And they get the money first. And then they buy all the assets, all the real world, the proper assets, the solid ones. And then they let you have it. And then everyone's buying. So there's massive demand. So inflation goes up. Meanwhile, they counterfeit all the money and rip you off even more. And then you have to pay them back with all the debts they can pay back in that money that's been debased. It's a real move they do.
For example, from 1991 to 1995, money supply is increasing, but slower than typical. And price action, when you look at it, just slowly climbed up during those 5 years.
Yeah, but the whole problem broke in 2008. It collapsed because they're running on such leverage, right? 97% of the money was counterfeit, government fake fractional banking money in 2014. It was 97% of all the money was fractional. But we really had problems in 2008 because of what happened with the guy that's head of BlackRock right now with the housing market. We had all those subprime loans, and then he decided to make a CFD out of subprime loans and then sell them to poor investors. And that's when it really started crashing. Before this whole
that big short, Ron.
Yep. Before they started giving subprime loans, we already had this problem, but it wasn't that bad until the crooks really started to figure out, like the Big Short, they really started to figure out how to rip everyone off. They got smarter. They used to be dumb. Investors used to be like a blind monkey throwing a dart at a dartboard, and then they figured it out.
Money supply went sideways for 1 year in 2009 after the crash, not before. Like it wouldn't have given you any hint at 2008.
Yeah, but that guy, head of BlackRock, he's the one that created that subprime complex financial derivative of subprime loans. It was him. He crashed the market, and then they went and handed him BlackRock to save the market. It's the same guy, Larry Fink. He caused the subprime crash. Well, the subprime.
If Powell wants to solve inflation, money supply shouldn't be going up too much for the coming years. But it is going up.
It's broken now. The US, that's why BRICS is out. They're like, the dollar's broken. They're going to have to find another.
In America, we're still lower than COVID all-time high in that federal money supply. So it's like a double top on money supply. Well, not yet.
There's only one reason the US dollar still got any value is every other central bank printed more than the US dollar. They've been printing the French words out of it since forever, but the only reason America's doing so well in comparison to other countries is every other country printed more money. This is
Switzerland. And according to inflation data, not Euro. Eurozone printed less, there's less inflation.
You just don't be the fastest person on the freeway, right?
I'm just saying, it's not necessarily true.
You could pick one outlier, but in general, maybe the ones that are doing well are the most corrupt. Just check the ones that printed less than the US. They're probably where all the money's being stolen and laundered through. Switzerland.
In M1, M2, and M3, because when you look at Euro area, you have money supply M1, M2, M3. This is all very complex.
Only institutions have access to M2, I think. I'm not sure if...
Oh, all three charts are on TradingView.
No, I'm saying like you and I, us on the street, we don't ever see M2 money in our hand. We see M1 or M3. I'm not sure which one it is. M3 is probably, like M1's probably the reserve, and then the institutions are M2, and M3 is the public. or the other way around?
Eurozone money supply doubled since 2008 crisis. Since the let's say October 2008, it did 2x up from 8 trillion to 16 trillion. Let's look at American money stock from 2008 crisis.
You need to look at the balance sheets as well as the money supply for the value of it. Like there's a buying power and there's the amount it has as well. I don't know. It's beyond my pay.
You did 3x while Europe did 2x. So it went from 7 trillion to 21 trillion in the same time, from December 2008 till today. 3x for in American money, 2x in Europe. Well, yeah, you guys crushed it. You made more money.
You've got to check. You got to check each region's inflation. Inflation was higher in Europe at the time, I guess.
If it's linked to inflation at all, right? Like it doesn't.
Well, no, because inflation is is created by the extra money. But the
money stock always goes up. It doesn't matter if even you get a Great Depression or whatever, that thing will still go up. It might just go sideways a bit for like 1 year.
Yeah, but it's the rich that get richer and the poor that get poorer. As you see, people with assets and stocks and equity are always okay generally because they've
basically they don't burn money. They just print. They never burn it.
Well, they burn it by changing the interest rate. You've got monetary and fiscal policy. Well, you've got monetary, and then you've got what's Power got? He's got two things. He can change the amount that they print and then the price of money. They've got only two levers, and then the governments get to choose how they spend it.
COVID accelerated the chart so much. Oh boy. We have to resume the same uptrend since 2008 on money supply.
COVID was a wash. We were already crashing. Just in 2019, we were about to all crash, and then they go, COVID, and then they print like crazy.
Yeah, so the money supply is linked to inflation, right? Because it means when money supply increases, it means you printed actually money, so you created inflation.
Yes. That's what people think, that inflation is the problem, but no, it's the fact that they just overprint the money. 80% of the US dollar has been printed in the last 5 years or something.
And the numbers make sense too. The money supply is up 40% since COVID crisis began. And we've had, did we have 40% inflation? Maybe not that much, right?
No, we did. Real underlying inflation, but actual
5
inflation.
years? Right, you didn't have 10% per year during 5 years, right? So.
No, we did. Have a look at the price of eggs. Yeah, if you do CPI and then underlying headline inflation, but real inflation.
Not price of eggs.
Price of baguettes.
You have to count everything. Price of stocks too. Huh?
Yeah, but there's two different things you can count. You can, like, for rich people, it's fine because they can buy assets. So it's been hard. Like basically in the past, after World War II. You leave your job, you're in your job and you're working for General Motors or whatever it is, and then they give you dividends, like they give you options, and then you get the stocks and you can live off the dividends. But people these days can't buy enough stocks to get enough dividends to retire off. And it's the same with housing. Young people can't buy enough, they can't get a house, so they can't be part of the market. It's the problem with the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. So poor people can buy stuff from Walmart and Kmart, consumables. Yeah, like I can go buy 1,000 toys for my kid, but I can't buy enough stocks to get dividends to give my kids enough money, and I can't afford a house to to hand over to them. So the rich guys, the M2 guys, they get to go and buy all these nice assets and stocks that make money, and then we can't afford to get in. Inflation kicks, and then they just sell us consumables. That's exactly how the market works. It's really nasty. It's not nice. But if you're rich, it's good. Like being rich is cool. Nothing wrong with that. Like being a boomer or maybe most of the millionaires that are under 30 now have made it on Bitcoin, and that's fantastic. That's good. But if you're poor and you use credit cards to buy TVs, it's getting worse for you by the day. You can look at the Gini coefficient for the spread of like rich to poor. US has got a pretty bad Gini coefficient, actually. The wealthy and the poor, there's a really big divide. The coefficient's at about 43. It's not the most equitable country in the world. That's why there's a lot of homeless people on the street.
India, Japan, Philippines. But there's a lot of country missing in that total supply, but I'm gonna guess they chose the biggest ones. Brazil is there. Mexico is there too. Where's Canada? I wonder if Russia is there. Well, anyway, it's interesting stuff. I'm sure we could spend a lot of time having fun with this. But you know, the fine tuning to make up the two lines match up and find the perfect number, that could be done by a simple algorithm that would just brute force test everything and give you the.
I think Dbloc said he did, but he just brute forced it.
Well, man, you put round numbers though, 45, 70, and 100, no? So that's like, why 105? Maybe 104 is better, no?
He tried 104.
Really?
I think so. Unless I misunderstood him, he said he tried everything. He said go do it, but he's tried them all. If you can find a better one, you know, Dbloc, he is like a brute force. He's like a dog with a bone, man. He's better than an by the time you've coded your algorithm, he's already done it by hand. I could be wrong. You have to ask him.
Yeah, it's cool if it helps for, you know, the timing of something.
All I know is no other channel would have shown that.
He said only 3 people had downloaded that indicator. He's the market maker, this guy. Like I said, Dbloc's is an asset, national asset. I used to think Drew was Dbloc was Drew. Both of their voices and whatever when I first came across these guys. And then I found out Dbloc wasn't Drew and Drew was another guy. I think they're both up to something, actually, and neither of them are here right now.
They're sitting in a bathtub.
It made sense when we had the
40
basement.
together.
When we were down in the basement, when they could see 2 different people, like, all right, this makes more sense.
Drew lives in deep basement.
Yo, man, there was a time where like I was learning so much from Dbloc and I was doing my own research, and then like I'd come back to the stream and he would like know exactly what kind of stuff I've been researching. I was like, dude, are you God? Like I thought dude was in my head.
He is, man. Because I thought Dbloc did the drop it, but and then Dbloc said, "Nah, man, that's Drew." Man, these two are up to something right now.
If it's a simulation, you know, simulation theory, I believe that Dbloc's not real. He's a part of the program.
He's definitely a robot. He's definitely not real. He's way too smart for a person.
A lot of stuff happened in 1969. Money supply was also pretty stable, 1969, 1970.
Yeah, well, 1971, Nixon had to depeg from the gold because everyone was taking their gold back and asking to cash it in. And then they depegged it. He was planning on repegging it and crashing gold at some point. Then gold ran away and he could never do it. And then there was runaway inflation. He tried to fix the market. They're saying Trump's trying to do the same thing. He's trying to fix the market. He's trying to be the next Nixon. But yeah, Nixon it ran away from him. He tried to get the dollar and gold repegged, but he never managed to get it pegged again.
Doesn't work even in.
Nah. But try explain that to someone in 1970 that gold doesn't work. You can't even explain it to them in 2025.
Money supplies bottoms in February 70. Stock market in June. Actually, that's pretty neat. 4 months roughly, right? Yeah, but 1074, you get a double bottom with a bit like 2000 and 2008, you get a double bottom, but money supply is just still flying. I think this money supply indicator seems to work good for the good first dip, but not the second retest. Right? So we had our first dip. It's October 2022. That's our first dip. For the retest, it wouldn't be unseen to see money supply go upward while actually the stock market retests October lows. It happened in the past. 1974 retests 1970, yet money supply is pumping like hell actually. Just saying, you know, like every indicator, take it with a grain of salt, because
The indicators usually, once we figure it out, it won't work next time, maybe. Works for a while. Hopefully this one works between March 25 and April.
you have plenty of data to check, either by eye or... that correlation factor only goes back 720 days. It's not.
But the strategy is not going to
Especially
work
when-
forever. You can't
Especially
backtest.
when the data is monthly.
Backtesting sucks because the strategy you got to pick for the time in the market for what's going on currently, the current climate. Like you just backtest that. You have to then. No, that's the problem with strategies. They only work for certain periods of time.
I'm sure this works. Like we just have proof it works, right? On the when you get 90+% correlation, it means the two charts are the same. So if you see a divergence, it's interesting, right? Like if the next monthly money supply reading is lower, but things actually made new all-time highs, then it'll be like, oh, why?
Hey, Zusi, have you ever used the voice chat in Chat GPT?
No.
You can have a full-on conversation with it. You should probably run your theory. It'll just talk to you like a normal person.
Is that just on the free version of Chat GPT?
Well, I mean, I have both Plus and Pro because I haven't been on the free version in a while.
It's probably the Pro one.
There should be if you see the mic button, it will turn your microphone on regardless.
Yeah, all of them you can dictate, right, and then get it read back to you. But you just like actually how quickly is the delay between the question and the answer?
No, the conversational one is like in real time. It's insane.
Yeah, conversational, yeah. Because then some of them need to be like professors. They'll go away for like 5 minutes and go, So it's a bit, Google showed that. They're going to have these in the bot, right? And Elon was showing this with Grok Unleashed, conversational. If you pay for it, I don't know if any of the free ones do it yet.
But I was just saying, the reason why I was saying that because Zusi will backtest himself. I don't know if that's a good way of saying it, but he'll talk to himself. So I was just saying like that would be a good way to run some of his theories by just for confirmation.
Yeah, well, I'd rather talk with you than with an AI, honestly. But feel free to talk.
I mean, if you confirm your theory, then before you go live, you'll be like, yes, this works. I know it works.
You don't have to be right.
Like
we don't care.
No, it's not about being right. It's about like, hey, I've got something to share that could help people.
Sharing the way you think is as important as the answer sometimes. Though. I don't know. I like what Steve Jobs said. He said, I don't care if I'm wrong as long as I get what I want.
Even sorry, even if you are wrong, then that's a good thing because people can come with rebuttals, and that's how you learn. You just gotta have the courage to speak out.
And be wrong, yeah.
Find out with that money supply to assets link. Because me, I know I can't trust it.
I just watched a video of a guy doing full interview with his meta glasses on. He was the interviewer, and he made it sound like he was much more intelligent than what he was. And so he was totally like just digging
wow.
into the interviewee.
That's wild. People have got sus now because dudes are like hitting on girls wearing the Ray-Bans, and they've got like filming them and stuff. So like if you go up to someone with those glasses, you will get eventually you just get punched if someone sees you wearing any of these things in the street, which is the fear, right?
Dude, my meta glasses, there's no way you can tell they're smart glasses. There's no way. You come up and punch me with those glasses, you're probably going to be 6 feet under because they do not look like glass. I have another pair that's right next to them that looks
Really?
almost identical.
It's all right if you're tough like you, but if you're like a wheezy little nerd dude wearing some nerd glasses, you'll get beaten up.
Hey, well,
But
at least you'll have it all on camera, right?
No, but I mean,
break your glasses.
I know because I tested some augmented reality stuff. Like you wear these things on your glasses about 8 years ago. It was like prototype stuff. It was worth $25K. But I would be scared to walk around with that because people will look at you weird, like, what are you filming me for and stuff. So it's a bit that, but if they can't even tell that you're on your glasses, that's wild. So you can hide it.
The older ones. So there's like 4 different versions since they came out, and some people spent like $600 on like the second version, and so they don't want to get the third version because they spent so much. So yes, those ones not even a year ago, you can totally see the camera on them. These new ones, you cannot see the camera on them.
And the glasses look the same, or you can have them on any different style glasses.
Dude, they look, yes, they look. There's the Ray-Ban and there's the Oakleys, and they look.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
really
saying. If you wear Ray-Bans and Oakleys now, people are gonna like get angry at you. They'll
That's
just
crazy. You take the risk of that. I mean, I'm not a badass dude. I just, what I'm saying is that if I'm with my kids and you do something to me like that's a threat, I'm gonna not care about my own life. You know what I'm saying? You punching me is gonna be.
I'm not, but you know what people are like though. But you go on a bus or something, and people, I don't want people around my kids wearing recording devices, but
I know, but if you're going out there punching it, not you, but I'm just
not
saying,
me, yeah.
a specific person is paranoid, so they start punching everybody with cool glasses on. Man, that's gonna get crazy.
I'm just telling you, that's what's going to start happening. I'm not saying that it. I'm just,
No,
people
I get you.
Because I did.
Because there's First Amendment auditors that go around the streets and like get the cops in trouble and stuff like that. Like if that starts happening, people will defend themselves. Like that's just the way it works.
I'm good. I want to hear it because when I had first tested this stuff, it was called Orcam and it was built in Israel and it had to be a black box. There's no internet on it. There's no connection. There's no Wi-Fi, so you can get through an airport with it. But it didn't have access to like OCR from the web, so it wasn't as good. So it's this super powerful black box that could read characters and stuff. There was a dude that had like an antenna stitched into his head, man, and someone started beating him up on a bus. So I'm just saying that I can't wait because like if I need this stuff, right? And I know a professor that I used to speak to a lot, and they wanted to use her tech for super soldiers, and you can't really tell. But like my problem is I fly into the US, get this injected into my retina. You guys won't even let me out of the airport for 10 years. So this is why I'm interested. It's good. If everyone's just used to having cameras on their heads and we can just have Ray-Bans and Oakleys and everyone's chill with that, that's awesome for
I guess
me.
it depends if
Yeah.
you're assimilated or not. I know in the UK they have cameras all over, like every corner, so their privacy is gone. It's been gone for a while.
Yeah, fair. Things have changed in the last 5 to 10 years. They already have a lot.
The war on
I mean,
terror, man, changed everything.
Like we have Walmarts over here. You know what a Walmart is, right?
Yeah, of course I know what Walmart is.
Okay. Well, they scan your face like when you're walking down the aisles. There's facial recognition and facial tracking on it.
Yeah, I
Like,
get it.
they track. You're tracked everywhere now, so it's like,
In
well, I mean,
we have cameras all through the city here. We're one of the most surveilled we're like China, but China's bad. They were going to ban facial recognition.
exactly.
So I guess it's just becoming used. People are used to it. But I just saw a news article the other day. People were complaining that guys were hitting on girls and filming it and then popping it up on YouTube, and then they're getting hits, which is illegal. You can't film someone and not tell them and then pop it up on YouTube. So it's already, people are just still complaining. It's going to go.
As long as you're not making money on it, in America, it's pretty much legal. Like as long as, like, if someone's in public, there's no expectation of privacy with it.
Yeah, but if you have a private conversation with someone here and then you publish it and you don't tell them, like if I go up and I'm having a private conversation with you and you think that we're having a private conversation here anyway, and you post it online, you can go to jail for it.
Oh yeah, you can go to jail for posting stuff on Facebook.
Oh, you can go to jail in some places for just having an opinion on Twitter. But yeah.
They're solving some of that problem with like recording people without their permission and then replacing their face with AI. So they've got the entire organic, experience, but then they replace the face. So then they're legally not, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm sure if you heard.
Oh, you put like a little fake mustache and a big red nose on. That's hilarious.
Every time they talk, it goes.
Yeah, but these ethical problems are the harder than the technical ones because people just have to get used to whatever it is, and we kind of have to come to consensus or whatever's fair and okay.
You know, one of the things that I think would be really cool, like in the near future, if you could watch an entire movie with one of your actors swapped out for a different actor.
They do it with tennis. Tennis live, you can watch tennis, but they do a shader on it, so you don't have to watch the actual tennis players. You're watching the cartoon tennis player, and that company just got a huge contract with all the sports companies. So all your players can just be replaced with like manga characters. It's crazy.
Dude, I just got done watching a section of Conan the Barbarian where a guy, he still framed every frame of the movie and upscaled it to 8K and then put it back together frame by frame back into a movie, uploaded it to YouTube. It got taken down already just to prove a point that all of the old movies could be scaled up to 8K.
Oh, that's so good because you watch the old
do
one so bad, and now if you upscale Conan, oh man, I can watch Conan again. But they took it down. Yeah, because they're going to do it, right?
So check this out. Not only did he upscale it, he used generative AI to make it cinematic ratio. So it was like 21:34, something like that. And then so all of the stuff that it filled in on the sides was generative. Yeah, man. So there was no remaking of the movie. There wasn't new assets added to the movie. It was just generative. So because you're focused on the center, you're focused on the character. You're not really looking on the left and the right of the character. So all of that generative stuff wasn't nitpicked.
Yeah, well, they can. The way they film the cinematic stuff, you can just chop off the edges and put it on TV. They always sort of left the stuff you didn't really need in on the edges anyway. That's kind of how they did it.
Yeah, but that movie wasn't a release.
I know, like it's the same idea. You can just add it to the side, and you don't even notice it. You can just interpolate it easily. It's good. Oh man,
I just thought it was so genius, man. That a lot of people are going to start doing that to their best movies.
You know what you can do?
Big sales coming in.
You take your favorite movie and then you just put yourself in it and change the ending, and you get the lady. You swap yourself out for Arnie, and in Aliens you get Sigourney Weaver. Oh man.
Yeah, But at least the upscaling can be done with like any tool, like open source tools you can get off the internet.
Yeah, how angry are all the copywriters with AI though? They're
That's what I'm
fuming.
saying, man. They
Like,
got him fast, and they gave him a cease and desist letter because he made another video of like explaining what happened to the video.
that's what I was talking about. Audio, music dealt with this a long time ago. But yeah, then Hollywood, all the actors, they all started striking, right? Because you just need like 5 minutes of an actor, and then you can get rid of them, and you can just use them forever if you own them. It's wild.
But this is what I was talking about, how where AI can actually create more jobs. You could literally, like, what is it, Fox or whoever made, I don't know who was the publisher, but they could literally pay some dude sitting at his home with tools and upscale all of the movies. There's so many movies to upscale,
Yeah, but you
right?
could just do it yourself. You can't publish it, right? But you could just do it in your home. Like you grab.
Exactly. But I'm saying, like, you could pay an individual nerdy dude who's just sitting at his computer with his 4 graphics cards and have him do an official release, and then it would be under their license, is what I'm saying. Like, that's a
Yeah,
new job. That's a whole new industry, right?
I get it, because if they can keep this copyright scam keep going, like, and then they can just go. It's like pharmaceuticals as well. Once they can synthesize any pharmaceuticals, if like copyright's a scam as far as I'm concerned. But yeah,
Dude, I would love to have the A team upscale to 8K. Come on now.
yeah, but just get the app that does it. Just download it, do it yourself. And that, like, no one's gonna. It's not gonna have any value soon. Just like anyone can do it, and you can make your own movies. You could say, I want to make a movie with Batman and Superman and Arnie, and I want to have the ending where I win, and then you can just put all those parameters, and it will just play back to you. You can even like translate Sylvester Stallone into English.
You could probably just flat out rewrite history.
They're trying to do that all the time.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying from an entertainment perspective.
Yeah, well, yeah. There was one of those things I was watching on Apple TV where it was like Russia landed on the moon before America. I forget what it's called. I started watching it. It was kind of interesting. It was like history, but if Russia got there first.
Always Bitcoin first. First Bitcoin tops. (2013, 2018, 2022). When money supply tops, Bitcoin at the same time is at its dead cat bounce. The first high after the sharp decline, after all-time high. It worked same date, same day. Just zero offset. That's good. That's a cool indication too, right? Like if you see money supply continue to pump while Bitcoin is actually dumping, you need to sell it. That's odd. It's odd, no? Anyway, I'll shut up.
No, just wait till March 25th, so you see we can just chill now.
The correlation is way better with Wall Street than with Bitcoin.
So, Zeus, are you going to sell your Bitcoin?
No, because money supply is always up, so Bitcoin will continue up. I just, like even 2000, 2008. The question is not, am I going to sell Bitcoin? It's more, am I going to sell Bitcoin more than stocks? You got to stay exposed somewhere. You can't just fully exit crypto because it's a dead market.
You can be exposed to the US dollar.
Nah, no thanks. That's 3% per year loss.
Well, not for long term, just while the market dips a little bit.
I put the tiny amounts of bonds here and there. I am exposed to dollar too.
The euro's kind of risky these days, huh?
inflating less than the dollar, but the APY is also less good, right? You see it in money supply. They print less.
I'm hoping euros. I really want euros to do very well. I'm cheering for euros.
In 10 years, it did 3x in America, 2x in Europe. So our stock market also pumped much less.
I need euro to do good at the end of this year. I'm selling some property in Europe, and it's going to
I
be.
think it will because they decided to print more, right?
That's
We just
good.
decided to print more, and that it's okay to spend money you don't have. Like we can go above 3% deficit as long as it's for weapons. Otherwise, countries are not allowed to spend more than 3%, to have more than 3% deficit. But if it's for making an army, you can go, you can spend. So yeah, that should increase. I mean, I don't know if it's going to increase Europe, but it should increase money supply in Europe.
Speaking of army, do you see Putin's demands for a ceasefire?
He just said, "Put your weapons down."
The one that
And
was
let them
interesting.
kill you. Put them down. I kill you.
The one that I thought was interesting was he's like, no countries neighboring, like they would have a say in any countries neighboring Russia on how much they build their armies up.
Poland. They want nukes there. They just asked for American nukes to be put on the Polish border. Yes.
There's nukes in Romania, American nukes that used to be in Turkey, and Turkey was like, "We're not holding those nukes. Get them out of here." So they went to Romania.
Apparently, there's no nukes here, but there is an American bit of land here that you can't talk about, and it might have them on there, but we don't have any nukes apparently. The answer is, let's be done with the Cold War and go back to a Cold War again. Let's do Cold War again. Let's just proliferate nukes across the borders again. Let's do that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, nukes aren't going to benefit anyone really. Even the aggressor, it won't benefit.
Yeah, what Sentinel AI robots with AK-47s that can cruise around and kill everyone, they help. So let's put like Terminator bots all along the border. Like Elon's got them. He does. That's what he said at some military conference to the students. He goes, "We don't want that to happen, but that's ultimately what will happen. They'll just start putting AI Terminator bots with machine guns at the border everywhere. That's what we don't want to happen."
We don't want it to happen, then it's surely going to happen.
Yeah, and 2029, right? It's when the Terminator came. So it's like we got 4 years, and then we're on the T2 timeline. So it's spooky.
What's even spookier is like a lot of these movies, like we self-fulfill our own prophecies by the art we create, you know, and like what we envision the future, what artists envision the future. I think they create these prophecies that sometimes people are like, wait, I saw this in a movie before. And subconsciously, humanity, you know, sometimes
the flying machine. Who was
Dude, if you would have told me 12 years ago that somebody like Trump, and I'm not anti-Trump, but somebody like Trump would have won an election, lost an election, got his life attempted twice, got elected. You know, like I would have never believed it if you would have said that to me.
Yeah, Drew's right though. Like when you get all kinds of people to watch the same thing, think the same thing, like we actually kind of, you know, on a quantum level create reality. So we actually do create these self-fulfilling prophecies. And you don't believe it, look at the movie Idiocracy.
Yeah, self-fulfilling prophecies.
I mean, that was my point. It's like things are really like not the first time in my life where like adult life, that is, where things are like nuttier than us growing up thinking that we were going to see mushroom clouds off in the distance.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. You wouldn't have even believed. We wouldn't have believed ChatGPT until the day it was released, right? It's weird.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've been you were in the tech industry, I'm in the tech industry. The auto suggest, like your auto suggest for
We had
combination?
Alice bot. We had these other bots and stuff.
There were many versions of what we see today.
But yeah, like when the first quantum computer, you can install one at home. We're gonna freak out. But it's different between knowing it and actually having your hands on it, because you're like, wow, I finally got this machine. I didn't think this was ever gonna happen. Like when we get our own little Grok Unleashed robots running around our house, not just vacuum cleaners, we're gonna be freaking out. It's all coming within the next 5 to 10 years now, though. It's crazy.
Dude, I have one of those robot dogs, man, and I haven't had any problems with raccoons near my chicken coop since I have it. So it's already suiting. It already is.
Oh, you got one? That's cool.
Yeah, one of the cheap ones, the Go-To Air from Unitree. And dude, the raccoons, I think they sit in the woods and they see that thing, and it's just sitting. I'm just out there playing around with it, and I haven't had a raccoon problem in a while, so it's working.
When I come home, see my girlfriend cheating on me with a robot.
Oh, Drew, come on, please. Yeah. No, I want a seeing eye dog. That's what I want. That'd be awesome, like a robot one, because I don't want to have a dog in an apartment.
Dude,
like
you don't want augmented vision.
I know. Like I said, I know the lady Sheila Nuremberg. She was on Stephen Hawking's Future Scientist. I'm friends with her. I used to correspond with her a lot because she's cool. She was working for Ford last time I spoke to her on the autonomous vehicle. So yeah, I'll be the first in line. She said, "Oh, you'll be a great candidate." I was like, I put my hand up, please. That's why I want to fly over there and get the Neuralink and the blind sight. Inject me with it, man. I'll be the first. I don't care. I definitely want to be a cyborg for sure. But I'll be happy just with a seeing eye dog that walks around, or like another robot that just you can just cruise around with.
Dude, the more expensive dog, I'm pretty sure with its depth camera could already probably do that.
Yeah, I know, but will they actually allow a blind person to cross a road with it yet? They'll be like, you can't do that. You're not allowed to. So I need to get my hands on one, and the government not stopping me having one. But imagine the insurance on that stuff if I get hit by a car. Oh man.
Yeah, that's a whole other industry too, right? The insurance side of robotics.
I just think we're focusing on these vehicles, autonomous vehicles, but I think we should focus on smaller autonomous vehicles and kind of get the licensing on those things set first before we get big heavy trucks autonomous. But we'll get the vehicles first.
It's just the weirdest thing. I went into campus. I don't know. It was a few months ago, and I was just sitting at the intersection, these little pedestrian intersections on campus, and this car pulls up next to me. And I don't know why I looked over. I think I was just bored. And to see all the way through both sides with no human, and it was the weirdest freaking thing. Even though, you see it on the news, you see it on YouTube, blah blah blah, but when you see it for the first time, it's freaky.
Do you think Total Recall is going to be real after Terminator 2? The next chapter is going to be Total Recall.
Yeah, you hear about that guy? The guy that made the Total Recall and a couple other movies with Blade Runner.
That's the next.
Say what?
We can run Schwarzenegger movies backwards, and that's going to be like we're going to end up like Conan. Oh man,
that's crazy. The dude who made Total Recall and a couple other those sci-fi movies, he said that he got them in like his dreams. Like he felt like they were real places that he experienced, and so he made. I guess he wrote the script or whatever.
He was like a remote sensing visionary dude. Yeah, well, maybe he was. Maybe he could tell the future.
He swears it was a future. He says it was a real thing that he experienced.
The woman with the extra bits.
Of course, that's the thing that you would focus on out of that.
I was a teenager when that movie came out, dude.
Yep.
That's rough, man. She got shot in the titty. That's horrible. Like, I don't know why, but that's the death that I remember the most.
Well, you know, the one of them like getting shot out of the I don't what is it when they were rolling down the hill and they were breathing in Martian air and their eyeballs were it's brutal.
Yeah, that movie has some traumatizing moments.
I can't hope the world turns into Running Man and we have Sub-Zero. Oh man, he was so cool.
Dude, like, okay, so we have the MMA, UFC, and now we have the UFC version of knights in armor hitting on each other. It's inevitable we're going that way.
It's time to start running. Oh no.
What are the possibilities of apocalypse? What do you think? Zombie
50-50?
maybe? AI robot?
50-50?
I know we got
Dude,
like a 17% chance of a comet or something.
when I don't know what's that new show on HBO with the fungi zombies, not Days Gone. What's that new freaking what's oh my god, it was a game.
COVID?
Yeah, there you go. But it's a game where everybody like gets infected with and they're basically controlled by a fungus. That's like a real thing. Like there's a fungus that actually can like get into your system. Now, if you're a zombie, I don't know about that,
Syphilis? I think it's syphilis.
but that's just nuts, man. Like even 28 days later, or what is it, 28 weeks later, the fact that they pitched
I love
that
that.
type of zombie as rabies instead of advanced rabies instead of being a zombie seems pretty realistic.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
look at the leader of Uganda back, Idi Min. He got syphilis. Just yeah, it's not cool.
What,
Yeah,
recently?
yeah,
No, watch The Last
Cordyceps.
King of Scots.
Sorry, okay, Batu. What is that? What is the name of that movie that's coming out on HBO? With the cordyceps stuff. Or not? It's not a movie. It's a series. It's a series with the Mandalorian guy. Yeah, Last of Us. Last of Us was a game, and now it's a show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Man, it was at the tip of my tongue. I couldn't. Thanks. But then, when that show came out, and then there was all of this stuff on the internet about cordyceps, and like there was this guy who had a like almost like a TED talk on it, and it's not exactly the same, but it's a lot more realistic than we think.
That's what Sheila Nierenberg was. She had a TED talk. If you want to see prosthetic retinas at the start of the cyborgs, man, she's on TED Talk. That was about 10 years ago. Man, TED Talk. Whee, scary things. The first place that cyborgs are going to interface into us is either the brain like Neuralink or they're going to go through the optic nerve. It's much easier to go through the optic nerve. We're going to have cyborgs soon enough.
Well, they're on their second patient now. And the first patient, he's still chilling out playing his video games.
Yeah. Yeah, his is a little bit further off. There might be some stuff coming through the optic nerve a bit soon because the retina is like a part of the brain. It's the only part of the brain exposed outside of the body, so there's less rejection. So you can interface into the retina a little bit easier than the brain. But yeah, Elon Musk is amazing what he's doing. I still think it's about 15 years off before they start licensing that stuff. We'll see. It's got to get through phase 3 trials and then and export laws and all sorts of stuff. There's a few stages they got to get through. I'm slightly keen on cyborgs. Especially 7 of 9 from Star Trek. Pretty keen on her.
Dude, it's not just hype, man. Just go watch the video that's changed the guy's life. He's a quadriplegic. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything with his life. Now he gets to play Civilization 6 until.
I know. The same thing is they can like patch up damage, like people that have had strokes and stuff. They can put patch between 2 nerves. It's the same thing with the retina and blind. That's Elon's got blind sight, which is another project from Neuralink. His first plan with Neuralink was to restore vision, but the same thing, if we can restore vision in the retina, we can fix stroke victims. Yeah, it's awesome, man. If we can make people walk and see again before we kill everyone, it's such a good time.
I mean, think about that guy's life, right? He can't do anything, but now he can play video games. I know people who have all of their arms and legs and have all of their senses, and that's all they do is still play video games all day.
What happens if they give me a chip in my head and they give me the source code and I can reprogram it? I'm going to sit there and reprogram myself all day. It's insane. It's so cool. Like, it's really, really good to see, hopefully, that people with quadriplegics and the blind can actually be fixed. That's why I like Elon. People don't like him, and if they don't like him, I don't like them, because I like Elon. He's a legend.
Yeah, I like Elon a lot. I'd say one thing that I'm really interested in, on top of the cyborg stuff, is psionics. That stuff got me going these days.
Yeah, but that's the telepathy tape stuff, right?
No, just basically anything. Like anything that has to do with like consciousness, remote viewing, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
CIA stuff. Yeah, Monroe Institute. You know, the rabbit hole, man. Even like ancient texts and practices too. Like all the psionic stuff to me is trippy, because I feel like that's the stuff that they never would let people know about, like for good reason. And like now it's like come to the forefront with some legitimacy. Like I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah, my mum, I have to check her. That's why I learned all this stuff. I keep checking that she's not getting brainwashed. I'm like, Mum, what are you looking at again? She loves that stuff. She's an old hippie, so she's right into it full on. There's this thing where people were using lasers and DMT and starting to see some code, and now they think they can do it without DMT. They can just see code with lasers and some other thing, and it's wild what's going on. But I'll be happy with cyborgs. I'm fine. Cyborgs are cool. We'll see. But yeah, it'd be nice if people
like the conversations, like, oh, do we keep, and obviously like what do they call it, cybernetics, anything that has to do with that type of stuff, man, like is definitely going to help humanity. But then you got the people who are like, yo, I don't want to be chipped, or like, you know what I'm saying? It's like a big discussion.
Yeah, I'll jailbreak the chip. They'll put it in and I'll just get it like a jailbreak, and then bang, I can recode it. Of course. But like, I get it. For people that haven't got, like, it becomes a big ethical and moral debate at the end of the day. Honestly, it's like goes right at the heart of morality to re-engineer people. And that's when it gets super weird, because people freak out. And I understand why people are scared of it, but try being blind or not being able to walk, and then someone gives you an option. So like, but then there's a lot of that you actually find that the whole paradox in it is a lot of people that are blind or can't walk are the biggest people that are against this stuff happening, because they don't want to be seen as different. They want to be treated as equal. And they're like, oh, well, if you have to do that to me, I'm not as good as you, therefore, and they fight it. It's weird in moral arguments. It's the people that have the blindness and the disabilities are sometimes the people fighting against the progress as hard as possible. So it is a big ethical and moral debate whether we do it, but I'm on the side of like, chip me up, inject me, but I don't want, but that comes, then people are like, oh, do I have the COVID vaccine and all this stuff? And like, it goes right to the heart of everybody's morals and ethics, really. It scares people a lot.
Well, dude,
they're going to do it.
People get upset just at AI music. And you just go to like Instagram or Facebook or Reddit, they're all arguing with each other just over AI music, let alone anything to do with inserting something in your body, man. People are really, really freaking out.
Yeah, musicians and actors with simulating what they do, they'll get really mad. Yeah, it's. But at the end of the day, we are heading towards a singularity. We're going to have AI, quantum computers, cyborgs, remote viewing, and all this other stuff, and aliens and all that. We're probably going to find it all out at the same time, and it's all going to converge at one point, and the world's going to go crazy. And I think we're about 5 to 10 years away from that singularity. So, and this
And that's why,
science fiction,
and
but
that's why
this is.
I was just gonna say, and that's why everyone needs to prepare themselves, like in these kind of conversations, like and do their own homework, and like, because when it comes to these type of topics, the worst thing you can do is not have any kind of like insight or information or like awareness of it. But once you're aware of it, you can make informed decisions, and not only that, like you can actually get like perspectives or downloads that coincide with what you're learning. You know what I mean? So you become a more whole person, whether that's meditation or, reading journals and stuff like that. Like you have to stay up on this. Otherwise, you're going to just be caught in fear, and you're not going to be prepared for whatever happens.
Yeah, consciousness is the big one, right? And I mean, this is sort of like the argument I'm saying about a seeing eye dog. Even if I don't become a cyborg, but I have like a seeing eye dog, I'm at peace with that but it's a level of consciousness and awareness of morality, really. So, and if we rush forward too quickly, we're going to have weird mutants and people getting knocked over by cars accidentally that can't see. So these things are the difficulty. The tech's going to be there, whether people like it or not. So
Yep. It's crazy. They talk about some types of, and I'm sure you know Stephen Greer and all the stuff he be talking about, and then you got like fake whistleblowers or CIA people who are like doing interviews and stuff, and it's like, yo, once you're CIA, you're always CIA, homie. Like, but like yeah, it's like you got all this type of information that is coming out, and it's really going to be up for massive debates, man, and you gotta have some kind of insight. You have to.
You have to use your critical thinking, right, and be level-headed and stuff. But I mean, yeah, Congress had all their disclosure stuff. It's not like, but then we don't. Is it false flag and all this stuff? But you really need to use your critical thinking and not get fired up so much when people are debating things, that because these things are going to get debated more and more in the public sphere. So, but yeah,
they say that there's government like runaway agencies or entities that have a bunch of technology that if they had to, like Stephen Greer says, they would go to war with other nations with these little black operative groups, you know what I'm saying, that aren't adherent to the government. They do their own thing.
Dude, I don't want to start shit,
They
but
protect
that
their
Stephen
funding.
Greer guy, I do not trust him, man. He hasn't shown one piece of evidence for anything that he talks about.
It's not even about Stephen Greer though. It's about just the information that's out there and
I know, but
what has the government been doing themselves? Like what has the government been doing? That's it. That's all I'm saying. And whatever they give funding to, did they protect their funding by all means necessary? That's all I'm
we
saying.
know the government's shady, man. The Gulf of Tonkin was just a perfect example of that. It's just that he is not like a very good representative because he keeps teasing people.
that's the narrative with the disclosure, that they're only giving us the information we need because we can't handle it. So they keep giving us the tidbits. That's their narrative. But we know that, like, I mean, it's not even conspiratorial, right? Like the United Nations is paid in cash in brown paper bags. My sister went for a job at United Nations. We know that USAID had money that can't be traced, and it ends up in the hands of rogue groups. This is not even conspiratorial. But yeah.
And there's been congressional hearings, and like I was kind of blown away. I was like, is that something new? And like some people, they've been doing congressional hearings for years on about disclosure.
But Tulsi Gabbard, your Secretary of Defense, is massively on the disclosure narrative. So,
yep. Then what do they have? Luna, what's her name? Paulina Luna. Is she like? I don't know, man. It's getting weird. And the only reason I use Stephen Greer because he's the one that's like doing interviews that people actually know his name. Like, there's a bunch of other ones that you have to go dig
Oh, it's
into.
all of them. There's so many of it now, and like, yeah, whether you want to look at, like, I listen to independent news, ABC, BBC, and I read X.com, and I listen to podcasts. What's happened though, after World War II, America had news, like they had the print, they had the TV, they had the film, they had the radio. The government had it wrapped up, stitched up in a nice little package, right? And then social media comes along, and they're like, oh, we need to censor this because we don't have this stitched up. And then you get Elon buying out X.com to stop the censorship, and then people are like, oh, he's a bad guy. And it's like, okay, so what we should just, like, yeah, there's bad stuff on X, there's heaps of horrible, gross, bad stuff, but it comes down to freedom of speech, freedom of information, freedom of money, freedom of movement. And are we going to like stop people, like the trucks in Canada when they protest? Are we going to cut their money? That's why I'm here with crypto, because I think people don't realize, they're like, oh, it's all just CBDCs. And it's like, yeah, no, not exactly, kind of a bit, but it's also about Monero. It's about privacy. It's about governance. It's about this is the beauty of what crypto is being able to do, solving the Byzantine general problem, fixing the problems of the Byzantine Empire. Not that there wasn't many, but we've been trying to solve this stuff for a long time. But people get scared from information. But what's more scary is if they actually stop information. Like, you guys have got a Bill of Rights and freedom of information. We don't. They tried to bring in here Disinformation Act, and what they've done in Ireland and stuff as well. It's terrifying. It's like Orwellian, basically. People don't realize what's going on. So
yeah, we have a Bill of Rights, but they don't respect it. We always constantly got to go to court just to be able to justify it.
Yeah, the Second Amendment, Section 1 is always constantly under debate. Like, they realize though, like, it's easier to change the interpretation of the law than it is the law itself. And then you look at a smart contract. You can have all the contracts you want in the world, and then the judge will interpret it. But with a smart contract, it's interpreted by a machine. There's no interpretation. The smart contract executes. It gets data from the oracle. And that's why people haven't even realized that the importance of crypto and smart contracts and oracles yet. We're only just using the oracles for exchanges at the moment to trust the price of Bitcoin. But you look at DAOs and oracles and smart contracts, these are tools that people don't like. They don't understand. Many people don't really understand what's going on at all. That's why I like it. Like, I talk to other people and they're just like, I'm so sick of hearing about Bitcoin, blah, 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 blah. And then they argue with you. And I'm like, why are you arguing with me if you're sick of hearing about it? Like, do the maths, bro. But yeah, critical thinking's more important now than ever for everybody, so they don't get upset. Bitcoin's just for buying drugs. Bitcoin's for... Sorry, I just gone on a rant, but...
Well, no, like I'm, I work at a company where there's a lot of smart people, a lot of PhDs, master's degrees in computer science, and they all think I'm freaking nuts for being involved in crypto. They automatically judge me before they even know,
Yeah, I got an undergraduate degree in computer science, but I worked with heaps of PhD people and they always, like, they ended up at Oxford or whatever, and then they get sick of it, and then they end up as like doing it, like they just go to college and do a little course in computing, and they just sit at a desk and check out until they get their retirement fund. Man, they don't care just because they got a PhD.
I'm just saying that
I know.
The minute you bring up crypto, they immediately just put you in a category, and then you're not, they don't take you serious anymore. I don't even bring it up at work anymore. I'm not even next to the, like in the break room or
no,
I don't say anything anymore.
No.
Well, if you talked about crypto now, people would be jealous, no? Because it went up.
No, man. No,
Nah.
They're all old school legacy boomer investor people. Even the younger ones, because like the boomers have taught their children, so their children are like, hardcore, like, you need to be a good, a Fidelity account or an Edward Jones account.
Bridgewaters
You
or
need to do it the old school way.
value investing.
Oh, in my company, we speak crypto. But
well, Europe's always ahead of everyone, dude. You guys are just wiser.
But it's not even.
I remember, when I was without contract and I had my company, I spent 3 months without a job. Well, I had a job, but without an assignment, I guess. And so I spoke with the other people. We were all looking at crypto. Like we spoke. I mean, well, me, if I start talking with people, of course I'm going to talk about crypto.
Dude, I was working on
And
you guys.
I was surprised they all had some. Like, very surprised to see that people were into crypto.
So, do you guys know what the Money app is on Windows? It's basically the finance app. Anyways, it's just an app, and it comes with Windows. I was one of the very first devs that worked on that app when it came out, and when I was doing prototypes and I kept showing like progress, I kept putting up Bitcoin, and that almost ruined my career.
Yeah.
I was asked to stop using Bitcoin as an example to test my program.
That's crazy.
Jacket, people in a company, they probably say they don't have crypto, and I'm sure they have some.
Yeah, but it's not even the crypto. It's not even the crypto investing. If you start talking to them about dApps and DAOs, I was watching the comedian the other day, 3 days ago. The guy got up and they were laughing at him, and they said, "What do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I run a little podcast and a channel, and we do crypto." And then they just kicked him off the stage. He just threw him off the stage. He's like, "Nah, shut up." He started saying Solana and DApp, and they're like, "Boo!" And they threw him off the stage.
Yeah.
Microsoft probably has a whole department about cryptocurrencies anyway, no?
I say, like, as a delivery driver, my coworkers, they're all excited about XRP. Everybody's like talking, or Doge. Everybody was excited about Doge.
Yeah, but oddly not at 16 cents, only at 40.
Okay, we only talk to people that hold crypto wallets, and only if they don't only hold XRP. I'm just kidding. I like it. I was a bit of an XRP fanatic.
It's cool though, but I think it's funny that I didn't know that everybody had, like, it was like a secret, and then come to find out now everybody wants to talk about XRP price.
Yeah, bro. I do a bit of XRP on the weekend.
Yeah, it's hilarious. But they don't talk about the other cryptos at all. Every once in a while, somebody will mention they got some Bitcoin.
That's because of that whole thing about all the banks having the XRP ticker, and it's the bank coin, and it's going to be the future, and it's going to be the banking ledger, and maybe it might be. I was sold, sort of, but I don't know anymore.
I don't know. I mean, as a white guy, that was the only oppression I've ever felt my entire life. Like I didn't know what it. And again, I'm not comparing it to our history and crap that's happened, but I just felt like prejudged for something that, like is like actually something you have to like know your shiz. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you just. I mean, I know there's people involved in crypto and they're just moon boys and they don't do any homework, but like it's not for the faint of heart, right? I would think.
The first time I felt like that, I was with my African wife. She's from Uganda, and she's not white. And I went to a market, and some Greek guy chased us away when she tried to see if the avocados were ripe. He's like, "Get away from here!" He like treated her like she's dirty. Second, I felt it when I was in United Emirates at the airport, and then because she's a woman as well as being black. And then I felt it when I was in South Africa in the hospital when another black nurse saw me. She saw my phone, and I had a black girl on my phone, and she goes, "Why is there a black girl on your phone?" And I said, "That's my wife." So yeah. It feels, and I get what you're saying in that terms. Like, I get what you're saying because not many white guys have a dark. Like, she's like almost like Sudanese dark, not that dark, but she's dark. And my kid's half African, so you can't even say mixed. What do you have to say? Mixed race or something? She's my kid, but like, yeah, but that is like the same thing as crypto. If you mention it now, you're like, you've got a leprosy, or you're like, it's just like, oh my god.
You got to be careful who your audience is.
You're a smoker. Man, there's so many of us minorities, but
Or you one of those guys, huh?
he probably does drugs too. Oh, but you guys can smoke. You can openly smoke weed over there. People are like, yeah, I smoke weed, dude. And everyone's like, yeah. And here, if you do that, they're like, oh, you're out. Unless you just, yeah, it's weird. They used to be able to say it, but you can't anymore. It's weird. Man. People just like judge. Everyone wants to point the finger at people and judge them, and they don't even got their own house in order. That's the problem with most people.
I say do your thing. What is it? Thomas Jefferson said, your religion doesn't make me rich nor break my leg.
Correct.
Like he was saying that about his neighbors. It's kind of like, just do your thing. Just don't take a dump in the
Thomas
front yard.
Jefferson, also into African ladies.
Yes.
I love all ladies.
Yeah.
I love all people, to be honest. So let's just leave it at that. But I don't like dudes in that kind of way, like more in a bro way. Just to be clear.
I'm sorry, man.
A homie.
I had a deployment in Alaska. We had to do cold weather training, and you find out how comfortable you can get next to bros real quick.
Oh yeah, like the Bat Cave.
Well, I mean, sharing body heat.
Dude, yeah, I'm not gonna yuck your yum like Dbloc said. Yeah, you army. But what about the Navy? In the Navy, in the submarine, man. Woo.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
In jail. Woo.
Pro total, no. Why put an EMA there?
What do they say? You're gay if you don't have sex in jail.
You know, several years ago, the Navy, they had this program where they were going to allow civilians to go for a little ride in one of their nuke subs. It was a total PR thing to boost up Navy admissions and all. And so I've got a family member who was enlisted currently in the sub, and he called me up, man, and he's all like, "Hey, dude, we're doing this program, man. You get to come live in a submarine for like a couple of weeks, man, while we go down below the water, and we're gonna go from point A to point B, and you can live the life temporarily, and you'll do interviews and all this shit about it." And I was like, "Bro, get me on that shit, bro. I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go, man." That would have been the most badass thing ever, dude, to like live the moment and sort of the life, but not be married to it. You know what I'm saying? That would have been badass. But in the end, the program failed. They didn't launch it, and I couldn't fucking go. But it was cool, though.
I don't know if I want to be in a submarine. Is that fun?
I mean,
in the long run, like they go out for like 6 weeks or so at a time, and know it can kind of get rank and stuffy, and you know,
How about
it's
stuck on
it's a
the
tight
space
squeeze.
station? What about being stuck on the space station for 9 months? Hey, one of them an Aussie, so we got to bring her down. I think she's an Aussie up there. So they failed to launch that the other day. I think they're going to try again tomorrow or something. No, that'd be horrible, but kind of cool. You could always get a job with the cartel, and get a submarine from Colombia to another continent. You probably get paid pretty well.
Well, personally, I
do
would
that
have
in Trump's
loved that little
administration.
adventure. That would have been pretty awesome.
It sounds pretty cool, dude. That sounds cool.
I have a couple friends that I was in the army with that I can't get a hold of right now. they're both contractors, military contractors, and I haven't heard from them in like, I don't know, since probably January.
Oh,
So like
sorry.
I think they they're hunting for subs, the cartel subs.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just because I know their specialty, and so that's what I think. Just because you guys mentioned the subs, and I
Oh
think that's
man.
what they're doing.
There was like, just from Malaysia, they were shipping over 140 tons. It was like 134 barrels of contraband wax or something just the other day in Australia. So Australia told the Malaysian authorities, and they put fake barrels that came here, and then they traced it to one guy. He'll get life for that. They found some guns in him. 134 barrels of whatever they had in there. You can guess, because it's the most common thing on the street at the moment. My gosh. 134 ton. But luckily that didn't hit the street.
It's amazing the demand, man. Tells you the human experience is at where
We
the
have the
demand.
biggest usage. We have the biggest usage of all of these things here, and the highest price. So they're all trying to get into Australia because people are like, the recreational use is out of control, and the price is higher than any other country. So they keep having subs and like little satellite boats coming here and shipments and stuff. Nah, it's not cool. So yeah, hopefully your mates are okay, that they're not
Oh
lost at
no,
sea.
they're probably good. It's just funny how they busted out without saying anything.
That's cool.
I mean, it happened right after the new administration started. He was saying like a year before the election that he was gonna treat the cartels like um terrorists, and I was like, okay, it's hard to tell when he's serious, right? But they're obviously serious.
Oh yeah, he's serious about human trafficking and fentanyl imports and cartels, and it's good to see that someone's being hard and tough and doing the right thing. There's a lot of people dying over this stuff. It's an epidemic, right?
Yeah, and then there's people, what is that, collateral damage? They touch it, they don't realize they're touching it, and they overdose on it.
Oh yeah, that the latest things. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but the fentanyl, isn't that stuff just kill you if you have like it gets put in something and then you're dead?
Yeah, it's all about the quantity, right? But like if you have a full um like where you can actually get it on your fingers, I mean that's enough. Cops have to wear gloves. I mean they wear gloves, but they have to go through all of these extra steps now, more than they've ever had to, just because if they touch it,
Yep.
they'll be on the ground with foam coming out of their mouth.
I guess the stronger they can get it, the smaller package they can put it in it, and the more they can ship it and not get busted for it. So there's like this, the whole prohibition thing. It just causes people to create more stronger. And I mean, they look at alcohol prohibition, right? So I mean, I have my own opinions on all this stuff, but they don't really matter. But prohibition just causes black markets. So it needs to be dealt with as a health problem. But at the same time, we need to stop the people like pouring it in, because they also need to be dealt with. I mean, it needs to be dealt with on all fronts. It needs to be, I think, because RFK's in there, and then they're being tough on the import thing. I think, like, and he's getting a lot of flack, and he probably does silly things, but like it needs to be fought on all levels, on all fronts, really. And as a medical health issue on the lower end, and on the higher end, they need to bust the criminals up. So.
Yeah, what ZD said. That's true, man. It's true.
It's all about Wednesday and Powell. We have Powell this Wednesday. He'll decide if money supply is to continue attempt to make a new high above COVID all-time high or not. We're kind of doomed if Powell doesn't pivot eventually, because everything is twice more expensive, but money supply is the same as last time, but barely higher. Not as much as assets are. We need to print, otherwise things are already still in a huge bubble. Anyway, good night, Tritafe. Have fun.
Later, Zuzi.
I think Dbloc's cheat code will predict what Powell does. How many submarines can we make? I was shocked how few submarines that like America and the big like France and Australia can produce every year. It's only like a few. I seen a documentary that was from, I can't remember, it was after World War II, where there was all the sub wars. It's like what's going on there is crazy, man.
I think we have subs that no one's ever seen before.
Oh, we do. I saw a documentary, and this is the real one, where they were talking about like Russia was like had these amazing. There was like all this sub wars and standoff when all the war on the ground was happening. It's all happening under the surface. Like the actual war standoffs down there. Like China had a sub out here, and we had the American choppers. We got 8 of them, and we had like a javelins or something missiles ready to point straight at their subs. Like it's actually the strategies are played out down there, and then they surface on top. They do have a lot of submarine technology. So I wish I knew what the documentary name was, but in history there was a whole era where there were just sub wars, but still going on. But that's why I was shocked that they're only making a few a year. I thought they'd be making like 80 subs a year, but they're really complicated to make.
You know how much money we could spend on cool stuff if we weren't adversaries?
Oh yeah, we're at 1% efficiency. If we stop fighting, we'll be like 100 times more efficient. We'll have 100 times more food, 100 times more money, 100 times more houses, 100 times more babies, 100 times more metropolises, 100 times more fresh water. Like that's what the head of Google said. He said like the IT industry is so inefficient because all we do is fight each other. Like this search engine's better, that one's better. If we just stop fighting, we'll be 100 times more efficient.
We're just monkeys with advanced wrenches, man. That's all we are.
We are. We've got a monkey brain and then this little computer at the front of it that's struggling to like control the monkey brain. I wonder if we're smarter than a duck, to be honest.
Well, the thing is that humans will actually produce savants, right? And the savants is what gets us to evolve, but there's very few of them.
You sure there's not savant ducks?
Possibly. They just lack,
There's Drew's cat and Zeus's dog. They might be running the show.
Sometimes I think my German Shepherds are smarter than me. I don't know when there's danger outside, but they know it.
Look at the Lord of the Rings and the Ents, the trees. They say the trees are smarter. They're just on a slower timeline. Over hundreds of years, they're looking at us running around. They're like, stupid humans. And then there's a theory that the trees are like breeding us because we create carbon dioxide for them. So they're just like letting us rot and breathe. And then like the rot gives them the fertilizer and our breath like gives them life. So it's possible. Maybe we're not the smartest on the planet. We're just good at making gunpowder and stuff.
I had this argument when I first got my first job out of college with this kid that was like, he kept saying, "What makes you better than an animal?" And I'm like, I'm not saying I'm better than an animal. I just say we have the ability to prevent our own destruction, but we also have the ability to destroy ourselves.
Yeah,
And
I agree. I don't
and
think ducks are smarter, but there's like, it's funny when you think about it as a thought experiment. Yeah. We'll become, like Elon said, we'll be multi-planetary soon enough. Hopefully, if we don't blow ourselves up. He's a smart cookie, that guy.
I try to I'm chilling my opinion about him because people just have serious derangement syndrome at this point. It's not even I'm just going to let him do his thing and I'll let history decide what happens.
Yeah, I could chill, but I get a little bit upset when people label him. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't be upset that people are labeling, but he's got a lot of pressure on him.
It doesn't matter, man, because history will tell. I mean, like history will either he'll really mess it up and then they were all right and then we're all going in the wrong direction, or we'll find out at the end of the tunnel that a lot of these things really did help humanity. Well, we'll see. It just takes time.
He's not sure though. They asked him, "Do you think we'll make it?" And then he sort of ponders and he's like, "I'm not sure. I hope so." And they're like, "Is it like 50-50, 60-40?" And he's like, So he could be, we could go into destruction and he's still right because he's doesn't know which one we're going to do.
Dude,
Like, but
there is so much evidence coming out that if he wouldn't have bought Twitter, Trump would have lost the election. Now, I'm not saying that you should be for Trump or against Trump, but the fact that people talk about how it was such a waste and he wasted so much money and he ruined Twitter and blah blah blah, but there's more and more evidence stacking up that it had a huge influence on his ability to win the election.
yeah, he realized he was taught when I saw the Grimes interview. It was pretty obvious that he realized it was like a moral duty to remove the influence that Saudi Arabia had on Twitter because they were the largest stakeholders in Twitter, and everyone was like, Twitter's like is where all the cool people are, and it's like, yeah, but it's like a Saudi conspiracy platform. So it was good that he bought that out. But then people hate X.com. If you say I found something on X, they'll be like, oh, it's a conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. That's the only reason I'm talking about it, because I feel like people are misinformed about how that played out. I'm not a Trump fanboy either at all. Like when Trump was in last time, I'm the first person to call him Donald Duck, and I can't believe he's running the country. I was anti-Trump. I'm as left as they get. Like I've always been.
Trump is just a byproduct of a late stage empire, period.
Somehow him and Elon saw eye to eye, right? And when his wife came out on stage at an inauguration, she was dressed up like Zorro. Like she had that hat over her eyes. It's like they said, oh, it's because she doesn't want anything to do with it. But it's like the symbolism of what she was dressed up as is like a vendetta. And I mean, Trump might have figured out who tried to shoot him. He would have been pretty upset when that bullet just missed his head. And then, maybe him and Elon had a chat and they sort of saw eye to eye. Like they're a bit of a team. So,
Well,
but
he's very rebellious, right? Elon doesn't like going along with the crowd. He likes once he sees some cause to fight for, he's a rebel.
yeah. And that's why people are after him. There was a comment from Scaramucci, and they said, Elon, be careful because someone will kill you. And they're like, oh, this is a threat. No, it's not. It's like a warning because he's like, Mucci got fired from government for talking the truth. He went up on stage. He was one of the
Well, he said it on Rogan, man. He even said, he's like, look, this is probably going to get me killed.
Yeah, he stopped at certain points in his conversations. He goes, I don't want to say anymore.
Yep.
And they say it's because of the short or stock prices. Nah, he's got. That's why I kind of can see, like, if you had like sound bites from him, you'd think he was a bad guy, maybe. But you see him talking for 3 hours, and you see where he's coming from. He really doesn't want anyone to get hurt. He wanted to stop the AI stuff, and people will say, "Oh, that's just a stock market manipulation," but he was literally scared that AI was going to be unleashed on everyone. So he had a big argument with Sam Altman over this stuff. Yeah, I don't see any sign that he's got bad intention. He could still be wrong and but he does have the right intention, I believe.
Yeah, well, people are just nasty these days on both sides, man. Like my right wing friends are, they don't let up.
They're unread. They just make opinions. They're too busy working. That's what they want. You just go to your job, you come home, you read a soundbite, you make up an opinion. You don't even read the facts, or the community notes, I should say. Faxer is a dirty word now as well, isn't it? I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just like you can't get away. I just can't. I can't hide. I got my left wing friends freaking lecturing me. My right wing friends shaming me. It's left wing friends shaming me. It's just like, oh my god. Can we
My
just go drink?
brother,
Let's
my
go drink a
friend,
beer.
my new housemate is a political refugee. He was in a share house and he said, I thought they were all cool. And next thing they got all nasty on me. And then he rang me and I hadn't spoken to him to 2 years and we had a big long conversation. He's like, so glad I called you, man. Not many people understand. And I'm like, it's all cool, man. I'll look after you for a bit. It's like political refugees going on, man. People are getting kicked out of houses and stuff over this. And this is in Australia. I'm not in America. I can only imagine what it's like over there. Oh, man.
I think the studies, there's been a few polls taken that were more divided than we were before the Civil War.
Yeah, it's the algorithm, right? So, like, if you want to they did it. We become polarized because there's a thing, this hyperscaling thing where people fight off like super characters, and you can get massive, like heaps of followers just by saying Superman will beat Batman, and then the next thing everyone's in the text just fighting and clicking and liking and hating, and next thing you've got like 30,000 followers just by making two people fight. That's how the algorithm works. It wants us to fight. That's what's happened on Facebook.
I hate it. I refuse. I mean, I know we're chatting about it. I mean, I'm sitting here doing homework, so I'm kind of doing two things at once. But like, there are people that just all they do is spend time in Reddit, like large text of responses, and I'm like, okay, I could have, hung out with my family and had a nice dinner and watched a good movie, and all the time that you just wrote that response.
They could have just stopped at one sentence and said, I support this guy and he's right and everyone else is wrong. Blah, 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 blah.
I mean, they put a lot of effort into it, and I think in the end, it's doing no good. I mean, really, for all the people who shamed others during, before the election and all that stuff, it's like it didn't do anything. If anything, it went reverse. It went in the opposite direction. The more they shamed, the more the stronger Trump got, and I hope they learn from that.
Well, didn't she say the despicables or something? She said
That's what I'm saying.
the
You don't do
deplorables,
that.
that type of
You
thing.
don't do that as a politician on either side.
Trump did say, he said that I'm supporting everyone. You're all welcome on my side. Like, he had a fair few things. Like, I don't know, maybe he's learnt a lot more. Like, maybe he wasn't as smart as he was before. I don't know. Like, I'm not a Trump fanboy, but what's going on at the moment is better than what's been happening, I think. I don't really know. Like, it's just my opinion. But it's creating a lot of chaos.
You know how
but
we like trading? We like it to move, regardless if it's going up or down. At least there's life.
something, it's not just flatlining and dumping.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's doing something where we can make some decisions. When you don't hear from your president for 4 months, come on now.
Didn't he fall asleep at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and someone just had like a stamp to stamp his signature for the rest of the day? I'm pretty
I
sure he
know,
was.
man, but like, I don't blame him. It's like I blame his party for putting him there, poor guy. I mean, seriously, I'm just like, who does this? Again, I think it goes back to our late stage empire. Nobody who with any talent would want to be like, nobody who's like got other things to do that they feel like they can like change the world or maybe even make money for themselves are like, no, I don't want that position. So what we get is we get people like him and we get people like Trump. They're the only ones that want to run. And they're all, like I feel Biden got pushed into it, but then, Trump, he's just, typical narcissistic. And I don't mean narcissistic in a bad way because Clinton was narcissistic too.
Narcissistic as I've got an Instagram profile, like throwing pictures up of myself all the
Yeah,
time.
like I don't think it's like necessarily a bad word, but like I just don't think the savants or the people that are exceptional people, like beyond exceptional.
So statistically, right, 95% of politicians are accountants and lawyers. Less than 5% are scientists, because scientists aren't interested in politics.
Why would you do that to yourself? Literally, why would you? Like, it sounds horrible.
To get a corrupt contract like Nancy Pelosi.
Well, maybe, I mean, maybe there's something I'm not seeing, but like, like what Putin said, he said the minute the US president gets into his office the first day, some guys walk in with, black suits and briefcases and say, this is how it's going to be done.
Well, that happened like Snowden. That happened to Barack because he came. He was he wanted transparency. He was a left and believed in freedom and stuff. And the day he started, they're like, by the way, we're spying on everyone. We need to keep this going, otherwise there's going to be world war. And he's like, okay. And then from that day, he lied. Like he couldn't. He had to come up on stage.
Amazing, man. That's why I think this whole division thing between the tribalism between their leaders is just kind of pointless because the machine runs the same way regardless of who's in office.
Until you get Trump and Elon, they just throw a spanner in the works. They're not politics.
Man, but I don't know, man. Well, we're gonna have to see what happens with that. I don't even know. It could just all be, like if you say that you saved $1 trillion, let's say at the end of this year we've saved 1 trillion. We're $37 trillion in debt. So like the amount of discussion and hatred and fanboyism that's happening over it is disproportionate to the results.
Oh no, but that's just one term of deficit or the total deficit. You need to get the GDP and inflation. That's why we need the 2 and 3%. You need to be able to pay. Like if your loan out repayments get higher than you can, like currently you're spending more money on loan repayments than you are on defense. Now that's a problem. And if it gets worse and worse.
And you know what's funny about that? What was the biggest argument? I don't know if you were paying attention to Barack Obama politics with the universal health care thing or Obamacare, but that was one of the left's biggest arguments was that we spend more on healthcare than we second to Department of Defense, and yet now we're spending more on interest payments than we are the Department of Defense, and yet I never heard anything outrage from them during that time, during the last 4 years. So it's just weird. It's the cherry picking of issues. It's like
I heard Obamacare. Yeah, I heard about Obamacare.
But it was like 16% of our GDP, and now our debt, interest on our debt, is much larger than that.
You're talking an Aussie here. You should see our balance sheet, man. We have the most complicated welfare system in the world. Like we have over 150 welfare payments, and each one has like 100 different variations on it. People are on like, and I work for the social services as so I sort of know the figures, but like it's ridiculous. Like we have like 15,000 different types of social welfare payments, and the biggest spend on our budget is like pensions, and then you have disability and health. But Australia was considered the most balanced between socialist and capitalist. We have a very comprehensive social welfare system here. It's totally different to America. So it's not outrageous for Australians to spend a huge amount of their tax money. Like 75% of our money eventually is taxed. So we run a slightly different economy, but there is an advantage to make sure people aren't like losing their teeth, because then you need to spend more fixing them later, right? There's a lot of arguments, but America's definitely aren't used to spending so much money on public health. That's it's...
No, I agree. I'm saying that it was just the fact that they were outraged at 16%, but they're not outraged at 32%.
Yeah, I know.
Like it literally takes away from their causes. Like the interest payments is taking away from their ability to enact the things that they want. So you would think it would be important to them, but it doesn't seem to be.
It's stealing your children's future. That's what it's doing. Yeah, it's not good. They should be outraged.
And then if you it's kind of like that concept of like you put your oxygen mask on before you put your kids on, because if you die, you're not going to be able to help them. And it's like, come
Yeah.
on, we need to become financially healthy again. And I don't see any hope, man.
Women and children first, so that way the men can lift all the rest of the stuff that needs to go over the boats. That's sort of how it used to work, but you're not even allowed to say that anymore. I don't know. It's like, ugh.
And however, I'm not saying that Trump is the answer to that, and I'm not saying Elon's the answer to that. I don't think anybody can fix that problem except major reform, or what happens is you need to fall before you need to pick yourself back up. And like there needs to be a complete reset, unfortunately.
Well, that's how it happens at the end of an empire. Everyone like slaughters each other, and then whoever takes all the gold starts again, and then they go through some kind of epiphany and renaissance, and then credit goes up and down, and then it gets too big, and then people go wacky, and then people don't believe things, and then the empire falls again. That's what happened to the British Empire, the Dutch Empire, all the empires, and we're at that cycle now, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, man. Well, that part scares me, because if America is not here as a deterrent for other bad nations, I don't know. I mean, it's just, I don't mind China having a bigger economy. I don't, I don't blame Russia for building nukes to defend themselves. But what would happen if the United States didn't exist? Like if it just disappeared today?
Yeah, well, we're your biggest ally, so I agree. Like if America gets weak, it's not good for what I kind of believe in. Not good. I think China's kind of also blown out of proportion a bit. Like they're literally 16% at most of the world GDP, and if they went to war, they would run out of food within about 2 weeks, because they're a net importer of food as well. I don't think they necessarily is the biggest threat that they're made out to be, but they're also doing
No,
weird.
I don't mean just them. I mean like all of the rogue nations that are kind of under check right now.
But you guys have done the same thing. Like we're all the same. Like I'm sure my country and your country, we've all done underhanded things. This is the problem, right? There's no transparency. Like there's plenty of times in history where CIA were not doing the right thing by their people. Like there was laws to stop your government spying on yourselves. Like if you actually look back at it, the men in black originally were there just to basically enforce the IRS to make sure people were paying taxes. And then there was laws put in to say the government's not allowed to spy on their own people. And then we had Thin Thread, and they were spying on their own people. So you guys, like, we're all guilty of it. Like, and then we point at another nation. So, but yeah, if these rogue states, are they as rogue as we're made to believe, or is that just what the press tells us? Like, I get it that there's, like, I just don't know anymore. I don't really. But
oh yeah,
like,
I'm not
I'm
saying
on.
that our clandestine, from a clandestine perspective, we definitely are very evil.
Look what happened in Afghanistan with the poppies and in the 70s. There was big problems with I mean, Bin Laden was trained by the CIA, and then they all went rogue. And I mean, if people do the wrong thing, whatever government it is, it always turns out with a bad outcome. I mean, that's just like bad mojo and bad karma. But like, I'm on America's side. I'm on definitely because I think that's the best chance we have, and we're allied so much, so I can't have any other opinion. So hopefully, this is why what's happening. It is a lot to do with AI at the moment. Like Elon couldn't pull apart all the corruption as quickly as he did. He would have needed a team of like 20,000 auditors that were all non-corrupt to do what this AI. People are scared of AI, but it's not biased, right? You can run AI at a data set, and they'll say, oh, well, it is biased. It depends on the biases you put in there. But it's pretty much proven that AI is less biased than humans are. So you can run this super fast, non-biased machine through all the data, and it's just pulling apart the graph right now and tearing it to shreds. So there is hopefully change happening, and hopefully people realize what's going on, and hopefully they're not evil. And, Yeah, it's kind of like you want your town run by cowboys, but you hope the cowboys are on your team, right? So we're kind of hoping these cowboys are actually got good intentions, because if the cowboys are bad, then we're in trouble. Like, yeah.
I mean, we can always do what the French did when it gets completely obvious that things are not going to turn around. They start, they absolutely go bonkers and run through their capital and chop
Yeah,
their leaders.
they killed their queens. Yeah, that's why the French are so in democracy. They're so intelligent, but then France has a lot of problems as well. Susi won't admit it, but Europe's has a lot. So the European empire is already finished. The British Empire is gone. It's like when you travel through Europe, it's like walking through a museum, man. It is the American empire at the moment that have the money. So the British Empire is the Dutch Empire. These empires are actually not in power anymore. So yeah, if the current empire turns bad, then it's not good, which is pretty simple, right? So I had no faith in Americans before the last, since recently. So I was like worried.
Well, dude, like I fought for this country, and I'm not blind. I'm not a blind follower. I think we're the lesser of the evils. That's all. I'm not saying we're not evil. I just think we're the lesser of the evils.
Oh, correct, yeah.
And I mean of superpowers. Obviously, there's small countries that are shining examples of what a country should be.
Which one?
I would say some of the northern European countries. Like I mean, I'm personally looking for real estate there to live the rest of my life, because
Nordic
they're just
countries.
they're so chill.
There's one in one of those countries. They're so transparent, right? Every month there's a town crier. He goes out into the square and he reads out everyone's tax returns. So everybody knows how much everybody earns, and there's the least disparity between the rich and the poor there. And they're so transparent. They don't even have curtains. And I think they don't have curtains because there's no sun, so they need the warmth. But they literally there's like no hiding of things. So yeah,
I mean, but it's hard for me. It's hard for me to say that, man. I've been a red meat eating, American my whole life. I mean, not really. I don't eat red meat, but my point is that I'm your. I grew up the stereotypical farm boy, American, patriotic, blah blah blah. But my education, forces me to keep my, you know, to open up my eyes to real things that have happened, and literally the blood and sweat that I've given this country. It's hard for me to say that I would rather go to live the rest of my life in a Nordic country, but dude, you can only handle so much over time.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a golden era like the happy days. 1950 America, it was perfect. It's just like the propaganda machine was cranking full stoke back then too. Like we've been sold the dream, but when like tell me a country and tell me an era where everything was great.
Well, things are always romantic, right? Because nostalgia plays that game with you a little bit.
Yeah. And people say, "Oh, boomers, you had it so easy," but they had their own trouble at the time. That's what people don't understand. Like it was never a golden happy days,
Do you ever remember that song from Genesis? It's the Genesis song where all the Muppets are the puppets are like playing in the video. God, I can't remember the name of the song, but it's right at the very end of the video, the music video. Reagan leans over and hits the red button, and there's like a nuke cloud off in the distance. Like that's what I grew up on, were videos like that. I would look out my window because I was on the second story, and I would look out across all of the farm fields, and I'd see the gorgeous sun going down, and I'd always envision like these nukes off in the distance because we grew up in the Cold War. It was really rough. But then I also think of like cool things that happened back then. Like there were malls where where there was arcades and there was movies and popcorn, and it's kind of a mixed bag.
Yeah, but I mean, you because your empire like bore the fruit of like of its hard work, right? But at the same time, everyone in America was being prosperous, or a lot of people, not all of the groups of people were prosperous, but like the great American dream was on full bore. But then we also had famine in Ethiopia, and so I mean, it's no good being happy while other people are suffering in a way, which is what my sister, when she lived in Texas in the 80s, our family had it like extended family. They had this huge, big mansion. Like I said, they had this yacht and they had Cadillacs, and then right bang next door, homeless people are like up against your fence line. So yeah, the American dream was. I mean, yeah, hopefully it's good that you enjoyed that, but
But like you said, it wasn't. It was always in the back of your mind, because I
yeah.
remember for Christmas I got this terrible Christmas present, but my dad got me this Jane's education military book on ICBMs and how they're built and how they're used.
I'm the
And
same as you, mate. I was born in Australia in 1980, and the day I was born, they had world famine in Ethiopia. So every time I ate food and you didn't finish your food, your parents would be like, "There's some poor kid in Africa that would eat that," and there's no problem with the food shortage. It was the politics and the food distribution. So we were always made to feel guilty about being, they call it the white privilege, and then it's like, yeah, but you also had the guilt in your mind that like other people weren't, and you couldn't, you have everything but you can't enjoy anything because you're constantly, I mean, yeah, it was like, we can philosophize about that and say, poor me, I had to feel like white guilt, but it was on, we were like the number one target even from our parents for that, like, how dare you don't behave because there's someone else that's suffering. Like, we just copped it hardcore. Like, so yeah, but
I mean, I was a good kid. I mean, I always ate all my food. I was a Boy Scout. Like I literally was a Boy Scout, but um I just couldn't get it off my mind, knowing that, the big bad Soviet Union wanted to nuke us.
yeah, the Cold War, the USSR. I mean, and now then, when like Trump was friends with Putin there for a day, and everyone's like, oh, he's friends with Putin, maybe Putin is a good guy, and then people are like, no, he's not a good guy. We're like, we don't even know who the good guy and the bad guy is anymore. Like, JD Vance went over to Europe and said, your threat's not China and Russia, your enemies within, and then Europe imploded on these arguments just recently. So we don't even know who the bad guy is anymore. But yeah, it was easier back then, right? Because we were the good guys and they're the bad guys. They're the terrorist. We're the
Yeah,
good
well,
guy.
the reason why we don't know is we're too busy fighting with ourselves.
Well, we're just monkeys. I don't know.
My kid's sitting here staring at me through my office. He probably wants to watch a movie.
I need to go eat. I'm starving. I'm going to go get some noodles. I'm absolutely starving.
Have
And
a good weekend, man.
Same to you. I really like talking to you, man. I
No,
really
it's fun.
appreciate your
It's
time.
fun. I love it. I love it. Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. Bye.
Merrick, you out there? Dbloc, you around?
Good evening, XRP family. What's going on, Twist?
What's that?
I'm telling you, what is going on, man? I took a little nappy nap after eating some dinner, and I woke up and nothing was really moving on the charts. We were just kind of chilling, and I woke up and I'm like, usually when I refresh, it's like I'm like nothing moved, and I look down and XRP is like sitting at a nice little 240 or 239. Like what's cracking? I mean, that's what I said. I said, man, when everybody's going short and I said I tend to go across the or against the grain, and just because XRP has been known to prove people wrong. If it continues to go and becomes number 2, Bitcoin maxis are gonna, like, people freak out over this. That's why it's like kind of interesting. I'm sure X right now, when I reload that's going to be interesting. Coin market cap, Ethereum 231, fully diluted 230, market cap XRP has to be in the 130s now. Let me coin market 139, 140. I don't know, fam. We're getting close to that XRP dominance chart. Oh yeah, I think it would if ETH stood still.
ETH would have to capitulate. Like ETH is already really low in price, and the market cap is still 230. Like ETH would have to just be dead or capitulate, and XRP would just keep riding up.
Yeah, the closest it's been was I guess on that Trump pump or whatever. And when XRP bounced, it was like 290 or something, and it was right there. So it's like it's possible. I mean, it's crazy how this is building up, though. I mean, it's from $1.90. I said to people, I said you might want to try it, and everybody doubted. And now we're at 17% the other night. Now we're at what, 26%, give or take.
Yeah. Nice slow grind up. I think Bitcoin's gonna slow grind up until all-time highs. Just very slow and boring. I don't know how long it'll take, but long enough for it to be boring.
I mean, XRP's been kind of, in a way, either running sometimes before Bitcoin and or running by itself. The reason I said what I said, last week on top of it was it during the drop, it held fairly well, right? I mean, yes, it did drop, but in comparison to everything else, and with the lawsuit potentially, even any news on that. Now, if that doesn't go the right way, it might pull back a bit, but it was more of a momentum trade. I mean, I've been in XRP a long time, and I'm just saying it's more of a momentum that I'm looking at than say a chart. So the chart was going down, all cryptos were going down, everything's going down, but XRP was kind of holding. So I think we're at a good point here where you could retrace a little bit. We might be due for like a 3 to 5% type of pullback and then another launch. But I'd have to look at the charts on the weekends. I just think there's a lot of momentum going on right now, and it's wrecking people. I just had to load X. So crazy.
So you guys say you don't know how long it's going to take, huh? So did y'all see the chart that he pulled up? Looking back so many days and comparing it?
Who?
Dbloc.
Recently on XRP, because I took a nap, but
you weren't in here.
Yeah, we're delayed.
You're late.
We're delayed. Like we should be higher.
This is pretty freaking interesting, man. It shows you. He told someone to play with it, so I figured I'd give it a shot. You want to see what I'm talking about?
Dbloc said good things about XRP.
No. Dbloc said someone could play with this indicator and see if they could make it
It's like,
show the
wait a
future.
second.
Kind of. I don't know.
We'll make Dbloc and XRP maxi after a while. You know what I mean? It might take some time. I was gonna send him one XRP for Christmas just to, you know.
I was in an XRP trade for 2 days and it wasn't very big, but I had to. I was getting a little underwater on a pretty big trade. I had to leave to go down to my daughter's house for a minute, so I figured I'd sell that XRP and cover it with some margin, because I didn't want to lose it,
Yep.
And then you come on saying it's blowing, but I think I sold it at 239 or whatever you said. It was pretty close to that.
241 now. I don't know what it's gonna do. I mean, it shot to $3 fairly quick twice now. I mean, I know one was off a Trump tweet, but seeing how much money was sitting on the sideline, it just pummeled into it. I don't doubt it. But if you look at XRP charts in the past, I've never really doubted it because it's done those swings, even with the size that it is. It's done those swings. It's been known for a vertical green bar every once in a while. You know what I mean? So this is just cool to see it building off of when it's really held a $2 level fairly well in comparison.
You keep talking about it being number 2. I mean, it and Ethereum both have their use cases that are they're both needed. I like XRP myself, but I think they need Ethereum to do certain things, don't they? Or maybe not as much now since they have so many chains that can you do the gas fees cheaper.
XRP doesn't need Ethereum.
No.
How many things are built on ETH? ETH can't.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of. I mean, yeah, a lot of. It's just interesting how it's moving without, like a decoupling. It did drop with Bitcoin and everything else, but it really held, in my opinion, in comparison to others. It really, I think, held its own, and the last couple months, that $2 mark, we've only dropped under it a couple times, and it was a quicker, V-shaped type of drop, and bounce right back up. At that $2 level seems fairly strong.
It's funny how like 90% of the coins follow Bitcoin, but then sometimes when Bitcoin dumps, even the ones that don't normally follow it don't. That's where I think you get that's where you get some help. No.
Yeah, I just think that the community for XRP is really strong.
Oh yeah.
That's why it holds up so well.
Well, they believed all through the lawsuits and everything. I mean, it was fixing to get it a couple years ago.
Oh, burn! That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
that. I was telling a story the other night. I said, "What's in like." When I first bought it, it was kind of like, of course, yeah, it's an early crypto of mine, right? And I wasn't really invested in crypto at the time. It was more or less like, oh, I had a Coinbase account. I bought a bunch of stuff and figured, let's see what happens over time, right? And then I'd see like drastic, like, why did this just drop like crazy? And then you get the lawsuit news, and it's like, what the heck? You know what I mean? And you're like, I just lost half the bag, and then it fought back and it come back, and I'm like, okay, it's cool. Then there was news on this. Boom, it goes to like $1. Then it goes back down, or $2 or something like that. It's been at $2 like a couple years back, and then dropped again. And all those times I was just like accumulating. I'd sell because I'm like, it would get back up there. I'd sell a little bit. Boom, it would get beat back down again. And after fighting all that stuff, now like now I'm kind of like invested in it, like mentally, right? So, yeah, I mean, digital orgy opportunity of a lifetime. Yeah, I mean, XRP has definitely changed the game for me, so I can't hate on it. But there's definitely, for as many XRP fam out there, there's just as many haters that I think kind of hate it for like no reason other than lawsuit. But I'm really glad that they spent the money that they did in a way to fight, because not too many cryptos could go through what they've done since like 2012, 13-ish or whenever they got rolling. Not too many would have made it.
Exactly.
My buddy sold it. I think I told that story the other day. He sold it during the lawsuit because he's like, I think this is like illegal or something. Like, you can't even own it. And I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, they dropped these. It's not even on any exchanges anymore. Like, you had to fight to like keep it, like move it from this exchange. If you're in the USA, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I mean, it went down to what? I know it went down way under a quarter, huh?
Oh yeah, it's been. I mean, I think most people that have been in it since, say, at least November, were in at about the 47-cent range, 40 in the 40s or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I remember the 30s, the 20s, the teens. I remember fighting to just get like a penny. And look at it right now, 42, 42.03. Get another push. There's something going on. I mean,
No, like you said, there's a hell of a community they have, and then like I said, it was years ago before all the lawsuits and everything. It was on its way to being a top 3.
XRP was number 2. I don't know. Has XRP ever flipped Bitcoin? It may have. No, maybe not.
I think it was close, but who cares?
No, I don't think it's ever been number 1, but it was number 2 before.
I just want to get a bag of it with about 20x leverage and it go up fucking $12 or something.
Oh, Digital Orgy says XRP was number 1 before. I vaguely remember it being up there. Maybe was that 2021? I'm just looking back to see, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's this kind of push, the money coming in, the money sitting on the sideline. Pretty wild stuff. I mean, it trips me out because I can't believe I'm looking even at a $2 XRP. I can't believe I'm looking at a $2.42 XRP.
Dude, it can go up to $5 in the next 2 months.
Yeah, watching videos too, like back in the day, the people that were like not most crypto influencers weren't even talking about it. And if they were talking about it, it was in a negative light. And now it's like everybody's talking about it, and it's just funny to see what happens once money comes into something or some positive news. We're about to see 243 right now. Look at this push. Unfreaking real. But if you've been in since the trenches, you know what I'm feeling right now, because it's crazy to even. I'm not saying we didn't expect it, and it didn't take a lot of waiting, but that's wild. Look at this candle.
What's going on with Bitcoin?
XRP.
Oh,
On the 5-minute chart, like it's just pushing. I mean, Bitcoin's pushing too, a little bit, but wow. Digital version, I'm still dirty from the trenches. I know, right? It's like, wow. That lawsuit wraps up. I don't think with the market being as pulled back as it is right now that we're gonna see like a crazy blast off top.
have you ever been through the bull market?
Oh yeah, 3 of them. Well, 17, 21, and this cycle.
Dude, you throw a can of shit out there and it goes to the moon.
Yeah, so far it's been a little bit. If this is the bull run, it's been a little bit different, but
Well, you
just
say that.
timing.
That's what I was going to show you on the chart. He found something that mirrors years ago, and you can go back 105 days, 75 days, and he was showing us how the pattern fits. So I went and got the app, and I've been fooling with it, dude. And it's going to pinpoint when we go.
No, I think I've seen a lot of similar. I mean, I believe I've been bullish this whole time. Probably you can go back and play about any live stream that I've been on, and I've been bullish even with the pullback, because I've lived through these 30 and 40% pullbacks, and I've been bullish with the new administration, everything else. Like, just felt like there was too much to sit back. So I really do think the market's going to do big things. I don't like to say that a whole lot to other people, just because sometimes I go against the grain, and I don't want to get anybody wrecked. All I can say is what I'm doing, and it's worked out. But even at $1.90, I'm like, should scoop up some XRP, and even if you sold today, like you did or whatever, if you catch those.
I just did it.
I'm partial any crypto that gives you a 30% run. You know what I mean? Like,
I
you
did
can
it
make
a position because I had to leave.
No, I get it, but I'm saying a 30% run is a 30% run. It's
And I was in on most of it because I'd had it for 2 days.
That's all it took, bro.
I think it wasn't much. It was about like $100, 10x.
It all counts, man. It all counts. 30% is 30%.
That's right. It helped me protect this position, which it never got in dire straits, but I didn't want to take that chance because I had pretty big money in it. I don't want to leave here and come back and fucking be liquidated.
I wonder if let me see if I can add. Oh, it won't let me bring that across. Okay, so let's go back here to. So year to date in that downtrend.
You don't know Merrick's handle, do you?
No, I don't think. Who is it?
Merritt. You may not know him by Merritt. The guy from South Carolina that does the charts. Is it Z?
Meza G.
Mazza. Yeah. Okay.
Because I hit him up a while ago through Discord, and I mean, I don't know if we're supposed to do that, but I wanted to ask him about a chart. But he didn't hit me back, and he's not on here, so.
Or
I
he's
thought
probably
he said he got out of doing what he had to do tonight, and he's going to be able to hang out.
Well, he's probably sleeping. It's like 11:30 and Eastern.
That you two going?
Yo. I was I had to cut these branches off the tree.
So, dude, did you see him go over that stuff earlier?
Which stuff?
The 105 days. The indicator.
No, I don't think so.
Remember, I've been telling you, you can look back 10 weeks and see exactly what it's going to do.
Wait, Meza was?
No.
Oh, I had to like. I'm in Manda. I had to get the. Me and my mom's boyfriend were cutting these like dead branches that were hanging over the driveway. We had a super sketchy ladder business. But I had the computer open, but my thing died for a second, so I must have missed that part. Are you talking about the M2 and all that shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I caught like tail end of it, but my thing was messing up, and I had to like get with the customer service.
So he asked
Probably doing that thing it does to you.
He asked someone to download it and fuck with it, right? Oh, sorry. I did. You want to see what I came up with?
Yeah. Just give me like a second, because I got to go across the street. That's where my computer is. I came over here to eat some dinner. I already ate. I'm just like wrapping up stuff, and then I got to go across to grandma's house.
It ain't no big deal. It's pretty much it's kind of similar to what he came up with, obviously. You in any trades?
Just those ones I texted you. Pretty much the same thing from the last few. But it kicked me out, or it froze. You know, it did that thing when you had the too many VPNs. It like froze it or something for a second.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I was on the customer service trying to get it. Finally got it fixed, and then I was just eating. But yeah, just give me like 5 or so, because I just gotta get across the street.
Oh, good. It looks like he's back, so he'll want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll switch it over. I'm on my phone, so I'll just put.
Talking about
But I'll
Dbloc.
like.
Dbloc's messing with his chart.
Oh, tight. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
All right, bro. Later.
I didn't know we took out somebody from ISIS today.
I didn't either.
How did Elon's rocket launch with the to go save the? Did that go good so far? Are they in space?
I hadn't watched much news, man. I've been down at my daughter's house. She's doing a bunch of renovations and stuff, so I hadn't either that or doing this.
Yeah, I literally just took a nap and like missed out on a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, it did. It did take off. Okay, cool. Hope he brings those astronauts back safe.
Yeah, no lie.
He's stuck up there for 8 months or whatever. Man, Elon's son, Little X, is getting to do so much cool stuff that he doesn't even realize, man. You know? Oh, he probably maybe realized a little bit, but that's crazy. Going for a flight on Marine One.
Dbloc, you see my screen?
What is it? I'm looking at your screen.
So I use that Nedra's envelope. That's the orange. That's the green and red. The orange is 75 days ago. Okay, you follow me?
Yeah.
75 days. So this is the 11 weeks we've been talking about. So this is what happened last time we reached this point. Okay. So look at it. Look at the pattern. Falls almost identical to right here. We have this dip, up, dip, and then take off. All right. Now, this is the candles from then. Look how it fits inside the envelope from today.
Yeah.
Now, compare that to my candle.
Whoa.
Ain't this some shit? Dude, that means we're right here. That's here. We have up, down, another little up, down, and then it's taking off. That'll be April 4th. So for a month, from April 4th to June,
Yeah.
almost 2 months. Now, remember those. See what you like better. Because over here it shows all the congruencies, I guess. 80, 88, 84, 68, 42. That might be the days. I'm not sure what over the last days. But he also did 105 days. You following me?
Yeah, I'm following. I just got bread. I'm eating bread. I just want
No, it's all good. I just don't want to be talking to myself. All right, so I'll change it to 105 days. Pretty similar.
Yeah.
Fits in the envelope. Close. I could probably squinch it together.
Yeah, pretty close.
Candle from then. My candle.
Wait, so the candles from when you say from then, you mean
Candle
like
from 105 days ago, from back then, whenever this was. And I think it's from 105 days ago now, too. See, we could literally go back 105 days and see what's going to happen tomorrow. That's what I've been telling you, dude. It's all patterns.
Yeah. Were you hearing that cat guy jumped in?
Cat guy jumped in.
What's going on, team?
Hey, man. You seen this, brother? Were you watching?
Watching what?
You see my screen, Dbloc?
No. Just got on.
I'm streaming. Ronnie C. Oh, I worked on that. I worked on the thing.
Oh yeah, you played around with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Nice.
It really just backs up what you said, but this is a little bit different the way I did it.
It feels like that same thing as the cat guy was talking about, where there's a cat or something. Well, I mean, I'm just drawing correlations. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay, so this is an envelope that I use. Nedger, it tells me when it curves up.
Mhm.
But just to show you, they only let it go back this far because it's too revealing. They said if it goes back further. So, but anyway, see, I can drop. Now this is a 105 day. You can drop it in there. You can see how close it is. But look, your candles here from back then fit in there perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at my candle.
Yeah. It's all global money. It's all money supply, man. It's all. I think I had a bit of an edge because I've always been obsessed with like where money goes. Like I've said a lot, I was the kid that used to draw my name on every dollar I spent to see if I'd ever get it back. But yeah, it all comes down to money flow, man. Whether we call it the 4-year cycle, 4-year Bitcoin cycle, whether we call it the 4-year legacy cycle, or the 18.6-year real estate cycle, like, it really just is money flow.
So that's the 105 day. You said the 75 was close?
75 is the one that I was at by eye. But
Okay,
you can't argue with the correlation, right? That's what I love. That's why I love data. Like,
yep. Here's the 75, the same thing. Pretty close.
See what I mean? Like the up moves seem like they matched better on the 75, but just the overall correlation is stronger on the 105.
Yep. The candles are the same though. They all fit in that envelope,
Mm-hmm.
and they all match mine. That's crazy, man. I mean, they just blink. There's none that are out of sync.
But that's just Bitcoin candles and what?
So this is I guess the other little thing that comes with the M2. Is that right? Because I don't know where that came from.
I think you have that's a different indicator than the one that I use, but it looks like it's just Bitcoin price if I'm not.
Global M2 sandbox.
No, it's the one on top of it. That's the one I
Oh,
think.
well, where that thing showed up?
Yeah, got a little emoji or something. Nah, I've never seen that one.
I clicked on. Look above wherever you put this and see if he's not
Double
sitting.
double click that. Double click the no. Go to double click that. It doesn't tell us any better. It just gives us a little face. I thought maybe the name of it would be right there, right? Trades on chart. Yeah.
Oh no, hang on.
Looks like it might just be Bitcoin price.
Daily candle. Usan Smooth plus MACD. Okay, well, shoot, I thought that was from back then.
Yeah.
That must be just region. No wonder they fit so perfectly then.
Yeah. Were you here, Santo, for my my little M2 spiel?
I was. But even this, making this be able to fit, because that is from today. I mean, that's from now.
Yeah.
No matter, even if it is off a little bit, it's still looking, comes down, you said it got a little hump. Is this projected, or that's what happened 10 weeks ago, or last bull run? But
No, it's just 100 and
Just
105. Yeah.
And I'm sure Bollinger Bands will still go back all the way. So I don't know. It was fun fooling with it though. It's exciting. Oh, dogwood hat. Get it on, baby. Cool. Look at that gap up. Dude, what's dogwood hat going to? You said 54 cents the other night.
Moving right now?
Merrick said 60. I'm in pretty big on it right now. Yeah, sure. Didn't know where that little guy came from. Check this out. This is an AI. Oh, shit.
Hello, guys. What's up?
Hold on, brother.
Fine, bro. You?
Good.
Nice.
What do I do? Turn it on? Hey, get rid of them bolts. It's not doing it.
The dominance doing its thing here. So bleeding.
For that forecast, it's not going to be as long though. It only goes out like 8 days. It didn't really correlate because I can't make them.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting stuff. So I DM'd you the other night about that, man. I hope that's not.
Oh, I have to check it, bro. Again, some
It's
reason
okay.
half of the people that
Totally, we're
DM
not
me
supposed to do
get
that.
sent to like the spam folder.
Yeah, yeah. I just, it wasn't spam though. It was,
I got you. I'll find you.
he was all worried about you being upset with me or thinking I was getting scammed. I'm like, dude, I hit him up through Discord. No one
Yeah.
scammed.
No. As long as you, yeah.
He's like, send me a picture of who you sent. And I said, the only picture I saw was he had a Philadelphia Eagles jersey on when I first signed up. He's like, no, man, no, that's not his sign. I said, man, I sent it right through Discord from his stream site. But he's just looking out for me.
What's your name on Discord so I can find it?
Ronnie C.
Message.
It's just saying about the 10 weeks look back.
I see you. Hold on, let me. There we go. I got you. Pull you out of the spam. I guess I have to accept the DM, and then it brings people out of the spam folder into the regular message folder or something.
Well, I won't ever do it unless it's something that I think will help the group. Or
Nah, you're good, brother. Definitely reach out if you ever got any questions. Don't hesitate.
That's got me kind of excited right there.
Expecting a little topside deviation out of this. I was hoping maybe we could invalidate that M pattern, but it looks like we're just going to come back down into the range. Don't expect too much. Volume looked interesting for a second, but it kind of died off. And if you look at the tape, I mean, that 3 Bitcoin sell right there is sort of, well, there was like 5. It's starting to trail down. In about an hour, it'll be down to like 0s and 1s all the way down. What's going on, Chad? How we feeling out there?
Yo, what's good? What's good? Oh, what you sharing here, Ronnie?
Where you been, man?
What's up, dude? I was playing some Dota 2.
I hit you up in Discord. I'm like, man, when's Whiff gonna take off? I'm underwater. I was showing him. Did you see what he did a while ago with the 105 days?
Yeah, but then my PC shut off like when he was halfway through. What did he end up saying? like it might take a little longer to consolidate until that 105 zone, or
Yeah, I don't think so. Hey,
what
Dbloc.
he's saying it's going off now.
Dbloc. So this happened earlier. I wanted to hit you up about it, but that's what we're looking for, right?
I'm
Volume
sorry.
candle.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Hello, Moto.
So check this out, Merritt.
Yeah, I'm watching.
All right. So I use this envelope. Okay. You see how my candles fit inside the envelope?
Yeah.
This is what he was using earlier.
Envelope. You got mail.
It's from 105 days ago.
How's Popcat and Peanut been doing since they got listed on Robinhood? Any good?
Basically went to shit with everything else, honestly. Kind of unfair to judge it,
That
right? Because
shocked me
everything
then.
went down.
I couldn't believe that the other day when I got that notification. It was Popcat, Peanut, and what was the other one?
I had it fitting in there a minute ago, bro.
They decided to list three meme coins.
I think it was just them two, Pop and
No, it was
and
three of them.
Peanut.
It was three of them, Rob. And
I
was just looking. But you know what? That's completely ridiculous.
yeah, 'cause all these other good cryptos, and they're just listing these freaking memes. Robinhood lists 3 new meme coins, but what was it?
Really, Popcat? Really? Come on now.
Oh, Pengu, Pengu, Peanut, and Popcat.
That's right, that Pungy Penguin. What the hell?
Triple P memes.
Sounds like a DGen nursery rhyme we got going right now.
Ronnie, you're expecting one more correction with that? Is that the global money supply, the M2?
Yep. And this is an envelope thing that I use because when it turns up, I can tell kind of when it's going to take off. I can make it fit in there perfectly, dude.
I'll go over the end that you didn't catch when your PC turned off when he's done.
Oh, thanks.
I'll catch you up real quick.
This brings us down, I guess, right here. So we should have here, a little hump, and April 4th to the moon, dog.
To the moon.
From April to June. So April and May could be fun, guys.
All right, so pull me up real quick and I'll show you.
So that's 75 days, Mary. Then you got the 100.
I got you.
105 days. This is the one that said the metrics are saying is closer. Look at that.
When was that full moon? Is it still going on, or is that over?
Ain't that close? Up. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Up.
I'm with you, Dbloc.
All right, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Let's get in here. Auto everything.
You and Whiff? Mary?
Yeah. I actually added at the 505 level a little bit.
I've never looked into with.
All right,
Do they
so
use anything?
I was at the 75-day offset when we were talking about it yesterday, 2 days ago. And then, Buddy dropped a tool where you can actually test. Anybody download it, by the way?
What is it?
Let me see how many downloads there are now. Only 4 people, literally only 4 people on the planet had it when I brought you guys the alpha.
There was 5 when I got it, so I should have made 6.
There you go.
What tool are you talking about?
This one that tells you the correlation between M2 and Bitcoin depending on the offset.
I think someone.
Oh, I may not have got that one.
It's going around. There's only one other guy talking about it on YouTube. I was in a
Yeah,
conversation with them on
is it
on
Tino?
Twitter. No, it's not Tino. So
No.
what are we on? We're on the 105.
Oh, you
Yeah,
have
all
this
right.
in Discord to download?
No, but I can drop it in.
Oh.
So
Which one
that's
is
the
it?
75, right? The correlation on the 75, you see, right? Over 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 80, 360. Right? It's decent. You've got some 80s, 68. Last 30 days is 85. That is the yellow line. That's where I was, which meant that go time would have been March 26th. And it was interesting because I was looking at this little bump here and I was like, okay, you know, maybe we've got the same thing going. We've got one last little move up, you know, and then it's go time. But then I got on Twitter when I was doing some research and I started talking to the guy. Let me give you this guy's name because he deserves the credit for making this indicator. His name is Marnie Merrick. Just
Hey,
Merrick on Twitter.
that's my name.
So he came up with the tool, right? So everybody was going through, well, he was going through it, and then he posted his findings, and then I went through and I checked everything from 75 to about 200 as far as offsets. And he's right. This is the biggest correlation that you can find is on the 105. 91% accurate in the last 360 days. 90% in the last 180, 85 in the last 30. No 60s anywhere.
That's wild. So you pretty much, if you traded that, you had like above 70%.
If you had this asset, yeah, if you had this offset for M2 and you traded the pivots for the most part, yeah, you were right on the money. So from that, we have to take the 75 still isn't bad, right? And it's still correlated 85% to right now. So we have to sort of include that into our bias, right? Because it could very well be that was this. We're going to have one last little bump here, and then when we hit, we're going to take off and go. So what I'm kind of doing is I'm taking the difference between both. Right? So if we get rid of the 75, look at how much better that fits. Right? But the reason that it's actionable is because that means that this pump that we're going to have coming up after a bit of a consolidation is going to retrace. So it's a good idea to take some profits and recompound in the go zone.
It'll probably be, that retrace will probably be back to the downtrending resistance that we break out of.
Well, the problem is, so you can see the retrace doesn't come back as low as the original one, which is good for us. But the problem is we don't know how high that's going to be, right? We don't know how much more there is to go. But no matter how you look at it, it ends up being a lower high. So the plan now for me anyways is scope out the lower high that we get. And whenever we have a convincing lower high on the daily, then I'm going to compound my profits back down at the bottom, wherever we end up. But it shouldn't be lower than our lows, right?
Yeah.
So to be safe, we've got a window of about 30 days. We've got about a month in that range to sort of get ready, right?
Accumulate.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know they're going to be accumulating big time.
So for right now, I'm going to be in recompounding sort of mode, take profits, recompound. And then once we get into this area, I'm going into hardcore sort of. And what's interesting is the timing, right? Because we're talking about April, between March and April, and that's when Powell said that there was consensus on ending QT, right, in the summer. So if that happens, then it all sort of makes sense. Because then we get ETH BTC bottoming out. We get BTC DOM turning down, all in the same time, all in this sort of magical zone here.
Yeah. It's all the
minutes.
stars
We
are
have
aligning.
Yeah, we just gotta check our bias on a daily, right? Don't get too hyped, and then just be aware that if we do get a bigger push up here, that it could retrace, right? Which means the
Yeah.
same way as I warn people, don't get too depressed when it's coming down. Don't fall for the, if we pop up and do something like clear this vector, hit target 2, maybe try to hit 90, reject off of 90 or something, I will be considering a deeper retracement.
in 1 minute. We have the next 4-hour candle. What do you think? The block is gonna scoop up the liquidity more easy or
I mean,
down?
it's possible. The W here gives us at least 85. That would invalidate the M, and it wouldn't go high enough to free the trap longs, right? But
Okay.
it's not necessary. We could easily just fall back. Look at all these longs that we have underneath the uptrend. They could
I'm
easily just come
expecting
down and scoop all of that.
like at least a pullback to 84K, I reckon. Because that would be, a proper retest of the inverse head and shoulder neckline, essentially. Because like we had the baby retest before the launch, but then you get the pullback, which will also be the golden pocket. So if you take from the lows all the way to, if we hit the target of the measured move, I've got that around 90K, 89. The golden pocket to that is 84K.
Yeah, all of that works, man. All of that works for me. Still really expecting the lower high, right? So, I mean, all of that fits into what we're doing here, right? We've got our second high now, so we can take our old uptrend. So, sort of situation where we come, expand, clear all the liquidity that's up there, 90, 89, low 90s, whatever it is. And then eventually turn back down and test this uptrend and not even break it,
Yeah. In an ideal world, that would be the trade. That would be a good trade.
Yeah.
XRP is trying to make some moves. I'm looking.
Volume's dead. We had a couple interesting spikes earlier, but nothing crazy. It didn't last long. You can see the buy pressure, right? Market makers' goal is to keep price at CME close. So you can see we're making higher lows on that. So there is some pressure. There is some buy pressure, but I don't think it's going to be enough to do anything crazy.
Market maker, so he will try to keep it on the CME.
Yeah, because their main goal, the reason that the trap even exists, is because they need to make their job of keeping price at CME on Sunday the easiest possible. Like, imagine if, okay, so if it closed and then price went all the way to, 80, and then they had to make all that gap up. I mean, we've seen them do it, right? Because they'll do it when they have to. But what they're trying to do, the reason that the traps exist is that they're trying to take all the margin out of the market. They're trying to take all the degen money out of the market so that it's easier for them to hold the price. Remember, when there's liquidity in the market maker isn't needed and price gets out of control. He needs a low liquidity environment so that he can provide all the liquidity and keep price where he wants it. So the way they do that is that they make you go long at the very tops here and trap you. So all your margin in that trade is trapped. And they'll make you go short here and trap you. So all your margin in that trade is trapped. But they'll keep price right in the middle. So neither one of them is getting kicked out of the trade. Your money's literally just stuck in the market and you're sitting here praying that this breaks out and hits these liquidations so that you can take profit and go to the movies with your girl or your kids or some shit.
So what is your best move here when you see this?
I like to play the deviations. If we get a good deviation up, I don't short, but on a good deviation up, I'd short that back to CME or back into the weekend trap. The same thing with a flush. If we get a flush out here and this drops and we flush all the way to like the 800, I'll go with a heavy bag up to CME or even lower. Right? This is the mean for the weekend. So
Sorry if
everything
it's
is going to revolve around the mean.
sorry if it's a stupid question. What is DME?
CME?
CME.
Yeah. CME, Chicago
Okay,
Mercantile Exchange. So part of market maker's job, like I said, is to make sure that when they close on Friday and they open on Sunday, that it's at the same price so that there's no gap, there's no imbalance. Remember, his job is to provide balance. And part of that is making sure that there's no CME gap. What's going on, Ryan? Everybody in here is trading, brother. It's just a community of traders. We happen to watch Bitcoin right now because Bitcoin dominance is king, and doesn't matter what alt you're trading, Bitcoin's really what matters. But everybody's in here trading a bunch of different stuff. These are just my ideas and what I'm doing. And as much as I tell these guys not to copy trade, I'm sure some of them do. Maddie is called. It's called. Where is it? Global M2 Sandbox. I don't know him personally, but his name is Marnie Merrick. I don't want to take credit for it or anything. Dope little
So
piece of code, though.
75, 105, and then today.
What was that?
I found one that let me do a 75 and a 105, and then this is now.
Oh, okay,
I think
nice.
you had something similar up.
Yeah, the
That's
difference
it.
between the one I was talking about is that he actually gives you the percentages of correlation. It's really difficult by eye. Like I said, I can make arguments for both of them.
Here's the
If I looked
correlation.
at the 105 and the 75, I could make arguments for both of them just by eye. It's just
Right.
different seeing the data, right? Where you can just take all the guessing out of it.
Yep. The first one I did has this little box over here.
Yeah, Ryan. I mean, a lot of people trade leverage in here, but me personally, I tell everybody if you're new, if it's your first cycle, just trade spot. Even if you want to learn leverage on the side, just trade spot. That way, when you're done making all your mistakes and you're really good at leverage, you actually have some money to trade with because you've held the spot back for all that time instead of just getting wrecked and pouring more money in the market and getting wrecked again, pouring more money in the market. Everybody pays a tuition, but you get to decide how much that tuition is.
Do you think they're going to hold price up a little bit if you have a big margin, a big leverage play?
What do you
Keep
mean?
the margin out, to keep it out of the, like you were just explaining, or is that just the top and bottom just trapping them?
Yeah, it's just a top and bottom. I mean, this move here, anybody that trades, I mean, I've had a lot of people in my DMs that are like, damn, like I've been trading for a while, but just the idea of the weekend trap has saved me a lot of money because I would always get trapped on the weekends, either going short or going long. And then you just got a long weekend of sitting there praying that price goes your way, and it keeps happening weekend after weekend. And you hear people say don't trade the weekends, but you don't ever hear them say why, right? You hear them say don't trade Fridays, but they won't really explain why. Maybe they don't know why. Most of the time is because the type of shit is behind a paywall. You know, some sort of course they want you to buy or some shit.
Yeah, but
XRP is on a tear.
Nah, there's no paywalls. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
you could join the Discord for $50 or whatever the value is to you. Obviously, if whatever you find the value is what you know. But $50 has to be a minimum just to keep the bots out. But as far as putting things behind paywalls, like like how do I look, bro? Like imagine, Dre. Let's say there's a $1,000 course or something, right? And all of the shit is in the course, and half of you guys took the course, and we're sitting here on YouTube talking about it, and somebody jumps in the chat and says, "Hey, what are you guys talking?" Like, am I not supposed to explain it to that guy because he didn't pay? Like, that's nasty work, bro. Like, he's not a member, so I shouldn't give him the answer because that's behind a paywall. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do that, bro. I've seen people do it. I've seen people say, I can't answer that question. Join the Discord, da da da. Look at our material.
Hey, Ronnie, can I show you something on XRP real quick? I mean, WOF.
please do.
If we zoom out, yeah, this green line is basically, you can think of it as like that. Well, actually, sorry, never mind.
Yeah, it hit that 5101 a while ago when I was gone. I had a buy order in too, and it didn't do it.
At 51?
Yep.
Did you get in above here in this zone?
When I bought in, it was 5111, and then I bought down at my average is 5097.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's good personally, like for what I'm doing as well. But this green line here, I don't think we're gonna come below it again. If anything, this red line would be max pain for a coming down. But this one here, I don't think we're gonna break below it. This is the measured move up here of the inverse head and shoulder.
What's that point?
And that's at 60 cents.
Dude, if it goes up 60 cents.
Yeah, that's the
I'm-
measured move. And then this yellow line is the golden pocket from this low to this high. So this is actually where I expect it to come back for one final, or if it accumulates in this area, like if Bitcoin accumulates.
No $14 like you said last week, huh?
It'll get there. We got a journey to go, but once we complete that, like we're looking at these are the ranges we're looking at next. Your next targets are like $1.06, $1.30.
Oh my. That's big, bro.
Yeah, this thing is gonna do some numbers, definitely. But keep an eye on this green line, because that could also be that's the 0.5. So if we retrace, that would probably be the deepest retracement for this pump.
Bro, looks like it's trying to come down again. So we get to test your theory right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I could be wrong.
I think it came down and hit that bottom early at 5101.
Kind of looks like I put in a W, huh? On the 1 minute.
Yeah. Man, Dbloc, I've been down some rabbit holes trying to figure this stuff out.
That's great though. That's that natural curiosity that's gonna get you far in this.
Every time I think I got it all figured out, I learn 3 new things. And get wrecked.
Not a loss, it's a lesson.
Yep.
I know, right? Let's get some live action here on dominance. All right, watch that magnet work. Yeah, buddy.
Is VJ all right?
I haven't heard from her for a couple days. I gotta hit her up actually.
That
Make
guy
sure she's feeling all right.
threw her a couple wrenches the other day.
Man, XRP is looking so damn strong.
Look at the magnet. I'm not even touching the screen right now.
Yes, sir. Damn. You hit the hammer, bro. You know. You do your job.
Ronnie, this is where Wolf will get the bounce.
Where is the support for dominance?
Set at 538. $508.
Yep.
Well, it's at 5083. So bounce, baby.
What we looking at, XRP?
With
Oh, okay. See what Whiff is doing. Funny, we were just talking about Whiff the other day. You know, we look at some of these big chunky market cap memes and we're like, but this is what's available to retail.
I had a future indicator the other day that said it was going to be $14 tomorrow or today.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I'm going to keep an eye on that.
They need to start giving out some guarantees with these predictions, man. You can make some money. A little bullish structure. We got through that vector that we were targeting earlier though. Get rid of that. That's the only thing that makes me think maybe you have a little bit of stall out hesitation here.
Yeah.
Because if you turn on the dead bodies, like look at all the liquidations that we just cleared out here.
The only thing that's making me positive about more upward momentum are the moving averages on it right now.
Yeah, let's see. We can follow it in real time. We hit that uptrend and held it all right. Kind of coming in and out on the 5 minute. Let me get rid of these bodies. Definitely some fuel for the fire. And even if it rejects, I mean, we're gonna have to either break this uptrend or break the flag. Right? Time is gonna push us out one way or the other.
Is the bottom about what he said?
What's that?
Is the bottom of that trend, if it comes all the way down, is it like 30 cents?
If it would be 50 cent.
50, okay.
Yeah, this is small time frame stuff here. 5 minute.
The liquidations for WIF on the large time frames are ridiculous. Like the short liquidations sitting above. So many.
I hope he goes and gets them tonight. Get them all. Just up to 60 cents. I ain't greedy. I just missed it last night.
I got you, Ryan. Give me a second. I'll take a look at it. I'll send you guys an invite to the free section. You have to click the verification, read through the rules. If you go to the Cypher family role, there's a link there to the WAP store so you can get your Cypher family role that opens up the rest of the Discord. Or if you want to pay like Cash App or crypto, just message me directly. Just $50 one-time fee. Or whatever it's worth to you. As long as it's more than $50.
Was I supposed to sign up for something on there? Or?
I mean, we're eventually moving. Right now, everything's in the free section, so you're not missing out on anything.
Okay.
But once we get out of these depths and start, we were supposed to do it a while ago, but the market got bad. And I didn't think it was in good taste to move anything into a paid section while everybody was kind of underwater, right? So I just extended it a little bit. But
Well,
yeah, right underneath welcome back, it says Cypher family role. And there's a link that takes you there to the WAP store. And all you do is sign in with your Discord, pay $50, and then you get the role. Or like I said, if you want to pay crypto or whatever is easier, Cash App or whatever, just hit me up directly. And then I'll give you the role.
And I did everything I was supposed to do.
I have to check to see if you have your role. Do you have your Cypher? When you go to the Discord, do you have your yellow role, Cypher family role?
No.
All right, yeah, that's what you have to get. Because the voice chat is eventually going to be in the paid section. It's just to be able to keep people from coming in on the free sort of link and then just talking all night in the middle of the night, saying some crazy shit or shilling their projects.
I got you.
And then I'm going to add value. I'm going to add some bots. I really want to have a nice little AI agent section where people can come in and do research and not have to really go anywhere else, right? Just have little research rooms where, like, maybe if 2 or 3 of you were trading the same thing, you can duck off into that room, do your research, share your charts. So you can scream at the green candles and shit, you know, not have to worry about bothering anybody. But those sort of areas have to be in the paid section because You don't want just randoms coming in there trolling. Like I said, it's gonna get crazy when volume picks up.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
Instead of 300 people in chat, there'll be 1,000 people in chat, and there'll be 2,000 more people in Discord, and most of them will just be here to just talk shit because they missed the buys, so they'll come in to troll, and so we need a little bit of separation.
It's a stream hold, just 25.
40 something, I believe. 41 or something. There's nothing I can do to make it bigger either. Sometimes if somebody's on, they can stream my chart.
Yeah, I did that last night.
Yeah.
Between doing that and the
Nah,
week
Irvin,
stream,
I got you. You're my brother. You're in the Discord. I'll just find you in the Discord and I'll send you your role. I'm not gonna charge mods for that. And if I gave the role to any mods that have already paid, just contact me and I'll get that back to you. You guys are helping me out. That's just in bad taste.
Can you watch please a bit the XRP? I want
Looks
maybe
like
I
it
want
wants to break out a little bit here. If we're looking at momentum, right, we crossed the 50. And one candle of confirmation held so far. Just got to start breaking tops here.
yeah, I put a line there earlier. Come on, baby.
what
Just
price
get
did you get in, bro?
Nah, you're good, brother. Thank you. You got your mod for a reason. You've been putting work in chat for a while, just on the low. So I appreciate you. I have to get you. I'm trying to get something's wrong with my invites, and I can't. Hold on. Let me give you your mod role in the Discord, Irvin. That way, when people ask for invites, if you're around, you can just click on the top where it says invite people and it'll give you a link. Or talk to Gloomy and I don't know what's the easiest way to do it. Gloomy and Mike got it figured out though. Something's wrong. Every time I go, it just says hidden use copy button, but it doesn't have the. Yeah, so that's the link we're supposed to have when we leveled up the Discord, the custom link. I gotta save that somewhere. Or I just gotta remember to type the Cypher by Dbloc. It's not that difficult. Appreciate you, Mike. W mod. All right, Bitcoin, you gonna go after these liquidations? Told you these guys got a little bit too carried away. Too much shrimp. Thanks for the sub. Welcome. Yeah, it's definitely respecting this little uptrend. Gotta move that magnet down a little bit. I was just about to say when you said you were shorting XRP. It's everything right now though, bro. Look at be careful shorting any alts at all right now. Dominance is taking a nice little weekend tumble. So just be real careful on the shorts on any alts. Nah, don't chase, bro. Wait for a setup. You're gonna get into trouble if you just start flipping long short, long short. That's a good problem to have, Irvin. Well, I guess except for the then it takes off part. Charlie Munger said he made his first $1 million taking profits too early. BTC looks like it wants to come after these licks, though. That was a nice little hit off the uptrend, but I think it might be too enticing. Still have to wait for that 13 to cross. Your 13 is still decent, right? Momentum is still bullish.
It might go down and get them.
Yeah, yeah. If it crosses, right? We haven't lost bullish momentum yet, but it's looking questionable. Volume's picking up though. 35 Bitcoin. Getting some action on the tape.
So I went back to Whoop, and it says Cypher family roll, and it's got a check mark by it. So
let me check your. I'll check your membership and see if you got it. Hold on. If you've already done it once, it's automatic. So
yeah, I just didn't want to be supposed to be doing something and not be doing it.
no, you're good. Ronnie C, right? No, it says you're a friend. It says you doesn't. I think the check mark just means that that's what you get when you. It's letting you know that that's one of the things you get when you pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah, have you heard Musk confirmed he wants to put the US Treasury on Bitcoin and crypto blockchain technology?
Oh man. You say Bitcoin specifically because XRP people are going to lose their
Dude,
shit.
right now, check this out. I'm reading Forbes.com. This is an article from March 2nd that I don't know why it hasn't really been out yet, and there's a title. It says, wait, what's the title? Hold on one sec. Elon Musk issues foolish crypto price warning as meme coin crash threatens Bitcoin. That's the title of it. Of Forbes. But yeah, it's something, I don't know, something to do with I think they're trying to quote him from his last Joe Rogan interview when he was calling meme coins foolish. And he said meme coins crash threatens the Bitcoin price rally. Did you see that on the interview with Joe Rogan?
Nah, I didn't watch the whole thing, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. I tried. I watched it like in two pieces, and I didn't get through the whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch it either. But yeah, supposedly said he warned those expecting to win through betting on so-called meme coins they're being foolish.
Hello, Drew.
Yo, Tikani there.
Yeah, Whiff is starting to break out of that bull flag we were looking at now.
XRP is doing some moves.
Yeah, a lot of doing some nice moves today.
I'm being foolish right now, then. If Whiff goes up a dime, I'll be a happy camper.
What do you want to say? Look at dominance drop.
XRP's helping that out right now.
XRP pumping?
Yes, sir.
Ave's breaking the same line.
Yo, Nick's like candy, man. You say XRP 3 times, just pops up out the cut.
You know, I have to now. I'm committed at this point, bro. You know that I'm committed at this point.
Hey, bro, I'm long.
Dominance is falling. I love it.
Yeah, it's the weekend. It's been happening on the weekend.
Yeah, XRP is moving with a pretty massive amount of volume right now. So it's moving up, definitely.
I got in Chainlink the other day. And I think Chainlink is going to have some moves. You know how many raffles I entered for those new Jordan 4s, man? At least 50 of them. I lost every one. It was impossible.
Let's all get botted, bro.
I wanted those damn things so bad. It's
All right,
crazy what
what's
they're
up?
doing.
XRP's up 2% in the last hour. Sui's up 1.2%. Dot. Why is Dot moving? Dot's up 1.2%. Pepe's up 2.2%.
Everything's moving.
Peanut.
Yeah.
See Aave?
XLM's up over 2%.
You know what? You know what? It seems like everything on Robinhood's moving.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Whoever took that syrup trade off me, they was chilling today.
Nice, it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out.
EST's up 10%. Nero, GMX, Axel, Sundog. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to say it out loud, but it's really more memes than anything.
Boy.
With your, XLM, XRP sort of utility sprinkled in, but
Yeah, Trump got a push too. But I was surprised that syrup ran up like 25%, 30%. Of course, I took profit early, like I always do.
Fart
Way
coins
early.
up 28% for the day. All right, let's see what we got. W still active. Uptrend is still solid.
Let's go. Look at this. Looks nice, baby. Still trading Trump, Drew?
Right now, I'm on the sideline. I'm not trading nothing right now. I'm waiting for a good setup.
The hell? Injective. How's Injective been doing? I forgot you can trade regular stocks on Injective, huh? You can now trade Robinhood on Injective. What? The most awaited reveal from Robinhood today at 12:06 p.m. Stay tuned. Grand release worldwide on March 28th. What's this?
What happens? What happens when the stock market gets settled on blockchain? Because there's talk of NASDAQ being on blockchain. I think that would be ultra bullish if that happens.
Robinhood's just spot with crypto.
I don't know. Ooh, did they change that? They're having some big upgrades going on with Robin, and it don't look that bad, man. The charts and everything look good. What was it? Wasn't that Robinhood? Forget the name of it. You gotta pay extra for it, but it looks pretty damn good.
I don't pay extra and it's not very good.
Hmm?
I don't pay extra and it's not very good.
Well, the new whatever that came out on Robinhood.
Yeah,
What's it called?
I can't remember.
I see the commercial for it all the time.
I got it right here.
They make it look good in the commercial, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh man, look really good. I've got it up, but I only see the name of it. Legend.
Robinhood Legend.
Legend.
Not gonna lie, I feel kind of naked not being exposed right now.
So you waiting for a setup? About 60% of the coins are breaking out right now.
Yeah, but the ones I'm looking at kind of seem like they're toppy a little bit.
That like it's hot. But that like it's hot.
Yeah, the breakouts, I definitely don't trade there. I mean, sometimes I'll do a breakout trade, but I've been slowing down on too many breakout trades. I want some blood.
We have enough of that, man. Also been bleeding for months.
Well, I mean, not a lot of blood, just like about a nice big fat red candle to take us down to like 81 or something, and back up.
We just went to how low did we go? 70. What did we hit? Did we hit 75?
No, we didn't hit 75.
What was the lowest we went?
If Drew had that patience, you just buy it like 78, whatever, and you chill for 1 week and
Oh,
snowboard.
76. We went down to 76.4. Almost 75.
Well, there's 4 days I didn't trade. I mean, I was just on the sideline for like 3.5 days.
I know. We keep climbing. If you would have just
No, it's good actually. I took profit on my Trump and just hung out, and Trump just stood there, and then I was just scalping it, and then I missed the pump, got into what's it called, the syrup, and rode that, got some really nice profits. But now I'm just like, let me wait for a good setup.
Wait, syrup?
Hell yeah, I killed that one.
it's a new
syrup?
coin on. I think it's a new coin on Coinbase, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah.
sipping on some syrup.
Yeah, I had to activate.
Bro, that's
Is that Maple Finance you were talking about?
Yeah.
That's some old school right there.
Isn't it? Sipping on some syrup.
Sipping on some sip.
Yeah, I had to reactivate some old Twitter accounts so I could really get shilled on Twitter, and I had to get my shilling pants on. But I don't know, man. I'm still feeling like this isn't the right time to go all in.
That's when it goes. I hate that, man. That's how the market's been, man. I'm gonna start doing the opposite of what
I think there's a few options, a few bullish options, a few bearish options. But the bearish options are, I don't know, everyone's looking at 74, 73. They would go right past that to 68.
Not gonna happen.
68.
Not even on like Gemini or like Binance US.
Maybe Binance US, bro. I'll give you
at least somewhere.
I'll give you a 40 hit on like Binance US.
Yeah, right. It hit like 8K one time. It was at 60K.
What was the difference on Binance US? Wasn't Bitcoin was at what, like 25K?
Bro,
Oh, yeah, there was, like, one day
I
it
made
was
a
bad.
I made an instant killing on Binance. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
That was ridiculous.
We were at 60. We were at 60 something. No, I'm lying to you. We were
It was in
at
the
40
20s,
something,
right?
going to 50, and they sold it to me for 22K.
Half price, baby. Half price Bitcoin.
The dip. Craziest arbitrage ever, bro. And I really screwed that play up because I had a bunch of money on Binance US because I was about to make a play when all that shit happened. And when they told US customers to get their funds off, I took my funds off. I left a little bit on there. I had something that was on a play and it was something else. But then they stopped deposits. They would let you withdraw. They would let you buy shit. They would let you withdraw coins. but they wouldn't let you deposit. And then that
And you could
arbitrage
trade, right?
happened. Bro, then that arbitrage happened. Had I had all my money on there when that arbitrage happened, I would have hit them over the head so hard.
Yeah. Hey, well, you're supposed to know they're telling people to take their money off and then this and
Yeah, nah, it would have been stupid for me to keep my money on there. It would have been irresponsible for me to keep my money on there. But I made up for it. Yeah, it was crazy, Evan. I jumped on stream that day and I was like, yo, if anybody has money on Binance US right now, immediately buy some Bitcoin. That is 1000% financial advice.
this is 1000% financial advice. Never sell your Bitcoin. Bitcoins.
I still don't even know what's going on over there at Binance US. Apparently, you can still trade, but you can't bring cash on. You can only, it's crypto
That's what I heard the
only.
other day.
I haven't
No,
messed
they
with
brought
it, bro.
They recently brought it back. They have
brought it back.
ACH deposits now.
Really?
Yeah, there's 50, I think 50 crypto pairs that you can use USD and bring it back.
That was probably part of the deal with CZ going to jail, I imagine.
Yeah, what was that? You said Trump?
Yeah,
Was that
before you
him
could
buying
only
it?
use Tether. You could only trade in Tether, but now you can actually you can deposit. I haven't tried it yet because I just moved crypto from other spots, but you can actually deposit and you can withdraw to your bank account
In
through
Tether?
ACH.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, not Tether, but you can
Yeah, straight to the bank.
deposit and withdraw USD.
They brought that back, I think,
Nice.
like a month ago, and then they
Oh,
added.
okay, okay. So I wasn't like
Yeah,
completely
they added a
lost.
few.
Yeah, that's the best arbitrage of all time, bro. And nothing's ever gonna beat that.
There was one that could have beat it, but Coinbase was slick about everything. They just blocked the withdrawals. Was with Shiba Inu. Remember that?
Yeah, bro, that was and not even the Shiba one. The remember the Crow arbitrage on Coinbase?
Oh yeah, Crow is
I
bad
missed
too.
out
Yeah.
on that, bro. That's why I think that's why I got that Bitcoin arbitrage, because that was just payback. The universe was like, yeah, I know you got screwed on the last one, bro. I had
Yeah, and you weren't
so
able to.
much Crow locked up in staking that I could not move, and the arbitrage was insane.
And you had Shiba at the time too, and you couldn't put it in
Yeah.
Coinbase. You're like, oh, you were steaming. I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I totally remember that. Weren't you able to get it out like 4 days later or something?
It was a while later. It was it was a while later. Long enough, a short enough time to be upsetting, but long enough to not have made a difference, really.
There's also
Yeah,
pushing, baby.
who's this David Sachs guy? That's
David
like
Sachs.
that's the Trump. That's Trump's AI and crypto Caesar,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Like
the
that's
crypto Cesar. Yeah, Caesar.
bizarre. So it said right before they found a memo, and he just sold $200 million in digital assets right before he took the White House
Yeah,
job.
no, he had to.
He had to,
He
yeah.
had to.
Oh, he had to.
Everybody else except for the president has to divest themselves of personal interest. President's the only one that gets to still pump his bags and shit, apparently. But
That
yeah,
makes
everybody
sense.
else just for the appearance of impropriety, you get rid of all of that, so nobody can say you're passing laws that are gonna benefit you financially.
Going against Bitcoin, baby. Looking good, looking good.
So the Trump family received 75% of proceeds from a separate crypto bank launched last year called World Liberty Financial. You guys ever hear that?
Yeah. You never heard of World Liberty?
No. Is
That's
that the wallet?
That's the Trump's exchange thing.
Oh, okay.
Have you been living in a bubble,
I
bro?
know.
That's the wallet. I just
Mhm.
connected. I was like, all right, World
Yeah,
Liberty,
that's the
like
Trump wallet.
that's the wallet, but is the exchange functioning yet?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right?
really? It is. I didn't even know it was.
Yeah,
I'm
they're gonna be
definitely
having
gonna
a.
go.
They have a token too.
Well, I know they got a token.
They bought like a bunch more ETH today or yesterday.
I'm
I'm hearing
sure.
that
I'm
Trump
sure it
isn't
means.
in.
I'm sure there's nothing behind that, right? Nothing to see here.
A lot of
Just
people say
loading up
Trump
on
isn't
ETH for no
involved with
reason.
them. His son's out, but Trump isn't. I don't know.
That's because he can't claim because he's president.
Yeah.
That's why there's that separation there.
But that's not an exchange though. That World Liberty Financial. It's just like it's a holdings, right? It's like they don't trade there, right?
No, they trade there. They got the exchange licenses and everything.
Oh, for real?
Uh-huh.
Liberty Financial. Earn and borrow crypto. CWLFI token. I live in the U.S.
Be defiant. Shape the new era of finance. Be defiant. So they got their own token, WLFI token.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't touching it.
Where can you buy it? I know the sale ended. It was
It's a
hard to get
sale
in.
has completed.
Yeah.
We could probably get it on like.
How
Let's
to
see.
buy. Connect your Web3 wallet. You can still buy it on here, right? Yeah, you can buy it with. Oh yeah, they use that same what they used for a Trump token. What was that called? You can buy it that way. For a credit card, I think. Right?
With Moonshot.
Is that what it is? Yeah, I believe so.
Well, you could connect your wallet to this site, yeah, and
Yep.
just.
Merrick, that's like 3 pennies. I'm sorry, I just smoked, so I found that really funny. That the cup and handle I pulled on XRP takes us to 253, but with the new evidence, I believe 257 is more likely. Let me take a look at XRP. I thought he was gonna say with the new evidence, I believe 350 is more likely or something crazy.
I'm just gonna go to the transaction hash, the Ether scan, and find the contract myself.
We made it up through the big gaps on the spider line, so that's good. This last push kind of didn't even stop once it found support on that spider line. Where's this cup and handle you guys are looking at? I've heard like mention of it 3 times already. Oh, I see it. Well, no, I don't see it.
Got
I
a
see what
KYC
people might be calling it, but what time frame are you guys looking at? Oh, I'm gonna get mad if you're talking about this thing down here.
The whole ugly thing?
Yeah, I found the
What?
contract. It's OXDA. It starts with and ends with F6.
Any exchanges have it yet?
That's what I'm about to check right now.
You gotta have KYC to be able to buy it. Oh, there was. I think MXC was getting ready to list it. WLFI. Will be. MXC will list World Liberty Financial in assessment zone. To be announced. Yeah. I don't think exchanges can list it for some reason.
It's weird though. Dex Screener is not
Yeah.
populating the contract address.
Yeah, I don't think it's really out yet. I think you can only buy it on that site.
Yeah.
I think the sale just finished, right? Can't hurt to buy a little bit on there. KYC.
I mean, of course, there's some on Dex Screener. I found some WLFs. One has a market cap of 237,000, but I doubt that's theirs. That's probably a fake. Yeah, it's definitely a fake. But it's 7 months old.
7 months, huh? Tether.
Yeah, there's one. It's in the contract. Let's see. It's not a lot of trading though on it. It doesn't look. I don't think it's legit. You never know.
Never know. Could be. He's just that's why it's so low. Like people don't know. People are thinking the same thing. Is it? But wasn't the Trump token out for a long time before it got listed? It was out or whatever. Before Trump announced that, it was out from a
I
long
don't
time.
know. I just
People were
heard that
saying.
somebody was giving out the contract address at some dinner.
Well, I know Zusi had
That was
shots
that
for it
crypto
all the way from
dinner.
March last year, right?
That crypto dinner, bro. Everybody at that crypto dinner got a free swing at the Trump coin. It's like when you go to a dinner and they let you take home the centerpiece, or there's a little,
Yeah.
take home keychain or something, embroidered shit.
Take
Nah,
home
you
contact
got
address.
early dibs on. You got early dibs on Trump,
Yep, there was a barcode in the center of the table with the contract address by me.
bro. Somebody said that they've never seen that many people in real time pick up their phones and just smash the buy button. Like every table, everybody at every table was just on their phone.
Definitely pumped, yo.
Oh yeah. I was scared to buy it at $20. God, we were looking at that thing at $2. Oh no, it's fake. God.
You were looking at it at $2?
Yeah, we were all looking at it at $2.
Bro,
We
we
thought it was
were
fake.
on that contract maybe 5 minutes after they tweeted.
Wow.
We were all scared. There was a
I
few
was on
people
the road.
Well, it was at least 10 minutes of nah, there's no way that's real.
Yeah.
Until we saw it was on Truth Social and that it didn't get taken down, we're like, okay.
And then no, then there was another tweet. Oh, when Eric tweeted about it, yeah, that like made it.
This could get a little bit of retracement here. XRP at like 250. Maybe come back down to like 234 before it makes its next push. Want to see it come down and test this SR flip here and hold it, which would be this high volume node. What am I doing? Right, we're climbing spider lines here, but this node is the issue. Right, we've got tons of volume in this area, so if it rejects from here, it'll probably come right back down through this gap.
Nice to see altcoins do the opposite of Bitcoin, man. Bitcoin's going down, Alta going up.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Get back on that later.
I don't know, but I think if someone's very bullish and wants to have like a really bullish outcome for the end of this year, I think we need to visit the 74K right now. Like right now. Like tonight. If we don't do it tonight, guys, sorry. It's not happening.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or just everyone's sitting around waiting for it, and then it doesn't happen, and then they have to buy higher, and then that's why the price bumps.
I mean, on the timeline, everyone's waiting for. It seems like a lot of people are waiting for a pump right now, and I'm just thinking, everyone thinks we dodged the bullet, and everyone's getting a little excited on the timeline. My theory is that we didn't dodge the bullet yet, especially that we're still under 85K. Still got those liquid below us.
What about dodging a bullet? I would have gladly taken that bullet. If it went to 74.
Oh well, yeah, but some people, the bulls definitely dodged the bullet.
Dbloc, you still here?
I think just people front run them, and they're just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy here because like it might not go there, and then when the buying pressure shows up.
Well, yeah, that's the question. Is this a giant front run that already happened, or would the front run be closer to the 73, 74 area?
I kept thinking, dude, forever, I would not accept that. So, like, once Bitcoin hit 48K, I was like, it has to go back to 30K. I would not accept that it wouldn't do it, but it didn't. I did say I'm not going to go long until it hits 38.5, but then, even after it bounced, I tried to short it after that, and it just ripped. Like, I don't know. I guess there's like Saudi whales buying and stuff, like a bunch of crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, that's true. They just got Coinbase in India, huh?
Hey, Dbloc, I had a question. Are you there?
Yeah, what up?
Or maybe somebody else could answer it. Did y'all know how, I can't remember how Dbloc said he draws his, he determines his weekend trap zone? Like when he draws the zone?
Yeah, that's a Dbloc question.
So I think
I
it's
don't
like,
know, man. I think it's like it's based on vectors or something. Probably vectors and volume or something like that. I don't know exactly how he
I remember he said it's like when
determines the exact zone.
I think it starts from where the CME gap closes on Friday at 4 p.m. CST, but then I don't know where he maybe it's from the bottom. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where he gets the other side though, or the other side of the zone from.
I think he might use this like the session timings, like whenever there's like at the market maker from like there's like a gap in market maker activity, and there'll be like a low put in or a high, and he takes it from that, and then like the top of like the Asian session, I think, for that specific day. And then he anticipates that it won't trade outside of that zone or too far outside of that zone. But if there is a CME, sorry, go ahead. Was that Dbloc? I don't know if that was him coming and trying to answer.
I didn't hear him.
No.
No, yeah, I don't think that was him. But no, I appreciate it. I guess whenever he's around, he can clarify.
He was just I didn't hear him say anything.
I know it does have something to do with CME gaps though, because there's
That's what he said. Exactly.
They don't like to go through too far away, too much more than 1% away from the gap, I guess.
Open at the gap.
What were you talking about just now? I just hopped on. You said something about something about your trading?
Me?
Yeah, I think you were just talking about it goes this way or that way or something.
I don't know. Usually I try to either goes up or down, sometimes sideways. But but yeah, no, I was just saying there's like I'm not sure exactly, but with the market makers sessions end, I'm trying to figure out how Dbloc like plots the weekend trap. And I think that if there it has to do with the CME gap, because if there's a gap, I think he says normally they try not to go too far away from the like too much more than 1% away from the gap. But then also I think the way he plots the zone, potentially, I'm not sure about this, but where there's gaps in market maker activity, you'll either put in a low or a high, and then wherever the Asian session high is, like, so say it's a low, and then wherever like the Asian session high is, that's the zone that he thinks it would probably adhere to or not go too far out of.
Well, I'm looking right now, and so the top of his zone is where. Let me make this bigger so I can see.
I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure
it
how
looks
he's
like the top of his zone is exactly where CME closed at 4 p.m. CST. So that's the top of his weekend trap zone. I'm just trying to figure out now how he got the bottom of it.
Me close was right in the middle of it, and then based on the price, so where they trap the shorts, where they trap the longs, the
Yeah.
market makers turn in for the weekend. They need price to. They want it. The algos and their bots are programmed just to keep it within 1 or 2% of that close. Not that they always win, but that's why on Sunday when they kick in for first thing, that's what they'll try to close the gap to
Yeah.
make their bosses happy.
Hey, Wygon, when I was asking my question earlier, it was before I asked my question. I think you were talking about your personal trading experience or something about in regards to your trades when you're talking about it goes this way or that way, like you were frustrated or something.
I don't know. I don't recall
What were you
saying that I was
talking about?
frustrated or anything specifically.
What were you talking about right before I asked my question or hopped on?
Like me and Drew were talking about like zones being front run. So it's like a lot of people. I think I know what you're talking about. Basically, I was when we broke through 30K, and we had the really bullish catalyst. With the whole the rumor of the BlackRock ETF, I knew like I figured it was going to go up to 48K. Because that was like a 618, and that was like the previous like dead cat bounce resistance from the last cycle. I'm like, it'll probably go to 48K. I'm like, and then it's gonna sell off. And I was so convinced that it was gonna go back to 30K to retest the 30K zone to sort of claim that, confirm it as an SR flip. And I was like, it has to go back there. Like that's what was like going through my mind. So I kept waiting to buy at 30K. And like if I could just buy at 30K again, it'll be sweet. It never went back there.
I recall that 48K zone or that 40K price area like being pretty significant because I remember at the end of 2021 we broke down to 48K and then we bounced up to 58 and everybody was like, this is it, we're still in the bull market. And then that's when I thought we were at the local top for that time at 58, and then yeah, we ended up going down to like 33 34K from there. But 48K I've seen has been a very significant level. Like me personally, I don't know if the bottom of the bear market is gonna of this upcoming bear market whenever it starts. I think that the lowest Bitcoin could go if it does will be around that 48K area if it was to get somehow that low. But I don't know, it all depends I guess on how high we go. If we go much higher than 110 for the remaining of this this bull market, but that 48K price has been like a significant price area since 2021 for me that I've kept my eye on.
Yeah, there's a good chance that if we fall below the previous top, meaning like 69, 70K in the next bear market, I think there's a good probability that like 45 to 48 will end up being pretty close to the bottom.
Yeah, another thing too is during the Japan FUD in August of last summer, that was where we went down to, was 48. We went down to right around there.
Yep. See, that was like a perfect SR flip, like a test to confirm, like, yeah, that's support. It's not going to go below here.
What are your most
Just like
successful
25 was resistance that came back and tested as support twice.
What are your most successful trade setup types that you have the most consistency with?
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not a breakout trader. I'm a pullback trader. So I really just kind of try to look for the trend. Look for, successful retests of previous resistance. I use fibs a lot. I really like to use fibs and then moving averages.
Like this recent uptrend, did you trade it that much?
Which recent uptrend? Like the one we've had over the last couple days?
Yeah, from once we got to like 80 and it was kind of confirmed we were probably going higher from 80 to like this 85. Did you trade that?
No, when it got down to about 77, 78, 77, I just put a bunch of money on spot, and then I haven't been trading any leverage or anything. I usually am only scalping like on leverage, but I haven't done any leverage. I just put all my money in spot because it was safer. But I did believe that it was going to bounce there.
When is the last time
Maybe not.
you traded leverage?
At least a couple weeks ago.
So you only trade leverage when you feel really confident about the trend?
I mean, that's the best time to do it, but at the same time, like it's really hard to snipe good entries, and the higher the leverage you use, the more difficult it is.
Yeah,
So
you
like
do
whatever
leverage
capital you're risking.
You do leverage when you're looking for that fix.
Yeah.
What is high leverage to you?
Really, like, okay, so like 1 to 5 is like low leverage. 5 to 10 is like moderate leverage. If you get above 10 or 25, you're kind of getting into the high leverage range. Like 50x is definitely high leverage. 100x is kind of just outrageous. Like you're really just kind of gambling. Now there is ways to, so like, once you get past 25 to 50, you're definitely in the high leverage zone. But I kind of feel like 10x. Once you're past 10x, you're already kind of slipping into that higher leverage. Like you're not in moderate leverage anymore.
So when I was asking you earlier about your more consistent trades, when you say you find a trend and then you buy the pullbacks or the dips,
back out.
Is that more spot or is that leverage you were talking about when you trade?
It's both. Leverage, I tend to look for like a trend or a change in momentum or shift in momentum, like whether I'm either shorting resistance or longing support. There should be a momentum switch there because it's safer. You have more confirmation. If there's like a character change. But
When
on spot, I do it too. But I don't mind buying falling knives on spot either. So the philosophy is a little different on spot.
when do you when we get to like the distribution phase and like in an upward or downward trend, do you keep trading the trend or you call it stops there?
Like no, I kind of just like watch to see if it's showing weakness, but I'll still try to buy dips for closer scalps. But then it's I keep my stop losses tighter.
Hey O'Neill, do you got a list of questions there? I'm always curious if you got a list of questions prepared.
No, my man has
No,
been
man. I just
studying.
yeah,
I've
just yeah, I just yeah, I've heard of enough. I've traded long enough, so I know when people talk that if they're experienced or they are actually real traders, and then I'm trying to take information from to see what's working for other real traders and see how I can maybe use it to help make my trading better,
Okay.
even if it's just a small thing. That's what I've
Interesting.
been. Yeah.
That's a good approach. So you're like taking notes and everything?
You were
Hey,
asking
Dbloc,
something before. I didn't have. I heard you in the distance, but I didn't have my headset on.
He wants to know about the weekend trap, how you determine the range.
the top is where the CME closes on Friday, right?
Now CME close usually runs right down the middle. Right. So it's usually like 5%, 0.5, like 0.5% or 1% above and below. But at the very beginning, when we don't have enough sort of data, I'll just take the high and the low. I'll take the low and the high after CME gap, before CME gap, right? And then as it goes, as we go trading, I'll figure it out. Right now, this looks decent. Honestly, I could probably move this up to here. And that's probably a better representation of the current range, with a deviation below and a deviation above.
So how do you plot that out, though? As
I
far
wait.
as like,
I wait for CME to close, and then like I said, I take the low and the high, the closest low and the high, and then I give it time to play out. It'll show you where it is, right? It'll build itself out eventually. That's why I said now I could probably just move that up to here. Call this a deviation below the range, which has a matching deviation above the range, right? As below, so above.
Yeah,
Whenever
the
you're
D-block
in
I'm
a
checking
range
out.
like that and you get these deviations that pop out and come back down into the range, like 7 times out of 10, you're going to get a deviation on the bottom side of equal sort of magnitude, whether it's the top or the bottom. That's not just for weekend traps. That's just for ranges in general. What's going on, Drew?
Here, so I'm checking out this wallet, that World Liberty wallet. And I ran into, I think, what it has about $64 million worth of crypto in it. And it has some staked ETH, but I noticed this thing called White Rock. And it's like $5.7 million worth. Have you heard of that?
No, but there's a good chance that, remember that everybody knows that wallet. So,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
yeah,
If it's chilly or not, but because I pulled it up and it has like liquidity, but now I'm like, these guys could be getting so good that even, you pull it up on Deck Screener and you'll see a high market cap, but if you don't see a proper liquidity, then it's probably dirt, but this one does have $2 million of liquidity in it too. So I'm like, interesting. It's called White. That's the ticker. $385 million market cap.
Yeah, Drew, I was talking about that wallet the other night where I was going over all the different stuff that he's got in there in that thing. And what blew my mind was the sheer amount of Tron that he's got in that thing. I was like, why? I don't
Well,
understand
Justin's son,
why
he's pretty
Tron.
generous. Well, Justin's son's pretty generous with his Tron when it comes to things like, getting in with the ins. But you never know. I don't know if they purchased that, if they received it. But yeah, he's got a fat bag. What, he's got like $9 million worth of Tron there? Let me see.
Dustin Sun's got
It was
$75
like one of
million
his
worth
largest
of World
holdings.
Liberty Fi tokens.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's one of
That's
the
why.
biggest. He's one of the biggest investors.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
Interesting.
they're playing in the same pool.
Yep.
Hey, Dbloc, for when you're trying to see if market makers absorbing liquidity, do you use order flow at all much? And if so, like, do you use it for your trades? Like, do you look at that?
Yeah, I look at order flow. I've always got order flow on another monitor to the side.
What's the best way to look at order flow for
I'll be
Bitcoin?
honest with you. I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but it's going to be analysis paralysis right now. until you get everything else taken care of, I would just focus on liquidity. Because that's a layer deeper that is really complicated, and reading the book comes with a lot of experience. Some of it is subjective, knowing what's spoofed, what's not.
Yeah, analysis paralysis is a real thing. Sometimes
You'll freeze, bro.
dumb it down.
There'll be so much shit to take in that you'll literally freeze and miss your exits, miss your entrances.
Would you say the stopping volume candles are kind of like a short, quick way to see that?
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing volume come to an end. The candles will show you what you need to see in the books. I would say the main things are, at the very least, have that, that SMC fluid trades that gives you your supply and demand. That'll show you your major. That's really what you're looking for the book for, right? It's to see where the sell walls and the buy walls are, and to see how they get absorbed. But for the most part, just knowing where they are is more important than anything else. And then the liquidation levels in between will tell you the likelihood of, price getting from one to the other, how much gas there is, which is also important. But if you go too far deep into the weeds, it's gonna be counterproductive.
Which CME, you said the tool CM something to pop up those supply and demand levels? Is that what you're saying?
It's called Fluid Trades, SMC Light. And I have everything turned off except for the supply and demand zones. And that's really just for the YouTube.
My bad. What is it called again? One more time.
Fluid Trades. SMC Light is the full name.
Yeah, Dbloc, this White Rock .5 is pretty interesting. So the website's like a swap, but you can swap.
Yeah, so like
everything.
they call it World Liberty Fi. It labels itself as like a portal where people can trade crypto, but it's mostly for borrowing and lending. So I think that White Fi has to be one of the borrowing and lending sort of protocols that they use, is what it seems like.
They say it's cool because they have a splash page. It's a swap, and automatically there you have their USDT, and you can swap it to Apple stock, bonds, and properties. It's pretty interesting. I'm gonna check this out.
They're trying to get rid of all their shit. They just got their bag and they're selling their bag to people.
Yo, for real.
Anything they have in their bag, you can get on there. That's funny.
Yeah, they're selling properties there too.
So yeah, I got an old pair of Jordans if anybody's interested in this.
Said Fluid Trades and then it's SEMC what?
SMC Light. It should just say Fluid Trades, one word, and then SMC Light. That's how you know it's the right one.
And what do you turn off?
I turn everything off basically. I'll pull it up for you so you can see.
Oh, let me screenshot that real quick. Okay, I got it.
And then I think style, nothing else. That's the only important part is that. It's part of another strategy that I think is another thing that just confuses the hell out of people. Smart money concepts really. It's like, when you were in math class and they wanted you to go through the whole formula and you're like, yo, but I can get to that answer quicker. And it works every time. Why can't I just do it like this? And like, no, you have to show it. Like, it's that sort of thing. I can get to all the same answers that SMC gets to without having to go through all the overcomplicated bullshit. And the reason why it's overcomplicated is that most smart money concept courses are very expensive. So you have to make people feel like they're getting their money's worth, right? Gotta be like extra complicated, because then you might have to take the advanced course after you take the beginner course, because you didn't get it even in the beginner course. Now you got to go to the next level. All the hustle. Works though. It's just overcomplicated.
Do you ever see one or either more often absorbed quicker, whether it's demand or supply?
It depends. Especially like if you've got a bunch of long liquidation stacked up underneath, market maker will help that push, right? Just think of that demand zone as a bag, right? You can go on the books, you can go on the order books, and you can see at 8.4 what's sitting there, right? There's a demand, like maybe 100 Bitcoin, maybe 50 Bitcoin, whatever. That's not going to disappear until people buy it. So if you're going to sell off Bitcoin into this range, you have to sell at least 100 Bitcoin to absorb 100, Bitcoin demand zone. If there's enough money down here, market maker will just do it. Market maker just send a red candle through it and then let price bleed out, pay himself. So it really depends on the motivation. Like I said, right? It's targets. We're looking for like what are the hot targets, and how much money is there to get there. Right? We had our W. We saw what our pattern was, measured move, plenty of liquidations up there, and then these guys got froggy. Right? These guys started stacking. They got excited because we kept making higher lows. So market maker's gonna come back and get them, more than likely. And then eventually make his way up here and grab these guys too. We just got our shift of momentum, bearish momentum. We need one candle of confirmation. They see how the 13 crossed the 50 there. That's what we wait for confirmation. Or at least the strategy I teach.
Hey, earlier you mentioned you had a high win loss percent ratio. Would you be open to sharing that with us, like what it is?
It's probably mid to high 80s.
And then how many different trading styles make up those trades? Like, for example,
Tons, bro.
scalp, swings,
I'm
momentum trading.
talking long-term plays, swing trades, 3-day plays, 2-week trades in some situations. Right now, my trades have been a lot shorter, obviously, because, the 3-day swing that we had after the false move was my longest trade in the last week. And then intraday trades. Just trading heavier amounts for shorter periods, right, to make up for it not being a longer trade.
Over your trading, I don't know if you call it career, but in the past, in this bull market, for example, what's been your most highest? Which trade setups have had the most success or have the most, the highest win rate for you?
Buying really, really low cap projects early in the bear market.
Great high knowledge block. Everyone be safe through this
What
weather.
about for trading, like
John? Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate the super chat. Buying. So the amount of time that
Bitcoin?
For Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. Because that's all I trade. I just trade
The fake
Bitcoin
outs, avoiding the fake outs, right? I would say probably have made us the most money. Our don't fuck it up zones, for lack of a better term. All the times that we've been front run, right, where price was supposed to come down to a certain level and didn't come all the way down to that level and shook everybody out of their plays. I mean, it's insane to look at this now, but this specifically, right? So I'll turn everything off for a second, but this was our ignore all the noise, don't fuck it up zone. This is when everybody was saying it was over. This is the last time that people were saying, that's it, they broke the market, everything's going to zero. People were calling 40K, 35, whatever. I drew this big ass green box here and I said, ignore all the noise in the zone. Every time we come down to the zone, you're going to hear the world is ending, yen carry trade failed. I mean, it was just death and destruction, bro. And every time we came down here, we just bought. And every time it paid off. Until eventually we ended up just ripping. But this one here specifically was
when
where
you were buying there,
we
were
all
you
went
accumulating,
heavy.
or were you selling and taking profits?
Oh no, we were selling the tops, buying the bottom, selling. We were in this range for so long that this was a scalper's paradise. But this right here specifically is the one that stands out. Because this is after we hit that 49. And then we came all the way. Anybody that was here remembers this shit like vividly. We were in this symmetrical. The measured move for the symmetrical to the downside was supposed to take us down past 40. Right? Actually, hold on. Let's see exactly how low it was, because I mean there was like pure panic at this time. Yeah, freaking 30s, yo. 32, right? So everybody was freaking out, and I drew this zone early. Like I said, I drew this zone early. I mean, I drew this zone while we were still coming up here. So getting to 49 and going all the way from 49 to 64, you can imagine what that did to people, right? And then having it go from 64 all the way back down to 53. So people were freaking out. But going heavy in this range, as soon as we cleared this last vector I was looking for, going heavy in this red range is really what paid off the most through all of this. I mean,
What's your
especially now going back.
What's your definition of heavy? Is that 100%?
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's more a percentage thing. At this point, I was 100%. Every dollar that was supposed to be in Bitcoin was in Bitcoin. But if you take all of this off and just look at the chop, right? So it was just distribution, right? People sold off, but then everybody wanted to buy back. Everybody knew what was coming. This was all the big guys accumulating, right? So they would drop price and they would buy down here. And then when price got up here, they'd sell and then come back here and they'd buy more. So like to simplify it, you come down, you buy 20 mil. Price comes up, you sell 10 mil. Everybody freaks out, helps you drop price. When it comes down here, you buy back 10 mil or 20 mil, and then you do it again. And it costs you money to drop price, but you're making so much more by buying the lows that it doesn't matter. And the sentiment shifts, it goes lower and lower, finally get your capitulation. And then this is where I don't understand how everybody didn't just, like, it's go time. Right? At our low,
I think in
higher
the
low,
summertime too,
big
a lot of people are
massive
busy.
W.
In the summer or following the summer, like at the end of the summer, people are, starting school. They're going on vacation. They're coming back from their vacation house to their other side of the, residence. Whatever. It's like,
yeah. But I guess that's when it pays to be, I was going to say a degen, but let's just say passionate about our industry.
What do you think about all this fear? Because it was so crazy to me that this recent fear of getting down to like 10 or 9 in the fear and greed index.
I think it's great. We live for times like that. It's so rare where we get occasions to buy in with fear that high.
Yeah, a good sentiment reset is always good. Like
Yeah.
mid bull market.
Fear when others are greedy, be greedy when others are fearful. You're crying, I'm buying. That fear and greed got lower than FTX crash. That fear and greed got lower than COVID when everybody thought that everybody was gonna die, bro. That's insane.
That's why I don't understand how it got that low.
Because there was a concerted effort. I mean, when you go on Twitter and you see post after post after post after post telling you it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, and then you look at the wallets and all you see is big wallets buying, 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 buying. That's not a coincidence, bro. Like they put money into pushing that idea of the bull market being over. They need you to capitulate. They missed out. They didn't get to buy Bitcoin at 84K. And now we're sitting at 100. How am I going to get 84K Bitcoin if I don't get you to freak out and sell it to me?
Dude, I'm so glad you're saying that, because sometimes I feel like I always say it is going against the grain, but like that's like the truth, dude, in like almost all scenarios.
But the person that benefits the most is responsible. In my life on this planet, one of the things that I've learn to be true time after time after time after time is that the person that's responsible, the person that benefits the most is responsible. Has anybody here ever like super benefited from something that somebody else did that you had nothing to do with, and hey, just bunch of shit, good shit just happened to you out of nowhere? So chances are, if somebody made $1 million, $10 million on something, they probably had something to do with it. You know, so when you see all this bad news and all this FUD and all this ETH FUD, and you can say the same for XRP, and you can say the same for anything that ends up pumping after there's a big sort of long extended sort of campaign against it, then you start to put two and two together. You know, who benefits from the public sentiment being so negative on something? And if it really is so negative and everybody says it's so negative, why are these guys over here loading up like it's going out of style? And if these guys are loading up like it's going out of style, but price isn't going up, then what's that about? How's that happening naturally? Okay, that means they're suppressing it. That means not only are they loading up, but they're trying to load up a lot and they don't want price to move. Why would they be doing that if it's really all over? And if 85% of people end this shit with no money or breaking even, why am I listening to everybody on Twitter?
They just waiting you on the corner to sell and they buy it.
Yeah, sell me your cheap coin. I don't want to buy at 100 mil. I mean, I don't want to buy at 100K. I want to scare the shit out of you and buy the coin that you bought at 15. I want you to sell it to me at 84 so I can take it to 150.
I noticed in this cycle versus last cycle, the same YouTubers, some of them were so much more, I feel, exaggerative on how bad the market was the past 2 months than they were the last cycle. These are people I've been following since 2017, 2019, 2020, 2021. And I feel like some of them,
because that fear sells. That fear gets them subscribers. That fear helps them sell courses. That fear, you know what I mean? Like it's that kind of
even that,
you have to magnify it to get views. You know what I mean? Because that's what everybody. If you're saying the opposite thing, then people think you're crazy, and then whenever it happens, it's like, oh, okay, you know what I mean? But
bro, if we have it, like during those drops that we had, if I had just put a thumbnail of just a red thumbnail with a siren on it and been like danger exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark, I would have had 2,000 people in this room.
Yep.
Yeah, when all with those YouTubers, if they're like all shouting like if all their titles are warning, huge crypto crash is coming, blah blah blah. Like if all of them are like that, chances are you're probably closer to a bottom.
That's another thing. Like so the way that markets top is in silence. The way the market tops are with two people in the corner screaming it's over and nobody's listening to them. That's how things top. Things don't top with everybody telling you it's done. Never, ever, ever, ever have I seen a bubble pop where everybody was on point. Right? You're always called stupid for staying in. Always. Oh, you're stupid. You don't understand tariffs. You don't understand this. You don't understand that. These are the same people at the bottom that were saying, oh, you don't it's just, I promise you that the ones that are telling you it's over are the ones that are going to try to convince you to keep your coins till 250K because there's some super cycle coming.
Yeah, when it's really towards the end of the cycle, there's so much euphoria. Everyone's going to be calling for higher numbers.
Yeah.
And like everyone's like, oh, it's never going to stop going down. It's just going to keep bumping. And that's why Warren Buffett said, like, a bull market is like sex. It feels the best right before it ends. And that's the thing is that like people like fear, like the
You just
greed
made
is out of
137 people think about Warren Buffett having sex, bro.
control. Yeah, no.
It's horrible.
That was part of it. But yeah, like I mean, fear and greed numbers like this, you don't see the numbers this deep into greed at the top of the bull market. Like it just doesn't happen.
Nah, I mean that's what's really interesting to me is, and this is where the super cycle bros are starting to sort of come out of the closet now. They're like, okay, if it's not a super cycle, please explain to me why we've had the largest liquidations ever, which the other two closest ones were at COVID lows and at FTX lows. And why is fear and greed at bear market bottoms?
Green square emoji.
And we're still
100
sitting,
emoji.
you know,
Red heart
above
emoji.
80K.
Bone emoji. Rocket emoji.
You know what I mean? Like if all these metrics are really reset and we're still sitting this high, but that's when you really start getting to like bullish moon boy talk. But they're not wrong. This is bottom of the bear market metrics that we're seeing when it comes to fear and greed, when it comes to liquidations.
Yeah, that's why I was so shocked this past month. Like literally just straight baffled.
Nick with the super chat. Appreciate you, Nick. Green block, 100%. Heart, bone, rocket. Rocket, rocket, rocket.
One more point I wanted to bring to the YouTube thing I mentioned was these guys I followed since last cycle. A lot of them they're not FUD guys, you know, they're not type of guys that'll put up clickbait you know, stuff to just get views. I feel like it was taken to another level where they were somehow incentivized to be that negative. That's how crazy it was, or to me.
I mean, there's true fear out there that institutions coming in change something. There's a couple of macro guys that, or at least what I considered macro guys, that I respect. I still respect them. Just because they're wrong on this doesn't mean I like don't respect them or anything. But I was surprised by their takes. I was surprised how you can't see how these things are lining up right now. I think it has to do with alts, right? If they were heavy in alts, this feels like the bear market. So I think maybe that's what it is. They bought into the alt season hype too early. Like they didn't see the signs in November, December when we were talking about, you know, things looking like they were gonna go bad for a while. And they just got caught up. I mean, I legit saw people saying goodbye to their communities, bro. Like literally tagging everybody in their community on Twitter and saying goodbye. We'll see each other at the bottom at the bottom of the bear. It's time to go vacation. It's been a good run. I'm like, wow, that's gonna be awkward. That's gonna be an awkward post when they've got to kind of crawl back and say, you know, not that you shouldn't care about being wrong, but being that sure without the evidence is a thing, right? Like if you're a macro guy, then you've got to wait for macro targets to get hit before you change your macro view. You can't change your macro view because we've gone down for 7 weeks. You know, this is a 4-year cycle that we're talking about.
You should clip this freaking conversation, man, and make that its own video, dude. I'm telling you. Thank God.
Hey, Dbloc, if that was, say, the bottom where we're close to the bottom already before making a new all-time high in the future sometime,
yeah.
How long do you think we potentially trade sideways before or range before getting super bullish again?
Well, that's a good question. Let me pull out my handy dandy M2 money supply chart that we were just looking at. So I don't know if you were here for this, but M2 money supply correlates to Bitcoin, but it's offset. The only argument, everybody agrees that it's offset. The only argument is by how much. So we got a tool now where we can find out. I'll cut to the chase. 105-day offset, right? Meaning it's delayed. Bitcoin price is delayed by 105 days from the global money supply, right? This is all the world's central banks' money. So when we run it forward, we get this price action here in time that doesn't exist, right? Because it's run forward 105 days. If this is going to play out the way we think it's going to play out, this is what we have to be careful for. The lower high that we get here on the daily, we're going to get a lower high at one point. But the lower high that we get there, for me, is going to be a take profit area. Because if we follow M2 money supply, that means we're going to have another drop. Doesn't drop as much. Might be a double bottom, might be a nice W. It's going to be another drop here. So I want to recompound sort of in this range, right? Sort of between, you know, middle of March, middle of April. And then this is what we have to look forward to, right? This has already happened. This is how much money has poured in liquidity. While we're waiting for our country to go in QE, the rest of the world is already stimulating. They're already printing money. And the last time we had a move up like that on M2 global supply, look at what Bitcoin did, right? It went from 52K to 109. So timing wise, that's the best that I can do until we get further data. That's sort of our sort of sphere of concern. Right now, our immediate concern is how high is this move that we're going to get on a daily, right? It's going to top out here. It's going to top out here. This indicates that it should be a lower high. So we'll see. And then it should be go time after that.
How do you think, with the way this is lining up, that things will play into May based on how, you know, usually, you know, sell May go away?
Well, looking at this here, I would be very careful about selling in May during this run. Because by May, we're going to be into this section where M2 money supply is already blasting off. I'm not saying we won't have retracements, right? I mean, we'll have, you know, we could probably have a retracement in May that'll make people think, oh, you know, this is what they're, but we're pushing it too close. We don't have time to take a whole month off in May, you know, sell and come back in October. And by, you know, I'm only shooting for August, September, October for the top of this. And if we look at where money supply is at now, it's in June, right? So October, this is the real question. We haven't really addressed this yet. If we run it forward, and let me put on my 4-year cycle indicator. If we run it forward to where I'm looking to get out, which is about October. Oh, that's not the right tool. Which is roughly, give or take, October. Right. Yeah, so, you know, this is our EP area or whatever. Then this isn't done going up, right? Like, we haven't even started QE yet. So this could just be half of the move. Like, if you look at this expanse, it's already longer, but this could be way bigger. So I plan on being in position by this time. Yeah, I'll pay attention in May. You know, the thing with the summer is big money just dies out in the summer. Volume goes to shit. Right? Brokers are off duty. Everybody's at the Hamptons chilling. Nobody's at the office. While you know, Wall Street is shut down for the most part. So it's a bit of a doldrums. But, you know, we've spent enough time down here. So I don't know. Once things get bullish and FOMO kicks in, we'll have to play it by ear.
Yeah, because with the way you line that up, it looks pretty. If I had to take a bet, it would be something. Yeah, I'd expect kind of what you're.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I said, the 105-day offset fits the best by numbers, right? The correlations are the highest. But if you put it on the 75-day, which is still, you know, it's the one that I thought we were following the closest before until I saw the actual numbers. If you look at that one, then there's a chance that we already did that hump, right? That this hump here was related to sort of that hump, and that our takeoff zone is earlier. But that's why my go zone is stretched from one to the other, because we don't know for sure which one it's following, right? So we just have to prepare for both. And we've got to assume that it's this one, and then if it's not, we've got to continue to DCA or make whatever moves we have to and wait for the next sort of launch point. which would be here.
Dbloc, how come that one's projected a little more in the future? It's not present.
It has an offset. That's what I was saying. The green one has a 105-day offset, and the yellow one has a 75-day offset.
Okay. Okay.
Global money supply runs at an offset to, Bitcoin runs at an offset to global money supply. It's basically how long it takes for the money to get from the central banks into people's hands that are willing to spend it on risk assets. So
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so there's a delay. So we were thinking it was a 75-day, but like I said, this guy just came up with this tool that actually gives us the correlation. And the 105-day offset has a 85% correlation in the last 30 days, 87% correlation in the last 60 days, 71% correlation in the last 90 days, a 90% correlation in the last 180 days, 91% in the last 360, 88, 540. So yeah, I think this is our winner.
If it plays out similar to this, do you think that for Ethereum, the risk to reward is worth it? I'm betting on Ethereum performing better than Bitcoin as far as return.
I am because what's interesting about this zone is that it's in the summer, and Powell's supposed to be announcing the end of QT in the summer. And like we were talking about the other day, the reason that that's important is because until QT ends, Ethereum Bitcoin pair is going to continue to bleed out. And as long as Ethereum Bitcoin pair bleeds out, then Bitcoin dominance will keep going up, right? So at the end of QT, Bitcoin dominance goes up, Ethereum BTC bottoms out, all start moving, right? Because of the whatever. And just the timing of it is perfect. But we've got to wait till then. We don't know when that announcement's going to come. We don't know if it's going to be the next meeting. We don't know if it's going to be the meeting after that. Hopefully some of the shit that Trump's pulled is sort of like forced their hand. And they've got, they decide to do it early.
So no Moonboy, do you think if this plays out like this, Ethereum can make a new all-time high or no? What do you think's more likely?
Crypto Pollo with the 5 gifteds. Appreciate you, brother. You were saying, well, I'd expect Ethereum to make an all-time high. Yeah, I'm betting on it with a lot of money. If you're wrong, we'll be wrong together. That doesn't make you feel any better, but
Yeah. I'm just waiting for a space to say something so this guy calms down.
I don't know, go for it.
Dude, so I'm not going to speak for Dbloc, but I'm guessing the reason why he doesn't want to talk about that is for one, is more important and immediate stuff that'd be more beneficial to the audience. Two, I just want to say, in my opinion, if something looks like a rug pull and smells like a rug pull, it probably is. This thing has an FDV of 2.2 billion. Its market cap is 242 million, less than 500 million. And it has a vesting schedule. More than 50% is already allocated to people in the project. Less than 4% is actually of the tokens have actually been purchased.
what are we talking about? What coin again? I'm lost.
The one that this dude Cajun's talking about in the chat.
Oh, I didn't see it. My bad. Yeah, I lost that. I didn't see it at all.
It kind of looks like a rug. 25 to community tokens. Like it's probably going to be dropped. They're dropping almost 2.5% of the supply every month for the next 2 years. So, and it really doesn't do anything that the other reputable projects. There's other reputable projects out there that are more trusted that are actually listed on centralized exchanges or more American centralized exchanges that are actually fully diluted already. So I mean, I don't know. This thing, I don't see the point.
Hey, Dbloc, so you know how you say the London session usually follows the trend? Would that not apply because it's the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, everything runs on algos on the weekend, so it's really just focused on staying. Each session focuses on staying as close to the CME close as possible. That daily pattern is really more, during regular office hours. On the weekend, we trade the weekend.
Dbloc, have you tried overlapping Wyckoff accumulation phase 1, number 1, with this global money supply and with Bitcoin in this range, 1 day time frame?
No, I haven't.
Try to overlap it and you'll see similarities. It's 90%. It's the same thing, man.
Take a look. Let's sweep these lows here first.
One-day time frame and 4-hour time frame. If you want to time your entries or your exits, it depends.
We can get underneath this demand, will invalidate this W. I'm here. I'm just having my second dinner.
How big is that demand in the order books for that? Would that be a buy wall since it's demand?
Yeah, it'd be a buy wall, but it's not that big. The one down underneath is kind of large. I think it's like 150 something Bitcoin.
Oh, does the size of the rectangle show this coordinate?
Yeah, slightly, yeah, but not really. You really want to check the book if you want to know specifically.
What's the best way again to check that as far as reference or tool?
I mean, honestly, the cheapest way to do it is go on YouTube, like pull up another YouTube page and open up BTC live book map. And then just look at your levels, right? And just look at the levels, look to the side of the order book. It'll tell you how many orders are sitting there. And it'll show you, like, you'll see. It's like a heat map, basically. It'll show you by color where the biggest orders are sitting. Or you could come to CoinAnk. Regular CoinAnk obviously is the best way, but going to your liquidation heat maps as well. And if you go to 12-hour, and you go back to your chart and you look and you say, okay, I want to know how much is sitting at 84. Come back, you look, and you go to 84, and you're like, there's about 26, 29 million, 26 million in liquidations that need to be picked up. So then to that, you add it to the book number, right? You add it to how much is sitting there as a buy wall. And then both of those things together give you the gas to go through. The people getting liquidated, right? Are the amount of liquidations higher than the amount that's sitting there at the buy wall? Right, if there's $50 million in liquidations and the buy wall is only $25 million, then, you know, chances are it's going to get absorbed just with the liquidations. You don't even need people to sell off at that point. But like I said, you get into analysis paralysis, right? Because by the time you figured all that out, if you're not used to it, it's slowing down your reaction time.
What would you say is the amount of time that's fair to react to that before getting, you know, spending too much time to be like
I mean, you can get lost in that shit. It just depends on you. It depends on how easy it is for you to read the book. You know, this thing moves in real time, is dynamic. You've got to be able to notice when, you know, somebody's been spoofing an order at a certain level and removing it. Not all the orders on the books are real. A lot of it comes with for me, honestly, a lot of it comes with experience. It's more of an art than a skill.
Do you find even in these small ranges like this, those spoof orders?
Yeah, people will try to defend their positions, right? Or people will try to compound their gains. So somebody that's short might put a big spoof order down here for $20 million worth of Bitcoin, and try to get the market maker to come towards them. And then it's like playing chicken, right? They want to move that order before the price gets there.
When would they remove it if that's the case?
It depends on how much of a degen you are. Just imagine you're on the tracks playing chicken. How many feet before the train gets there do you jump off the tracks?
Some people actually get ran over.
You see it all the time, bro. These guys right here with these long liquidations, you don't think they know that they're liquidation? We can all see their liquidations. They're standing on the track, staring at the light. The light's getting bigger, and they're just standing there and getting smacked by the train. We just had a couple of guys move their orders here or cancel their orders. But for the most part, look, I mean, you can just watch them get run over in real time. If I can see it and you can see it, I mean, you know, they can see it. But a lot of these are hedges too, right? A lot of these guys also have shorts above. So they'll let their hedge get clipped. But most of them are just idiots, bro. To be honest with you, it's just big money doesn't always mean smart money.
This is a kind of odder question, but I'm just curious if you may know with your experience. Do you find some of these guys that are big money and they trade like this, that they have specific backgrounds or they come from specific backgrounds?
Nah, some of these guys just came into money, bro. Some of these guys have sold. Well, I mean, the best people are the ones that came into crypto with nothing and made it, right? The worst kind are like, or at least the looser kind, right? The ones that really don't make a lot of sense are the ones that maybe sold a couple businesses before coming into crypto, came into crypto with a couple mil already. You know, they've got cushion to make mistakes.
Out there too.
Yeah,
a lot of trust fund babies.
It's like you're playing poker with some real gamblers, and then some rich drunk whale comes in and sits down, and he's calling everything, and he's being unpredictable, and you can't even, you know what I mean? You have to team up to get him out so you can just have a normal game. Big money is definitely not smart money. Listen, somebody that's made 50,000 trades can teach you more about trading than somebody that just made $50,000 on their last trade. I promise you that, 1,000%. Even if that person that made 50,000 trades isn't profitable, he can teach you more than that one guy that made one trade that got 50K for it. That's why when Buddy at the other channel had the 50K club, he's like, hey, you want the tag for the 50K club? I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro. You don't reward. What's 50K? Like, I mean, I'm not, don't get me wrong, 50K is 50K, but I'm saying in a market where we know how liquid $50,000 is, right? Like 50K when? Last week? This week? 2 weeks ago? Last month? Do you get your roll taken away when the market drops 50%? You know? Well, you need a reward of people who've been through 50,000 trades and they're still here. That guy's got something to teach you. A lot of people burn out, bro. That's why my Biggest advice to new people: if I could like force their hand and sit over their shoulder and make them do one thing, and it'd be different depending on how much money, but I would say $100. That doesn't seem enough to entice you because you're working with more money, $1,000, whatever. 100 trades at $1 each, or 1,000 trades at $1 each, and talk to me at the end of the $100.
Yeah, if you're doing spot, you might want to do that on like Solana or something or Swaps.
Whatever's the cheapest. Whatever's the cheapest. The point is that in those 100 trades, you're gonna learn more than most people do in their first until they get completely wiped. How many people do you know have come into crypto and lost everything within the first 100 trades? Literally just wiped themselves completely. Or even worse, maybe they didn't wipe it, but they've lost $10,000, $5,000, $7,000. Like, that's your tuition. So if I could do anything without sounding like an asshole and somebody brand new came in, I'd be like, take $100, go away, make 100 trades, come back. Two things are going to happen. One, you're going to know real quick what you know and what you don't know. Right? Two, you're going to have a respect for the market going up and down. Three, when you come back, your questions are going to be much better than they would have been if I sat there with you for an hour knowing absolutely nothing, not having made a single trade yet. Right? You're going to come back with real questions like, hey, why does my stop loss keep getting hit? Why is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep, experience is the best teacher. That's 100%.
There's no way to get around those 10,000 hours, bro. You got to put your 10,000 hours in. How much it cost you is on you.
Hey, Dbloc, I know you said you learned a lot of this because you're motivated and really wanted to figure out, but have you had a mentor before?
Yeah, I mean, I consider some of my mentors just the first couple guys that stopped gatekeeping shit. You know? Because in the beginning, I just thought, yeah, everybody already made it. Right? They're like laughing at it. I'm sure some new people feel like that too when they come in here. They're like, oh, price is down 50%. These guys are sending memes back and forth. They've already made it. They don't care. Da da da. But the first couple ones that actually stopped gatekeeping shit and sat down and answered some questions, and yeah, I would consider them mentors. And one of the things that I really learned from them was the whole leverage thing. Couple things: trading Bitcoin pairs, which was huge, and not to trade leverage. Right? People that I respected, that I considered way better traders than me, I saw completely get wrecked. Right? One or two wrong moves, boom, gone. And I was right there. I was like right behind them. That could have easily been me, and I could have easily set myself back 3 or 4 years at the time where the money that I was making, I needed for something. Right? Like I've told y'all before, I came into this game in debt. So my first couple cycles, it wasn't no buy the bottom, hold it for 4. Like, no, I was grinding. Take profit out, have to pay my debts, have to make it again, do it again, take profit out. Like I was grinding my first cycle. So yeah, that really. And the lesson of trading, seeing what happened when stables came in. Because before stables, everybody used to, the idea of denominating in Bitcoin was obvious. You had Bitcoin. If you traded out of Bitcoin, it was against the Bitcoin pair. And when you took profit back in Bitcoin. So it was real easy for you to see, hey, I put 1 Bitcoin into this trade and I took profit, and now somehow I only got 0.7 Bitcoin. I lost Bitcoin there. When stables came in, everybody was excited because you didn't have to trade into an asset that was fluctuating. So it was easier. Take profit into something stable. It stays there no matter what happens. Cool. But what happened is at the end of the bull market, when everybody did their math and came back into Satoshis, they realized that even though they were up in fiat, they had lost Bitcoin. And that was one of my biggest lessons. That you could be up in dollars and be losing your Bitcoin value. And if your point is to hold Bitcoin for the future as, you know, a vehicle to whatever, if you're into that, then you're doing it wrong. If you just want to stack money, then it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. So the importance of Bitcoin pairs, ETH pairs, that type of shit.
So when you trade spot with these other coins, you can't trade with Bitcoin, right?
What do you mean?
As far as collateral?
No, I mean nowadays, honestly, nobody really trades Bitcoin pairs anymore. Nowadays, what you're doing is you're taking profit in the stables and then you're buying Bitcoin, right? All it really means is that your goal is to get more Bitcoin. So if you spend 600 satoshis on something, when you sell it and buy Bitcoin, you should have 750 satoshis or 800 satoshis. The point is to get more Bitcoin. Most people only trade alts to get more Bitcoin, because it's the only thing that's sort of guaranteed to be here for, or at least as close to a guarantee as you can get for at least a couple cycles. And if you've been here long enough, you've seen how even things in the top 10 tend not to hold their value over given enough period of time. But if all you want is the Lambo, none of that shit matters, right? You just sell it when the dollar amount gets the Lambo.
I had the Lambo already, man. It's not all that what
I know,
it
trust me.
is.
But that's like the crypto. That's sort of like the get rich quick crypto target for a lot of people. But the amount of people that I've seen come into a bull market with almost nothing, do amazingly, and spend it all on a Lambo and some vacations, and then start the next bull market at scratch again is insane, bro. Delayed gratification. If you can delay gratification for
It's the life of a
8
DJ,
years, 12 years, you get all the Lambos you want.
AD, by the way, I just have to mention is like you're being nice about that, because I'll tell you, most of the people that I know do the whole the merry-go-round where they're up 300-400% and ride that all the way back down to their entry. I mean, I've seen it so many. By the way, I've done it too. So like you're being nice by saying, yeah, they buy the Lambo. And
Well, yeah,
I'll be
that's
honest,
best case scenario. I think it's even sad because a round trip is bad too, right? But actually making it, getting to the end, taking profits when you should, and then not having anything to compound is like, oh my God, death. Can't even imagine. I've made that mistake, bro. I've been in the too expensive
but yeah,
toy
you're saying that from
at the
someone who's
top of the,
experienced, bro.
yeah, because you're
Like
looking at,
that
you
those are
start,
words from experience.
when you're in the,
And you
when
know
you're at the
that.
bottom of the bear and you start to move and you start to pump up and you're like, oh shit, it's really happening again. You start looking at all the dumb ass expensive shit that you bought and you're like, damn, that could be coins. Like, what am I doing, bro? I'm sitting in 4 Bitcoin.
Yeah, sometimes you're better off even paying a crazy amount of interest just so you don't have to do lump sum payments on some things and take the L if you think you have a good opportunity on the other side of the market, because there's a lot of things that people realize. It's like, hey, why am I paying a lump sum? Let me just finance this real quick. But now, of course, the rates aren't that good. But even if they're not that good, sometimes it's still worth it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when it comes to Lambos and shit like that specifically, just go rent. Just rent one. Rent one for the weekend. Have a great time. If you really consider buying one, rent one for the week. Go do groceries in it. Go pick up the kids at school. See how quick you change your mind. That's a fun toy you pull out every once in a while to like ride out with the boys or something like that. But
Yeah, it's just like a status symbol to show off. Like it's not even.
it's the rich life question that I always talk about. It's speaking of my mentors, like one of my mentors, one of the things I remember is he asked me like, what does your rich life look like? And immediately in your mind you think mansion, yacht, Lambo, just all the shit that 13-year-old you thought was what it was like to have money. But he's like, no, seriously, like, so he really made me sit there and spell it out. Like, if I had all the money in the world, what would my life really look like? And I think some people, when you do that, you realize that like, it's not any of that shit. First of all, it's, be around family more, trips, make sure my family doesn't struggle, those type of things, right? But the reason that he even did the exercise was to show how close you are to your rich life when you really break it down. If you take off all the fluff and all the bullshit and all the shit that's just meant to make the people around you think that you made it, you know, a lot of people could be living their rich life now, even if they're not exactly where they want to be. Right? If they cut a couple things out, maybe your rich life is traveling. You just want to see the world. Well, maybe you're spending too much money on some bullshit, and you could do some traveling now.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like you keep waiting for later to, oh, when this happens, I'll do this. When this happens, like just figure out what it is and start motivating to do that.
So, Dbloc, what does your rich life look like? Because I see you. You've been on here. You're on here almost every day.
It's really helping people, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. My rich life is being able to take care of my family, which I've been able to do, which was one of the first things that I sort of took care of, right? Family put up with a lot of shit. They were there for me when I was underwater and, you know, and really just focusing on something that I'd never focused on before, which is like my future. Right? When I grew up where I grew up, like we didn't expect to make it past 25. I mean, and not even to sound morbid, but like they literally told us in school, look, hey, chances are you're not going to make it past 25. You know, they do that whole demographic thing, right? Your race, your age, this neighborhood. And it's meant to scare you straight. But what it really does is like make you live like you're not going to make it to 25, right? Until you finally start to be like, oh shit, wait a minute. I did make it and there's no plan here, you know? So part of it is being able to not work. One was a big one for me. That's the first one that I said, being able to not work is what my rich life looks like. Right? Being able to not have to go into an office, being able not to have to clock in for somebody else, wake up when I want to, that type of thing. Simple shit, right?
Yo, D, I have to stop you there, bro, because you work, bro. So don't
well, so that's the next thing, right?
don't cut yourself short, brother,
the
man.
next
You know,
thing
like I
is
said, you know, I'm
so
I'm
no,
a
I'm
real
saying
fire
so.
like you,
Listen, so
brother.
I
Don't cut yourself short,
didn't
bro.
finish. The next thing is he was like, so your rich life looks like sitting on your ass and not doing anything. I thought about it for a while, and it did sound nice, right? But then I'm like, nah, that would drive me crazy. There's nothing that there's no way, you know. So then we sat down and watched a bunch of those videos, a bunch of those where they go around asking billionaires, what do you do for a living? What do you do for? They've been doing these things for years already, right? And it was always the same thing. Do what you love, never do it for free, never do it for somebody else. You kept hearing it over and over. Do what you love, never do it for free, never do it for somebody else. They said it in a bunch of different ways, but that's what it broke down to. So I had to figure out what I love to do. And I love to trade. You know, it's just I love to trade. I love to be in the charts. I love what I do. I can outwork anybody because I love this shit. I'll be here during the barest of the bear market. I'll be doing research 3-4 hours a day when there's absolutely no movement for 3 months in a row because I love this shit. And that's where, like, doing what you love, that's what the difference is, right? Because nobody's ever going to be able to out hustle you. Nobody's ever going to be able to outwork you if you love it. If they're just doing it for a check and you love the shit, I don't care what it is. I don't care if you're washing windows. So that was the big change for me. And I like helping people. This is cool, right? Like, it started off as just community of traders to sort of trade with and everything, but seeing so many people go through the same mistakes that I went through and being able to sort of like steer, you know what I mean, them away from that type of shit.
No, don't touch the stove.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
you
hot.
try, you know, you try, but that and pay, yo, this shit has really helped me out. Like, you guys always talk about like how much you get out of it, but this has really helped me out in a lot of different ways, including my trading. You know, it's one thing to be trading for a while and have some experience. It's another thing to have to put it into words and explain it to somebody that has no idea what you're talking about. And that sort of refinement, right? That sort of like sharpening of the blade has made me much better.
D, I'm gonna ask you something, man, because when you were a kid, were you top finance?
I don't know. Finance. You go to work, you make your money, you spend as little as possible, you put the rest in the shoebox, and you don't let nobody know where it is.
That's what you're like no, because it's
They
funny.
don't
Like
teach
listen,
you that stuff when you're a kid. They don't
well,
want
that's
they don't want smart, self-sufficient people. They want obedient workers.
and I'll tell you, like I said, man, man, listen, man, I'm Puerto Rican, man, and I'll tell you right now, uh, I'm very lucky, man. My mom has 12 brothers and sisters, and my mom didn't know about finance, but like I'll tell you, like here, I'm lucky that I'm one of her. Like my
My mom
mom, I'm
taught
one
me
of her
work
kids,
ethic.
but I'll tell you,
My mom got up and went to work before the sun was up, came down when the sun was down, never complained, never missed a day. That's what she taught me. Finances, not so much. I had to learn that and then go back and teach her what to do with her money. You know what I mean? Like, but her people didn't teach it to her either. My grandparents were like campesinos and shit. They didn't, I don't know.
yeah.
You make money, you buy food, and what else are you gonna do with it? You can't take it with you. In my neighborhood, investing was for rich people. Like, you didn't even think that it was something that was within reach. And be honest with you, it really wasn't. Like, Robinhood really democratized a lot of this shit. Right? Being able to trade, fractional shares and shit, buy 50 cents or something, like, wasn't really possible before. And crypto just went, a whole nother direction and really opened it up for everybody. Where you can literally trade, turn nothing into something. Like nothing. Like you can come in with nothing, do a couple airdrops, get a little something, make some good trade. Like,
Yeah,
Dude, if
back
you
in
would
the
have
day
told
to
me,
trade stocks, you had to like call up your broker and like say, I want
yeah,
this many
there
shares.
was a
You had
lot
to
of it
buy like
was
a
a lot of it
minimum
was
amount of
gate kept.
shares.
Yeah, a lot of it was gate kept
Yeah,
between accredited investors, and you had to have a certain amount of money in the bank.
Oh, to
you had
this
to
day,
like, it's a
listen,
minimum
hey,
amount of shares, and it's like, the trading fee is this much. Like you have to spend, you have to pay like
well,
$1,000
hey, to this day,
to
what
open
like
up.
you can't day trade. You gotta have to have 25 G's in
Yeah,
your account.
there's still a
Day
certain
trade.
that'll go away once it's on the blockchain. That's because of instant settlements. There's no instant settlement, so they need to make sure that you can take a hit and still pay for it.
And the crazy thing is that you would like, I mean, I think on Robinhood, where you got like three day trades, right, a week. I mean, I have no idea, but I think on Robinhood it's like what 3 day trades.
I think so, something like that. I don't remember the exact number. It's
And the
been a
crazy
while.
part is like I've always
No,
thought
it's a
about that.
pattern
Like,
day
hey,
trading.
if your stop loss gets hit, if you're practicing good risk management and your stop loss gets hit, Robinhood will count that as a day trade.
So if you have a cash account, so if you have a margin account, like if you have an instant settlement account, that's like you basically have a margin account. If you have a cash account, you can make as many day trades as you want. It's just that your funds, it takes like 48 hours, or I think they might have switched it to 24, but it takes a certain amount of hours. It's either 48 or 24 hours for your funds to settle. So once you make that trade, you can't put whatever money you made or put into the trade, you can't use it for the whole rest of the day. That's if you have a cash account. Otherwise, you need to have at least 25 grand in your account. And if you don't, then you have to deal with the pattern day trading law, which is you can only make 3 day trades, which is buying X amount of shares and selling X amount of shares within the same day. You can only do that 3 times within a 5 rolling day period. So, since the market's only really open 5 out of 7 days, it's like every 5 days. So if you do it on the weekend or like a few days before the weekend, you still have to wait a few extra days into the next week before you can do it again. But you could make 3 day trades, and then that's it. If you make more than that, you could get flagged with the pattern day trading thing. And they might like lock your account for 90 days or something like that. That's usually the worst I've seen. But if because it's kind of like a law that's built in. But I mean, you could really get away with doing other stuff. So like you could buy 100 shares one day and then 100 shares the next day. And then if you sell 100 shares it's like first in, first out. So if you sell 100 shares in that same day, it technically doesn't count as a day trade. Like there's a few little tricks that like you can do to avoid it, but it's so hard to keep track of that it's like you don't even want to bother. And then like if you have a cash account, unless you're throwing around a decent amount of cash and you're only putting like 10% on every trade, and it'd be like, okay, I can make 10 day trades today, and you only put 10% on each trade, then each profit is not going to be that ridiculous. And like even if the stock moves 5%, it's not really going to be that big of a profit.
Unpopular opinion. I don't think that should change. Not only do I not think it should change, but I think they should do the same thing in crypto. Sorry, throw rocks at me, stone me if you want, boo me, but I think that crypto needs that. I think there should be a certain amount, a certain size bag that you have to have before you start trading leverage. Or at least you're limited to a certain amount of leverage trade. They need to put the brakes on this shit somehow because people are just getting wrecked.
Yeah, but for spot too, even?
No, not for spot. Not for spot. It's like you can trade on Robinhood. You just can't trade options. Right? So it's the leverage that they do that to. But you can go buy shares. So like
no, it's even shares.
Hey, but D, hey, listen.
Did you guys see Elon Musk what he posted 2 hours ago?
What?
The Doge, what's it called? The drone show. Remember that Texas? I think it was the Texas Cyber Show or something, and they had the drones form a Doge in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just posted that 2 hours ago.
Did Doge do anything?
That's what I'm about to check right now. Probably not.
Probably not. That's funny though. But yeah, Dbloc, my counter argument to that would be if they did that with crypto, then you would like the volatility that you love wouldn't really be there anymore.
People got a lot of money in crypto. A 25K would be nothing to that. I mean, that's like again, 25K isn't not anything, but with the amount of leverage trading that there is, people have way more than that. It's the people that have less than that that are in risk of wiping their accounts in 2 or 3 trades.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, unpopular opinion. Definitely unpopular opinion. And that's not very cypherpunk of me at all.
I think the way they should regulate it is like in order to use higher leverage, like the more leverage you use, the more money you have to have in your account. And then you're only allowed to allocate a certain percentage of your portfolio. Like, and the higher the leverage you go up, the smaller the percentage has to be. But I mean, even if there was no leverage, like if leverage was completely gone, like crypto still wouldn't be as volatile as it is today. Let out all the volatility with all these liquidation events.
Nah, I don't want the leverage to be gone. I need the leverage. I just want new people to stop getting wiped. The rest of you guys that have been here for a while, listen, I'm nobody's dad. Everybody knows the risks, right? But some of these new people, man, they kind of need they need some guardrails, bro. It's too easy to come in here and just jump in the deep end, like it really is.
Personally,
I don't on people getting wrecked because that's how they make money.
Yeah, I mean,
personally, I think that things are only going to get worse before they get better. Because if you look at, literally, gambling was legalized nationwide, almost nationwide, like 2-3 years ago, sports gambling, and then I was shocked when I saw 300x on some of these exchanges.
300x, bro. You can go on Rollbit and put 1,000x trades in.
Oh, why'd you say the name of the exchange?
Because Americans can't get on Rollbit anyways.
So I think the way
Yeah,
that
but D, so this is the problem. It's all the tools that you have available, right? Like if you know how to work like for instance, it's like options, man. Like I'll be honest with you, I wasn't profitable on options for like it took me like 5 years to really like get it, right? And now, hey, I'm telling you, man, I'm on an iron condor on MicroStrategy and ETH. And dude, hey, I already paid myself on my puts. And I'm gonna tell you, like, dude, like my stop loss, I'll still be profitable, but yeah, like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna still come up on those, because I'm playing volatility.
Yeah, I mean,
but
you
because I
can. I
understand
mean, there's
the gaps.
definitely exceptions to the rule, but 85% of options contracts expire worthless. That's why they exist, right? It's literally operating as designed, and it's not a coincidence that it's almost the same sort of percentages when it comes to leverage. That 15-20% is going to do well. Well, I take that back. 15% is going to do better than break even. 5% of that 15% is going to make life-changing money. And
Look, guys,
the
crack
thing is
is
that
whack.
the problem is that it's not just a one-time percentage game, right? Because you trade every day. So if your rules change, you can throw all those percentages out of the window because eventually you're going to roll the dice and crap out. Right? So it really
That's
just
the
comes
issue.
down to risk management is all we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That if you keep because a lot of people are like, oh, what leverage? I'm like, hey, it doesn't matter the leverage. If your rules stay the same, 'cause like me, if it ain't a 1 or 3, I'm not taking the trade. Like I don't get like I stick to that rule, and that rule has made me a profitable trader. So like I don't care if hey, I don't care if my idea was right and it rips. Like I don't care because like I said, at the end of the day, for me, it's not a really about. I'm more of a percentage person than I am like a targeted number. And I always tell that to people. I'm like, hey, listen, the tools will always change. For instance, you can do futures now on Coinbase, right? Do you know how to trade futures? Do you know like the strategy that you need to take when you trade futures? Because it is different than perpetuals. It's all like, and I always tell people, I'm like, listen, man, I will tell you right now, hey, man, I like I'm on ZoomX, I'm XC, but I'll be honest with you, like those are like quick 10, 15-minute, 30-minute trades. For my real trades, I do them on Coinbase and not on margin and not even on futures. Because like, by the way, like, I mean, if you're trading on Coinbase, you know that margin rules change overnight on Coinbase. If you're trading futures, so I always tell people, I'm like, hey, listen, man. At the end of the day, like even inverse or coin margin, hey, like don't do that till you know what you're doing. Because I've seen people do 15x, 20x coin margin, and then they're like, oh, dude, like I got wrecked. I'm like, yeah, because like you don't understand the tool because
Might
that's
as
what
well
it is.
just
Like,
donate to Crypto Cypher if you're just gonna throw your money
yeah,
away like that, anyways.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yo, Emad, you
the
there?
options market.
You guys heard from Emad? Because there were some bad storms in his way.
Nah, I've heard I didn't. Where the tornadoes at? Because I keep hearing everybody talking about them, but I don't know where they're supposed to
Right
be.
by St. Louis, right where he's at.
Okay.
Dbloc, I got a question. I'm new to this, and I'm trying to find like entries to get in like a good entry, but I always got in bad one, and I keep seeing like fair value gaps popping up on the YouTube video and stuff. So is that even worth it to use those indicators, or is there a better way to find a good entries?
I mean, the vector gaps that I sort of use. How's the best way to put this? Every vector gap has a fair value gap in it, but every fair value gap isn't a vector. Right? But it's basically the same thing. We're talking about imbalances in the order book for the most part. It's a good place to start, like I said, but me personally, I rather trade vectors.
Okay, I see. Thanks.
Yeah.
Igalo, could I ask you a question? What time frames are you trading? Oh, he's out.
Yo.
Emad, you good, bro?
What up, Emad?
Man, I'm up here with my windows open. It's like
Oh, so you're good then.
blowing through the wind. The wind's blowing through the windows. Like I got fans blowing.
My man's got free AC for a couple nights. Let's go. That's good. That's good. We were worried that it was heavy over there.
Well, I'm surprised my power hasn't gone out.
That's what I was
This
thinking
wind
happened.
was. No, it didn't. It held. I don't know how. But I guess it's passed now. It was pretty bad. Man, I was worried a tree was going to hit the house or something. Oh, well.
You know,
And
so you guys
Jay,
are thinking Elon's trying to give the bat signal a little bit?
I mean, God, he's got to do more than that, bro. You can't hit no more, bro. You've got to give us something real we can sink our teeth in. People aren't buying it.
I know, that's what I'm thinking. This is just like the
Maybe,
precursor.
yeah, maybe it's a rollout. You know,
rollout.
like he's dropping an album. It's a little rollout.
Yeah, I think I might have to drop a little Doge position tonight.
I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys.
I haven't got me some Doge in a long time.
I don't know. I don't
that's
think
why,
it is.
like, that's why I'm a structure trader, bro. Like, structure has been for me like the truth. Value area highs, value area lows, POCs, fibs. Like for me, I try to keep it simple, man.
Do you use call walls and put walls to help you plot out support and resistance? Because the one thing I was going to say was the options market, that actually, I mean, I don't even know if you trade stocks regularly, but the options market, that has been like a huge driving factor in the stock market, more so like now more than ever. Like there's been a ton of extra volatility caused just like strictly because of the options market.
Well, so like I'll tell you, like I just started this week trading crypto again. I had been like I moved back and forth, but like when I don't like the price, like for instance, when Bitcoin is in like a stupid range, like I have no interest in. I rather go to stocks. So I'll pick 3 or 4 stocks that I've been kind of eyeing. I'll look for their 4, 8, 16 daily range, and then I'll trade them from there. And like I said, the way that I trade,
What describes a stupid range? What do you mean by that?
One
I'll
that's
give you
not
an
smart.
example. Like I was trading SMCI, but I was trading the 3X ETF, and the range was right there in front of your face. And it was a big range, but it was right there in front of your face. Like I'll put up the chart and I'll show you guys. Literally, like anybody could chart that. So I just traded.
Not a blind person.
Huh?
Said probably not a blind person.
You'd be
Well, like I
surprised.
said, like yeah, like I don't.
Flog
Just
is
me,
up
like listen, it took me a very long time to understand what worked for me. Like but like once like I had that aha moment, like I'm a structure person. For me, I don't care about what anybody says. Like this doesn't affect. Like the structure is the structure, and the higher the time frame you go, the more it makes sense to you. So like I said, like for instance, like when it comes to stock, I have a long-term portfolio, which is like my 401k and all that stuff. And if I manage that portfolio, but I'll tell you, like for instance, when Palantir hit, like once we passed 100 on Palantir, once we got to like 112, I usually try to hold at least 1,000 shares of Palantir. What did I do? Cashed out 300, hedged against the shares that I held on 8-month puts. Cashed out on those, kept them cash, waited, and then added to my position.
That's how it's done, bro. That's how it's done. There's a lot like options, like especially puts. Like I feel like they're best for just hedging against your long-term portfolio, like shares that you hold. Because like
Like I
even
said,
if
when it
the
comes to
share value
options,
does go down, you can just buy more shares, especially if you compound the profits that you made on the puts.
well, that's the thing. That's what they were built for. The thing is like I always tell people, whenever I know somebody who's like they're taking out options that has like a I mean, dude, 2 weeks, a month expiration. I'm like, you're gambling.
Yeah, there's
You're
like
gambling.
there's so much to understand about options. This is why I don't trade it because it's a headache to me. It's like you got to know about the Greeks and like you got to
Yeah, the
know about
Greeks
like
is the most important
time
because
decay.
yeah, because like I
Like
said, if you don't know the Greeks, you can get Ivy crushed. You know.
yeah,
Uh,
the time decay and all that stuff is just like too much to have to deal with. I'd rather just look at a chart, buy and sell, like when I feel like it's appropriate. But I mean, there's also like news factors and stuff that like you have to deal with too. But a lot of stuff, a lot of trading can be done, especially in the absence of news. A lot of trading can be done just with technicals.
Listen, man, I'll be honest with you. I've learned, but there's times, like I said, there's like right now where we're at. I took my first crypto trade 2 days ago. I had
Your
been
first
trading stocks
ever?
because when we get in these weird ranges, it's easier for me to like. I've already learned, like I can easily do the switch over, no problem. Because when we get in these like these, I, personally,
Wait, you
I
said your
don't
first
do
crypto trades 2 days ago?
well. No. I've been trading crypto for a while, but like I stopped after November. I stopped trading crypto because, like I said, the way that the price action was I already know. Like I've already been through this. With it, like I already know like what I already know how this works. So for me, and this, like I said, I'm not saying everybody, man. I'm saying me personally. I already know once I see these little tiny ranges that everybody's trying to trade, I do better on the stock side. So like I have no problem switching over. And that's what I did. I switched over and like I said, I did some because like I said, if you understand, I have a really good understanding of volatility trading with options, which has taken me some time, but once you do that, like for instance, I've made money on MicroStrategy and the ETFs, the not even the 2x, not the 3x, the 2x leverage ETFs on options based on the volatility. So I have calls and puts, and like I said, the puts I just cashed out on them. Now I have some longs, and I'm not greedy, man. Dude, I'm up 10-15%. I'm cashing out. Like I'm not greedy with it. The thing
You
is,
don't
like I said,
also have to go long every time you close a put either.
no. Well, I'm telling you, an iron car, and I do. I love doing iron condors for. Yeah, I'm talking about a year and a half out because you
So
just play the volatility.
you still have the long open, like then it's. I
I
mean,
cashed
so
out
the
on all the
iron
shorts.
condor.
I do have. I still have the longs open.
So then it's not really an iron condor anymore because there's a
Oh yeah. Not anymore. Like I already cashed out on the shorts. So, and by the way, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be wrong. But like I said, I like my risk. Like like my even my options have stop losses. So if
Yeah,
I
as
get
long as you
stopped, I
stop
get
out
stopped.
for less money than you made on the on the put, then you're good. That's the
Yeah,
whole point of the
yeah, I
iron
might break
condor.
even. I might break even,
I
or
got a
like I
question
said,
for you,
but
man. If you're playing the ETH, you're playing ETH options, though. Don't you still have to look at like the ETH chart, like, but you're not trading crypto, is what you're saying?
no, I have to look at the ETH chart. So I'll give you an example. Right now, my ETH shorts paid. Right, MicroStrategy, I'm up. ETH, my options is $10. Right now, they're at 8. Those options expire January of next year. So and like I said, I have. Let me look at it. Yeah, I have 1,000 shares of ETHU. Right. By the way, that's not even a lot. because I bought them at $10, so that's what, yeah, $100. It's not that much. But the R&R is there
$10 option.
because, like I said, all I need is ETH to go up $200. ETH goes up $200. Every dollar is 1,000 for me. So, like I said, I'm down right now. I'll tell you guys right now because the options right now are $8. The strike that I have, which is $4 by the end of January of next year. But I know I'm
Times
like,
100, right?
oh yeah, because remember every contract that you buy is 100 shares.
Yeah. I've traded a bunch of options. I'm trying to get your see where your head's at. That's it. I mean,
Yeah.
why not trade crypto though? You can't do both, but you still have to chart the ETH chart, but you don't hold the crypto.
Well, so here's what. So by the way, I'll tell you, I do have I have the way that I trade spot is way different than I trade leverage. So I'll tell you, like my spot bag, I've stuck to my plan. And by the way, my plan was wrong because I'll tell you, I have merry-go-rounded a lot of the alts that I'm sitting on my spot bag, right? And that's gonna trade that's gonna change at the end of the year because that's like for me it's the renewal of the cycle, right? So I'll tell you, like I'm really down on dot and on alluvium, really down. Is my entire spot bag underwater? No, I'm still in the positive, but it is what it is, right? So like I have my DCA strategy, which is a 4-year plan. Then I have my leverage, which is like intraday or swings. But because of like what I do for a living, I don't have a lot of time to do it. Like if I take a day off, I'll do some scalping and swings. And like I said, my rules are really great. Like 1 to 3, and as soon as I hit that 3, I'm out. Like I'm already out my investment plus 1 or 2%, and I'm good with that. And like I said, the rules that I keep have made me profitable. So a lot of people are like, oh yeah, but you're you know you can hold on to the trade, but in my eyes, I've done that already. And a perfect example is the spot bag that I have right now. I stuck to
you
my
don't have to
strategy.
be a
Go ahead.
you don't have to try to become a millionaire or billionaire off of one trade or two trades or
Yeah,
whatever.
of
It's like
course.
just if you have as long as you're profitable over time. Like you could even if you find a strategy that works and you can do it consistently and be profitable consistently, then eventually you can increase your size. And then you don't
Hey,
even have to like change your risk to reward ratio. Like your account has grown to the point where you can increase your size and your risk to reward ratio is the same, but you're making more profit and then your account grows even faster.
I'll be honest with you, what you just said, if any new trader were to come into crypto, if they were to listen to that, they would become profitable way faster.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta learn. Sometimes you gotta learn from experience the wrong way to do something before you understand, like, the profitable way. You know what I mean? Like
Hey, I'm with
consistency
you
is key.
100%. And I'll tell you what happened to me. When I first started trading, I came in the raging bull market and you go in 20x on Doge. Hey, no tweet. I'm talking about like, hey, just like $1,000 at like the most irresponsible, 20x, $1,000, and the next day you wake up and that thousand's at $5,000 now. Like I got like that, and by the way, I always tell people it literally was the worst thing that could ever happen to me. because it was so easy. It was like you would throw a dart at something and there you go. You know?
Yeah, dude. One story in particular that I remember, I was still like I wasn't new to leverage, but I was sort of semi new to like experimenting with high leverage. And what I did was it was a really specific scenario where I had shorted ETH right before this CPI data release, and I knew that like basically like the price was trending down, and it just pumped a lot. It was pumping into the CPI release, but also I knew that like it was also a trend that we were getting bad numbers for CPI. That CPI was increasingly hotter each release. So I shorted ETH right before the CPI release on 100x. I put $100 into a 100x position, and it dropped instantly. So in like 20 minutes, I made like $1,000. And then stupid me thought like, oh, well, that was easy. I could do it again. And so I tried to do it again. Put $100 in, $100 on 100x, got liquidated. I did that like 5 more times, and I lost like 600 of the 1,000 that I made. And I was like, well, that was stupid. And then like eventually I was like, okay, so this
God,
has
I'm
to
gonna
be
tell you, you're
much
not
more
the only
well
one,
thought
man.
out. Yeah, and I mean 100x, it's like there are ways to use 100x without using 100x. And what I mean by that is you can build a position on 1x. So say you build a position and you put $100 on 1x. Then once it gets away from your position, like once it you're so far into the profit that like you don't have to worry about it. You could put a stop loss in the profit. You could switch it from 1x to 100x, and now the $100 that you can extract all the extra margin that was in there. So you can pull out $99 and you leave $1 in there. You're only risking $1. You have a stop loss in the profit, and you have $99 to go do that 99 more time. Or like, you know what I mean? Like you could open another trade with the $99 on 1x. If it gets away from your entry, you still need to have stop losses in case it goes too far against you. But on 1x, you really kind of can't get liquidated. So I mean, if you just do that repeatedly, then there's a way to pull off having a 100x trade and letting it run for a while. And like so when you do that, you put $100 on 1x, and then you max the leverage, pull out the extra margin. You still have the same position size, except the margin that you're investing is only $1 instead of 100. So like you can pull it off in certain ways like that. Like there's little tricks that you can do. Obviously, like your liquidation gets a lot closer, but that's why I said like you don't really change your leverage until you're much further away from your entry position.
And by the way, like I get what you're saying. What I don't
I
know
don't
if
know
this
if
is
you
right
trade
in the
perps
same.
either. Do you ever trade perpetuals?
Yeah, man, I'm in a perp trade right now. But the thing is, like for the difference between me is I've already learned from experience. My rules don't like so the leverage never doesn't matter for me. If it's not a 1 to 3, I'm not taking the trade. I only risk 1% of my portfolio, of my trading portfolio. I don't break those rules. So it doesn't matter if I'm on a
Yeah.
1x or 10x. The rules don't. And like I said, once I'm not saying this is for, but for me, once I created those rules, the leverage never matters for me. It's all about. And by the way, it's made me a better trader because at the same time, I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna like if I'm gonna do a high leverage trade, the rules still stay the same. So I can't, for instance, ladder into a position. I don't know if you've heard of someone who ladders into a position, like they're doing what they call martingale trading, right? Like you're
Yeah.
just
Yeah, I
like
know what you're talking about.
like for me, and I'm not saying because by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but martingale trading, if you know how to do it right, it's actually the most profitable way to trade.
Yeah, but
But the
it's
thing
so
is,
risky on perps like
well, the
with
thing is,
higher
martingale
leverage.
trading works till it doesn't, right? That's the rule. Like if you ever done it before, It works till and then the day it doesn't work is like, yeah, you get wrecked for your entire account. Like, and it's happened to me, and I know a lot of people that it's happened to. But
You're
like I
better
said,
off doing a martingale on spot.
yeah, well, hey, well, that's by the way, like because you can't get liquidated, right? I mean, and I always
Yeah,
tell
but I
people, I'm
mean
like, this,
the coin can go to zero, but I mean, like if it's something that you
yeah.
don't expect, like to
At
go
the
to
end of,
zero,
like
a
I said,
strong enough
yeah,
project, then it works.
everything can go to zero. I think everybody knows that. But at the end of the day, like I said, um, when I tell people, I'm like, hey, because I try to shy people away from trading crypto when they first start, because this ain't. First of all, people when they start, you should start with Bitcoin only. But people always want, like, they just want these alts, man. And like I said, if you're trying to trade an alt, it's really difficult to trade an alt with or without
So
margin. It's not an easy thing.
yeah, for sure. They're just so much more volatile and unpredictable. But so I want to like roll back to like something else you said before, where you said I only risk 1% of my portfolio like on a trade, like being your stop loss. So like you can do that. You can have a system where you trade on leverage, like say you're on perps. If you're on 10x, so like a lot of what I say, like with leverage, a lot of what I try to get across is that how much leverage you're using and your position size should be based off of your invalidation. So, like for instance, if say you're sticking just to 10x leverage, if you put like you specifically like if you're risking 1% of your account, that means like if you go all in, then your stop loss has to be 1% away. But on 10x, the price only has to move 0.1% in order to hit your stop loss. But say you put so that's if you go all in on that one trade. But say you put on 10x, you put 1/10 of your account on the trade, and your stop loss is 10% of that position, then you're still only risking 1% of your account, but you're in validation. You have 1% wiggle room instead of 0.1%. So like you have like the price can go down 1%, and you're still only risking 1% of your account rather than you know
Yeah.
going all in and only having 0.1% of wiggle room. So, like a lot of calculating leverage and stuff, because some people just like go like, oh yeah, hold back 100x and I'm gonna get rich today, like, and that's just like that's like the fast track to getting wrecked. But like good risk management, like understanding leverage, what it actually is, how it works, and different ways that you can use leverage as a tool and mitigate risk at the same time, that's where it becomes really powerful. Like it's a tool. Like somebody was talking the other day about like how it's like fire. It's like on leverage, if you're just being like careless with it, good risk management, like it's like fire. If you're playing with fire, you're probably going to get burned. Fire can do a lot of really good things. It has a lot of really good use cases and can be used as a tool. And it's arguable that it can potentially cause more good than bad. But at the same time, like you can get burned. Like you could burn your house down. You could burn down a whole forest if it's really if it's like really gets out of control or is used improperly or is not like used carefully. It's like as long as you're careful with it, it can be like a really powerful and beneficial tool. But if you're not careful with it and you're careless with it, some bad stuff can happen.
Here's what I'm gonna tell you. What you're saying is literally the secret to becoming a profitable trader, because you see how you kind of thought it out, right? Like it doesn't, like, and I'm telling you exactly what you said. Those are my rules. Like it doesn't matter if it's 10, 40x, like the rules stay the same. And if, by the way, if I get stopped out, it doesn't matter. I'm losing 1%.
Yeah. But so if you increase, but then it's like you can factor that in and calculate that as well. if you're going from 10x to 40x with the same like position size, meaning like you're putting the same amount of money on the trade, your invalidation has to be 4 times closer, or like, you know, you only have 1/4 the amount of wiggle room because you're still trying to risk the same amount, which is 1% of your account, right? So like your invalidation better be a lot closer. Like instead of 1% away, it ought to be 0.25% away. You know what I mean?
By the way, I love exactly what you're saying. Yeah, you're 100% right. And here's what I'm going to tell you. Think about what you're telling me, and if anybody were to apply that. Because like I said, at the end of the day, the rule is the rule. The problem is that people, it I don't want to say people, I'm telling you, it took me a long time to understand exactly what you're saying. It took me a really long time to understand that, but as soon as I understood it, it made sense to me. So like I said, it like the leverage doesn't matter. It's the risk mitigation, and here's what I'll tell you this. If the R&R is not there, there's been a lot of times where I've had like an idea for a trade, but because the R&R is not there, I don't take the trade. And I'm like, damn, man, I'm so happy that like I didn't take that trade because I would have gotten wrecked. Well, I would have gotten stopped out. But that's once you apply that rule, because at the end, so here's what I'll tell you. What I've learned is a lot of part about trading is protecting your account, right? Right, you want to compound your, and by the way, like if you can compound your account 1 or 2% a day, like you're a G.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. And like that's the thing that I think people don't like people underestimate like the market. Like everyone thinks like, oh, the market you can make money, and everyone thinks the most important thing in the market is to make money. The most important thing in the market is to not lose money.
Dude, hey, you're everybody who's listening to that, they need to really like write that down, because I'll tell you, I have merry-go-rounded a lot of times on different things, and I'll tell you, if you're in profit, take, even if it's take a little bit out, man. You will sleep better, because that greed is what the market preys on, man. It's what it preys on.
Yeah,
And
even if I'm if I'm in a position and I'm planning on holding it long term, it hasn't even gotten close to my target. But if I'm in the profit and I see it getting a little overheated or overhyped or whatever, or the whole market is too giddy, I'll take at least 10% off the position. Like I'm talking about like spot position, like leverage. I tend to not stay in leverage trades very long because they're not. I don't feel like it's really meant for that. But
by the way, everybody who's here, listen to that. That's the best advice. And I'll tell you, like for me, like for instance, when people ask me about option, I don't even talk to people about it, because like I said, like I've been doing it long enough, and I don't do 1, 2, or 3 month options. Like that's not the game that I play. I do year out, year and a half out options, play the volatility, and then hey, when I'm in profit, I don't care if it's 5, 10, like profit is profit, right? Like that's the way that I think about, instead of numbers, I think about percentages. And it took me a very long time to understand the power of compounding a percentage over a targeted number. And by the way, like if you know crypto, you have a targeted number on crypto, and you know it's not going to hit that. But the thing is, you don't really learn that till you've been in the game for a while. So for me, what's made me more successful is, hey, if you're up over 10%, the very least you can do is take the money that you invested out. And if you get stopped, you didn't lose anything. And if it keeps on going, it's fine. Like when your head is like, when you can't sleep because you didn't take profit on the trade, or you took profit on trade and it keeps on going up, your mindset needs to change, because that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's like even if you're in a trade that you could consider long term, the reason why I'll take like 10% profit off the position is because I'm like, okay, well, two reasons. One, if I completely round trip it, at least I took something off. And two, I can always put that money back in down lower if I do round trip it and end up with more coins. Or it's like, I have that extra money, set it to the side. Even if it comes down and doesn't go down quite as low as my entry, like I can still put it in at a higher low. I'll still end up with more coins than I had before because I sold them for higher than where I'm gonna buy them back. So if
And
it's a long-term
exactly what you're
position, it
saying
doesn't
is,
it doesn't hurt to compound that, even if you're only playing with 10% of your position.
well, and that's what I always tell people. I'm like, listen, if you don't have, like, for instance, when I take a trade, and I've been wrong plenty of times, but it doesn't, for me, like, I'm at the point where it doesn't matter. Where if I take a trade, I have a plan. I have my TPs, and as soon as my second TP gets hit, my stop is being moved either to entry or 10%. And like I said, even if I'm wrong and it goes to the moon, it doesn't matter to me, because like I said, I'm not in it for for I'm in it to be profitable. I don't care how I'm profitable. And like I said, if I buy a token or a stock at $1 and I take profit at 10 and it goes to 20, my plan can't change, because I'm not saying I'm right on this, but because of how long I've been in the market, if I don't have a plan, you know what ends up happening? I'm a bag holder. Or I round trip it and I get stopped out at entry. So from
Yeah,
my experience, I don't do that, man. It's that simple, man.
I'm I mean, you could getting stopped out. Like, I mean, that's sort of like that's part of trading too. And the thing is, you have to be able to accept those losses and keep them smaller so that they're more manageable, so you can keep playing. Staying in the game and having buying power is kind of crucial. So, like, if you're, say, for an example, you and your buddy are both trading something. If you if you buy it, right? Like say you each buy one share of a stock, and it's the share is it costs $1. You each buy one share, so you're each investing $1. If it goes up 3% and you take profit, now you have $1.03. If it goes down from there like 50%, then your buddy, he just lost 50 cents. But you made 3 cents, so you're the profitable trader. If you now also if you set a stop loss for 1%, you're only down 1 cent, and your buddy lost 50 cents. And you have the same dollar, you have the same buying power to go into a different trade, and chances are one of the next couple trades you go into, you have more chances to swing at it. So one of the next couple trades you go into, you could be up another 3 cents. So then you're up 6 cents, right? And your buddy is still down 50 cents. If maybe he's down 60 cents, whatever, because he held on to it, he didn't stop out. So like that risk management part is like it's more powerful than people realize. Unless you're willing to sit through drawdown. If you're willing to sit through drawdown, you don't really have to have too much of a plan, as long as you have high conviction on whatever it is you're investing in. But if you're trying to actually trade seriously, like risk management is the most powerful thing to becoming a profitable trader. Because it's like you could take another swing at it and you have more buying power. Even if you get stopped and you lose 1 cent, you still have almost $1. You have 99 cents to try again. Your buddy only has 50 cents or 40 cents. So it's like he's not gonna have the same now, like for him to if he has 50 cents, for him to make 3% of that, he's only making,
Priceless trading advice here. Appreciate it, guys.
yeah, no problem, man. And then that's what we're here for. But Yeah, like if he tries to take the same swing at it, and this time he's like, okay, I'm gonna do what he did before. He takes 3%, so I'm gonna do that. But he only has 50 cents to work with, so he's only gonna get 1.5 cent profit, whereas you made 3 cents. So it's like that whole dynamic of it. It's like you become profitable over time. Like if you're seriously trading, you have a good plan, good strategy, good RR ratio, and like just good practice, good risk management, and having the discipline to stick to it. Yeah, you take hits sometimes, but if you could stay consistent, you'll be more profitable over time.
But think about
You know,
this: if you stuck to your rules, and you have the 1%, you could lose 6 out of 10 trades and still be profitable. The issue is breaking those rules, and a lot of people. And by the way, including myself, it took me a long time to like when I talk about leverage. The leverage doesn't matter. The rules what matters. And I always I've tried to explain it to a lot of like younger traders, because at the end of the day, if you want to start trading, the first thing you need to learn is risk management. If you learn that, you'll be profitable way faster than anybody else, because like I said, you don't even have to be that good, because your risk management is there. But the issue is like I said, when somebody's like, "Oh, what leverage should I use?" Then that already tells me that you don't like you gotta. I was there because like I said, but you can't if your rules are dynamic and they change, then how are you gonna have rules? Because they're like I said, like for me, I it took me a lot. Listen, I'll tell you, it took me a very long time to figure it out. But once I figured it out, I became profitable. Why? Because I understand the dynamics of it. And I'm very lucky at the point, like I said, I don't even have to be a good trader. Luckily, I've been
yeah,
doing this long
I
enough
mean,
to get it. You know what I'm saying? But
with a 1 to 3 risk to reward ratio, you have to be right like what 30% of the time to really be profitable. And the rest of the trades, like you
but think
can
about
you
that.
can
Like
lose 70% of your trades and still
exactly
make profit.
exactly my point. And like I said, I don't like I'll be honest with you, I have days that I sculpt. Like for instance, the sculpt that I took 2 days ago, I'm still in it. By the way, like even if I were to get stopped out, I'm in profit on that. But like it hit all my TP levels, so and I'm in 25% of that trade. So let it ride. My stop is
Right.
at 50% profit. So I already like took I TP'd everything. My stop's at 50. So if I get stopped, I don't give a shit. So and like I said, I don't even have to look at the trade. The thing is, I'll be honest with you, like and me man, it took
When
me
you
a while
said
to get there.
that you don't have to be a good trader, do you mean that you don't have to be a good trader, or do you mean you don't want to be a good trader,
No, no,
or
no,
like
no. No, I want. Hey, I
like
want to be a.
do you want
Even
like is that part of the thing?
even even some of the best traders in the world are still wrong 70% of the time, but they make money. They're profitable traders. Like you can be wrong. What we're getting at is you can be wrong 70% of the time and still make money, which makes you a profitable trader, which technically makes you a good trader. If you're profitable, then you're a decent trader. But you can still be wrong 70% of the time and make money. I just wanted to give a shout out to Kelly. Thank you for the super chat, Kelly. Thanks for following the channel.
Yeah, man. I mean, if anybody's like, that's what like if you understand, like if you don't have a risk calculator, you need to get one for sure. Like you because like I said, even with fees and stuff like that, like you need to know what your fees are in your exchange. Like you need to have all that calculated. And by the way, once you get there, it will change the way you enter a trade, especially if you're using leverage or because you'll know if I'm gonna take this trade, my R&R is 1 to 3. That's my rule, right? So there's times where hey, I really want to take a trade, but it doesn't reach my rule set, so I don't take it. Once you get to that level, I promise you, you will be, because like I said, you become stoic. It doesn't matter. Like for me, there's a lot of trades that oh you didn't catch that. I don't care if I caught it or not, because for me, like I said, I'm not in this for today's profit. I'm here for the long run.
If you
So
don't, I mean, if you don't, if it doesn't like match your methodology, like if it doesn't meet all the criteria for you to be able to enter the trade, then don't enter the trade. You know, but like if it meets all of your criteria and it meets all of the stuff you need, like if it matches your methodology, take it. And then like if you get stopped, you get stopped. Like that's part of it. You know, but
by
if
the
it
way,
matches
that will
your
make you a better
methodology, put
trader,
on the
right?
trade. Yeah. I mean,
If you get
well,
stopped, what do? You back test and you're like, well, this is why I got stopped.
why did I get stopped? What did I do wrong? How do I do better next time? Like, you know, where was my invalidation not? I mean, sometimes it's like, okay, so you can get stopped out and your trade gets invalidated. Like, it doesn't mean that you were wrong about your entry. It just means something happened. The price went against you and you saved yourself from holding a bag or losing more money than you had to. Like, because if it doesn't do what you thought it was going to do and you were wrong, you're just like, okay, well, it went the other way, and like I'm glad that I pulled out of it. I gave myself a little bit of room for it to, you know, go against me a little bit, but having that threshold is important because it's like, okay, there's if it goes past this point, I'm likely wrong about the trade, so I don't want to be in it anyway. You know, a bunch of trades. I've been in a bunch of trades where it's like I'll get stopped out of a trade, like I'll try to go long or something, and I'll put my stop loss pretty close. And I'm like, okay, well, if it goes below, like I only want to risk this much, and then it will stop me out, and then it will rip it right after it stops me out. And I'm like, okay, why did it like bounce right? Why did it sweep my stop loss and then bounce immediately and then go, and then it's like, oh well, I look back at oh, I guess because there's a bunch of liquidations there or yada yada, or like a lot of people with their stop losses there, and like all this stuff. I'm like, I could have given it a little bit more wiggle room, and now that I look at it, it wouldn't have really been invalidated until it got a little bit lower. But you don't want to give it too much breathing room because then you're like, then you end up losing more money than you really needed
But
to.
you,
But that's where your
but you,
entries, like you have to kind of plot out your entries a lot more carefully too, and then still give you, then you can have a closer stop loss or a closer invalidation, and you're not risking as much.
but you see exactly what you're saying, and I'll tell you. Do you know exactly what you're saying? Do you know how long it took me to get to that point? Where, like I said, like for instance, if you're a fib trader, right? Like the 786 or the 618, right? If you're not right in those zones and you're getting stopped out, if you can't even track that, how are you going to become better? You know? And like I said, the secret to that is keeping the same rule. It doesn't matter as long as you keep the same rule. Even if you get stopped out, you're gonna learn the same lesson, and you're gonna say, you know what? Because at the end of the day, when here's what I'll tell you, one of the best traders I know, he doesn't take a lot of trades. Like he's like a daily, weekly type trader. He doesn't, but everybody says yeah because he's got a stack that he can trade, but he didn't start with a stack. He has stuck to his rules. And by the way, like it took me a very long time to understand that rule set. But at the end of the day, like I said, I mean, if you're a good scalper, great, man. I'm not a good scalper. I'm not very good at that, but
Yeah, knowing your strengths is also good too. Like I know that I'm not a great scalper or the best scalper. It's not my forte. I can do it, yeah, but like I expect to not have super duper results when I do it. I'm a better swing trader. Like, obviously like for me, I've been doing it long enough where long-term investing I've realized is more so like especially when it comes to crypto, like for example, like a specific example, like tokenomics and circulating supply and dilution and stuff like that all plays a factor. Fundamentals, what does the project do? Who are they involved with? What's their partnerships? All that stuff. Investing, it has more to do with that than it even has to do with technical analysis. But I can still understand when is a good time to buy a project if I feel like it's a good project to invest in. So you get that extra edge on that. Like when it comes to investing, I don't need to have like a strict plan. If I'm scalping, my plan has to be much more strict because I'm taking much more risk. So it's
Well,
like my
it's like
risk
a perfect
management has to be a
example.
lot more strict.
Imagine if you were a cycle trader, like you only trade the 4-year cycle, right? If you were only trading Bitcoin, you'd be good right now. But if you were trading alts, I mean, you might not be. Hey, let's talk about the top 10.
I can tell you right now that my portfolio does not look nearly as good as it would if I was just holding Bitcoin and nothing else.
Brother, I'm with you. I will tell you that the next cycle, I will not nearly be as exposed to alts as I am right now.
Well, I
You're
know
not
so
alone.
much more. I know so much more now this cycle than I did last cycle. And I was just like, oh, well, stuff is down 90%. I guess I'll buy it. Or like, there's new stuff coming out, yada, yada. But the more stuff that I learn, because I still learn new stuff every day. So the more stuff that I learn, I can, like, it's just more stuff that I can put in my backpack in order to, like, pull it out during the next bear market and be like, okay, how am I really going to do this time? And look for all the signals that I know now that I didn't know before that show me, okay, now's a good time to buy alts. Because if I had known that before, I would have realized, okay, it's probably not a great time to buy alts. Like, even though they are down a lot, you
Well, by
think,
the way, what you're saying, people need to listen to exactly what you're saying because, like I said, that's important, right? Like, because what you're saying is people also like, hey, if you're, and I'll give you a perfect example. Alluvium. I wasn't in Alluvium, right? Alluvium hit $28, and I was like, hey, I bought a stupid amount of them. Alluvium hit 99. I never took profit on them.
well,
As a
did you
matter of
not
fact,
stick to your plan? Did you stick to your plan? Or did you not stick to your plan?
no, I did stick to my plan, and that's, by the way, that's what screwed me because I have a portfolio of what I call my long-term investment alts, right? Which I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna do the next cycle because I've learned my lesson. But I've had the discipline to stick to the plan that I had, right? I'm underwater on two alts, Dot and Alluvium. Alluvium's really bad. Dot's not that bad.
You'd be hard up to find someone that's not underwater on dot.
Yeah, no, like overall, I'm still up. But like I said, like you have to, like I said, for me, I journal everything because you have to learn your lessons. So
Yeah, well,
like
that's where
I will
like
tell you,
tokenomics and stuff comes in
well,
to
hey,
play.
listen, Alluvium, the tokenomics are great, and you have to understand, Alluvium for me, like it was the biggest mistake. But like since I've journaled it, like for me, I'm like, okay, well, Alluvium comes out, had no game, was just a shiny new thing, shoots to $1,800. It had good tokenomics, small supply, inflation, not an inflationary token, a lot of PVL, right? A lot of stake, so. Like I said, it shoots to $1,800, right? Like I said, that's what I knew then, right? And then I was in that project. It hits $28. I'm thinking I'm a stud. I'm DCAing into that because, like I said, it wasn't a trade. It was like a DCA project. And I'm thinking I'm a wizard. I think I'm like, hey, I'm a badass. And then look where we're at now, right? My mistake. It's perfectly fine. I've adjusted to it, and what that did is it made me look at a lot of alts like on weekly time frames. And if you look at a lot of alts, I don't think like a lot of people are like dot, right? It's in the top 10. Hey, if you think dot can get over $50 by November of next year, please tell me how. Please tell me how. Because like I would love to be educated on that. Same thing with Link, like a lot of different and here's what I'll tell you. You have to educate yourself, right? So what has happened from then to there, right? When that happened, we had money printing, quantitative easing, right? Like COVID, people were getting stimmy checks. There was a lot more loose money, right? But on top of that, think about crypto liquidity. All these meme coins, there's just more for you to select from. On top of that, like
Yeah, they've
what
been
I
like they totally flooded the market with a bunch of extra meme coins and stuff like that. Like anyone can make a coin at any time now, so the money's further spread out. But it's like you said, we're in a totally different economic environment, and that like people say like, oh, the stimulus check. I don't think the stimulus checks had a whole hell of a lot to do with it. Yeah, I think it made a small effect, and it brought retail traders into the game, but really it was like we were just in a risk on environment. Like because we had QE, we were in a risk on environment. So people with big money were willing to take risks. They're not right now.
well, and like I said, even like what saved. I'm gonna tell you what saved my alt bag is I allocated a lot of funds to the ISO 20002. So like I said, I had a lot of funds in HBAR, Algo, XRP, not XLM. And like I said, I had a fairly decent amount of ADA. But like I said, for me, XRP saved the day for me. If it wasn't for XRP, hey, I'd be wrecked. You know, and like I said, and dude, like alluvium, like and like I said, I know other guys who are because like I said, now like as you learn, alluvium was a stupid pick. If I was gonna pick a gaming coin, it should have been Gala or AVAX, not alluvium, which is a single game. Like I understand that now, right? But like I said, you live and you learn, and I'm very lucky that the other alts that I have were able to subsidize the loss. But like I said, what I learned is take profit. You never know. And like I said, like I've been at the end of this year, we're gonna learn a lot of things, which is one of my mentors telling me never doubt the power of Wall Street, and he told me he's like, listen, crypto doesn't even have the market cap of Nvidia. And he told me, he's like, hey, listen, trade Bitcoin. Well, he told me BC anything that's on the Chicago exchange, BCH, But he's like, hey, all the other ones, and I didn't listen to him. And by the way, if I would listen to him, I would have been way better. But like I said, at the end of the day, you learn these things, right? Me, unfortunately, I'm one of those people who learns the hard way. So it is what it is. But
Yeah, but sometimes it's like you make a mistake. Sometimes you do what you think is the right thing, and it just doesn't work out. And then that's when you're like, okay, well, what could I have done better? What could I have looked for to tell me that I might have been doing the wrong thing? And then that's how you
you
learn.
see what you're saying? What you're telling me right now, I'm gonna tell you, it probably took me longer than you did. How many times have you asked yourself, you take a trade and you lose it? Say, what did I do wrong? What was wrong with my entry? Like, like the whole thought process behind it. And like I always, like I said, I'm guilty of it. So like I don't mind telling people, I'm like, hey, learn from my mistakes, because at the end of the day, I don't want you to go through that. But if you take a trade without a plan, like there's a bunch of things like for me, but I always tell people like, if you're not tracking, how are you going to become better? Because this is all about, and I'll tell you, imagine if you understand risk mitigation before anything else, you'll be profitable way faster than most people. But that's not the way it works, man.
Yeah, you
And
might
it's like
not be
I
a
always,
millionaire, but at least you're not losing a ton of money. And that's
well,
like that
hey,
even goes back to like because most traders lose. Like at the end of the day, it's like most traders are not profitable. Most people that try to trade lose money, and then
I think
either
it's like
they quit or they
87%,
come
by the
back
way.
and they try to make the money back, and like you have to get better in order to make it back. But I mean, even going back to something you said earlier, like if it doesn't follow your rules, you don't put on the trade, and it's like, all right, yeah, you might have missed out on a trade, but missing out on a trade is better than losing money.
But the thing
Like
is, that's,
missing out on profit is better than losing money.
well, it takes time to get there. And I'll be the first one to tell you that, hey, I'm on the same boat. But once you get it, then you're like, all right. Like I said, there's the thing is what ends up happening to people is like, for instance, like the first time you get into crypto, you have that fever, right? And you're talking to everybody about it and blah 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 blah. Like that's not a good time to enter. You
Yeah,
had
you got
like I said,
rose-colored glasses.
and I'll tell you, like now, I was the crypto guy in my family, and now when everybody, I'm like, don't buy it, it's a scam. Don't buy it. And like my family's like, wait, wait, wait. I'm like, call if you want to know the right time, call me, and I'll tell you, 1% of the time they will call, because like I said, it's easy for people to blame you than to like. For me, you want to get into crypto, it's got to be in your heart. If you're gonna be one of those people that, especially in crypto, that you're gonna listen to, I mean, forget me, some fucking whatever kid, and you're gonna put $1,000 in Pepe, not knowing what you're doing, you're gonna get wrecked. Because here's the thing, even if you're up 300%, and I will tell you, I've seen it so many times. I mean, for me, it's stupid. Like people won't take profit. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm in for the long run." I'm like, "Hey, yeah, but that's not crypto." And I'll tell you,
On Pepe, like of all things, like I'm holding this long. Yeah, dude, I'm all in on Pepe, 20-year hold. Like, what the hell?
Big buys, all in on Pepe.
I'll tell you, the best performing alt that I've had